May I first bring up administrative question? I was told by the chairman of this department that especially the college students among you would like to know what they are expected to do in order to get grades for this course. Well, you can do one of two things. Either write a paper during the course and show by your contribution to the discussion your qualifications, or else write a written examination in class at the end of this course. I leave this to you, to your choice. Is this clear enough? So there would be a meeting at the end of the semester where those who have not read a paper in class will a question or questions will be dictated, and the answers will be graded, and then made the basis of the final grades. Yes.
Sir, can these papers be turned in any time, or are they
you know, after previous agreement with me.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, I have here two papers of last time, but I think I don't... Is Mr. Audio here? I see, that's good. But Mr. Zellenkov, is he here? No. Now, Mr. Audio, there are a few points. He say Aristotle here has established that the main concern of politics is to secure the happiness of man. That is not quite correct. To what extent is it correct, and to what extent is it incorrect?
Well, he establishes that the end of politics is to secure the good of man, or to foster the good of man.
Yes.
I am going one step further, perhaps.
Yeah, well, exactly. What is the point where Aristotle stops and where you go beyond it?
It is a man who experiences happiness by having activities according to the rational principles. And politics and this will bring about his own good. Politics helps, I understand politics has as an end to help man.
Toward. Yes, but the precise point, I think, is this, that Aristotle says, on the one hand, that this is, that the political art is the highest art, and the highest art is devoted to the highest human good. And the highest human good is happiness. And from this one is entitled to conclude that it is the task of the political man, the statesman, the legislator, to make the citizens happy. But Aristotle does not say that. Aristotle says only that the task of the statesman to make the citizens a good man, good citizens, good men, and doers of noble deeds. But he does not explicitly say that the statesman, his function is to make the citizens happy. A statement which Xenophon makes. I read to you, I think, that passage from the Memorabilia, Book 3, Chapter 2. But there is one more point. If Aristotle criticizes Plato on the grounds that Plato's idea of the absolute good is of no use to the practitioner, I do not yet know of what use the definition of the end of politics given by Aristotle as being the good of man, an activity of the soul in conformity with excellence or virtue, can be for a political thinker or practitioner in search of the best regime for his polis. Well, what could Aristotle reply to
that? I have to go and keep reading.
Exactly, because he has not, it's only, but Aristotle makes here only the point in the beginning, as we have read it there too, is that the statesman or politician or legislator has to do with the human good and not with the good in the Platonic sense, which you call the absolute good. That is, and then he gives some illustrations that what would be the use for a carpenter or a shoemaker to have the idea of the good if he wants to make good shoes. he obviously needs a kind of knowledge which does not include knowledge of the idea of the good.
Yes, I accept that, only that my criticism is that, well, that seems to be very applicable for the shoemaker or the carpenter.
Yeah.
The political thinker or practitioner who wants to achieve the best regime for his policy may be very much aided by having some kind of absolute good or the kind of ideas that Plato posited.
Yeah, but
To which he would like to approximate, to which he would like to work on.
no,
Perhaps change the nature of his political, the nature of the political organization of his policy, to try to get closer to that.
yes, I mean, that is surely absent from Aristotle, one can say, although it is not very powerfully present in Plato, is the notion of a radical change is absent from Aristotle. Aristotle thinks that no fundamental change in human conditions can reasonably be expected. Plato, by his notion of the idea of the good and by his Republic and his radical statement, the philosophers must become kings, it seems to be much more radical in the modern sense of the term. If you mean that, you are perfectly correct.
That is what I meant.
Yeah.
Could lead.
Yeah, and therefore Plato has, of course, had a more direct influence on modern thinking than Aristotle.
Perhaps, as I said at the beginning of the statement, perhaps this leads to the different, to a difference of the development of conservative so-called philosophy or more liberal revolutionary.
Yes, that could lead, but it, as a matter of fact, it did not lead to it in pre-modern times, but it was, one can say, a transformation of Plato's political philosophy rather than of Aristotle's, which led to the modern revolutionary movements, that one can say. Will you pass this on, please? Now, is Mr. Selinkov here now? Well, I deplore that, his absence. His statement is very challenging, and I would like to have his help in discussing that. Very briefly, what Mr. Selinkov suggests is that one should replace the Aristotelian duality of virtue and happiness, or happiness and virtue, by the duality of motivation and fulfillment. Fulfillment taking the place of happiness, and motivation taking the place of virtue. And it would be worth our while to discuss that, because there are obviously very different notions involved, very different presuppositions. It would be important to discuss that. What is striking when one speaks of fulfillment and motivation is that there is no, at first glance at least, there seems to be no provision made for goodness. A man may find his fulfillment in quite incredible and impossible things, and yet he is motivated toward it, and he finds fulfillment in getting whatever he desires. So I suppose, but I do not know, that Mr. Selinkov means he would not call a fulfillment is a fulfillment in bad things, and he would not speak of motivation if the motivation is a motivation toward bad things. But he has not given me any certainty by what he says about that. And also the terms which he uses, motivation and fulfillment, while they are easily intelligible today, I mean, in a vague way, because they are so commonly used, what is implied in these terms is by no means on the surface and would have to be brought out by a proper analysis. He gives an example, I think once an example, of what he understands by a properly motivated man. He says, could it be possible to be successfully motivated and still not be happy in Aristotle's sense? In other words, he refers here to the difficulty we observed in Aristotle, that a man may be a man of great excellence and yet live in great misery, triumph. Experience seems to provide a positive answer to this question. Intense opposition to one's society can produce motivation of most overwhelming power. Consider, for example, a poet intensely striving for what he considers perfection in his work, even though society scorns or actively opposes his efforts, who is willing to suffer and endure severe deprivation or even imprisonment in the name of his motivation. In such cases, individuals, although perhaps engaged in highly artificial and abstract endeavors, achieve great fulfillment through their motivation. Else they would not put themselves in positions in which they must inevitably suffer hardships and unhappiness. Happiness, therefore, is not the only possible goal for the motivation of civilized man. Now, what shall we say about this argument? The fact that someone opposes his society and suffers for this opposition severely was not totally unknown to Aristotle. And the simple proof, of course, is Socrates. Socrates was condemned to death for his disagreement with the city of Athens. Was Socrates unhappy or not happy by virtue of his condemnation? How would you answer this question? He was not unhappy.
He was not unhappy.
How could you prove it?
Well, I'd say first that looking at the reasons that he gives for not running away or escaping exile, that actually his real obligation to Athens is well, you look both at the Apology and the Crito.
Yes. That is what I suggested. Let us look at the evidence, what we know about. Now, and there is also but the most important evidence, I believe, is how he behaved on his last day in the Phaedo. And when the man who describes Socrates' last day says the man was happy, oidaimon, because he knew that he had to die, but he didn't wish to spoil the last day for himself and his friends by mourning. And so they had a very exciting philosophic discussion.
He kicks them Xanthippe.
Yeah, because Xanthippe would have mourned too much. And so that is the situation. Whether he was sufficiently considerate of his nearest and dearest is a long question. But Aristotle hasn't said hitherto you have to be extremely considerate. That is another point. Now, but there is some other evidence regarding this fact, and since Mr. Selenkov speaks of poets, now were poets persecuted in classical antiquity? Okay?
Empedocles.
Pardon?
Empedocles.
But he was a philosopher. Although he wrote, he presented his philosophic doctrine in hexameters, that does not make him a poet. Well, there is a discussion of this subject, a very interesting one, in Aristophanes, who presents Socrates in the clouds, and there Socrates is persecuted, The old fellow Strauss is burning down his think tank. I think that is a reasonable translation of the Greek word frontisterion, and it is as folksy and as think tank as in present-day language. And then he presents in at least two plays the Thesmophoria Susae and the Acharnians, a persecution of a poet, in this case Euripides. No, and not in the Acharnians, in the Frogs. And it appears that the poet Euripides is perfectly capable to escape persecution because being a poet, he has a much broader appeal than a fellow like Socrates had. So this I mentioned only in passing. There is another example, by the way, from the Odyssey already. When Odysseus takes revenge on the wooers of Penelope, there are two parallel figures. One is a soothsayer, and another is a singer. Now the soothsayer he kills, but the singer he has compassion with, and that's it. So the poets who expose themselves to persecution, apparently they are less frequent in antiquity than they are in our age. And it would be important to see why this has changed. That would be very important. Yes.
How would this idea of fulfillment and motivation relate to the case you talked of earlier, crime and the slaughter of the children? Is there any way to get, I think there was kind of I wasn't really clear about how Priam could be happy in the misery of knowing that all of his children had been...
No one said that.
Right. Is there any way that this could relate to this more fully, like the concept of fulfillment being a little larger than happiness in this sense? That he could be, although it may sound ludicrous, fulfilled in the sense, in this tragic defeat.
Well, I suppose that one would have to admit, I do not know whether this covers the ground of which you spoke. I think one would have to, Mr. Selinkov would have to admit, I believe, that there are situations in which a fulfillment is impossible. Think of a highly motivated Russian poet in the 30s or 40s in Russia. Understand it? Even before he could publish a single poem, and perhaps even before he could finish it, that institution, I forgot its name, the name it had, Understand it, would have prevented any fulfillment. But what was your precise reason why fulfillment seems to be a better term than happiness?
I didn't really think it was a better term, but it just seemed, in a sense, larger in that based on the idea of motivation and not virtue, using motivation as kind of the move to the end of fulfillment, it seemed to fit this case somewhat more, although it was just one I thought of right offhand. Priam obviously wasn't happy, but it seemed that he would be closer to fulfillment than happiness. I didn't want to set it up as better.
If you say that, then he would surely be at least as close to fulfillment prior to the outbreak of the Trojan War, when he was the highly respected and beloved ruler of the Trojans. And this suffered somewhat from the terrible blunder his son Paris made by bringing over Helen, and all the consequences of this action. If one tries to, and that is a very sensible question to say, how come that a young man like Mr. Selinkov is, and you apparently also, is more attracted by the concept of fulfillment, motivation, than by happiness and virtue? I believe one would have to consider here Kant very much, where happiness simply takes a very secondary role compared with fulfillment of duty. And therefore the only thing which counts for the estimation of a human being is whether he fulfills or shirks his duty. And the poet, as presented by Mr. Selinkov, is a man who fulfills his duty and disregards completely, or almost completely, the harsh and unpleasant consequence of doing that. But there is, of course, this difference because for Kant, there are universally valid rules of goodness, of moral action, the moral law. And Mr. Selinkov does not have in mind the one moral law. There are, I suppose, what he thinks rather is there is a variety of causes. let us assume, of good causes, and a variety of good causes which differ from situation to situation, and which have only something formal in common, that they are good causes. Another term used frequently now is project. One becomes an authentic human being. I do no longer speak of good or bad, an authentic, in contradistinction to an inauthentic, by dedicating oneself to a project which originates entirely in oneself and is therefore a full expression of this particular individual in what he is. These are, I believe, some of the notions behind Mr. Senekov's paper. Is there anyone here, by the way, who knows him? Who knows Mr. Senekov? And who could return this to him? Or not? Pardon? Who is a stranger? Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah. That may be a recommendation for all we know. Good. Now we have begun to read what is the second chapter of the second book of the Nicomachean Ethics. Yeah.
Would it not eliminate a lot of misunderstanding when you speak of motivation and fulfillment if we just took the words and made them a little bit more, or a little bit less highfalutin and just spoke of want or desire and satisfaction?
Yes, sure, but this is obvious. You're perfectly right. But why did Mr. Senenkov not choose this simple?
Because this is, of course, where Aristotle starts off. He says lots of people want different things, and then goes on to analyze it beyond that.
Yeah, but the desire can also mean a desire for a choosy state. Yeah. Yes, but obviously what Mr. Senenkov has in mind when he speaks of motivation and fulfillment is not having a good dinner, but something higher.
Well, now...
no, I'm sure his examples which he gives shows that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the examples which he gives, you characterize as being akin to duty.
No, I mean, the notion stems from that. You see, what is characteristic, I forgot perhaps one point. When Kant speaks of duty, and duty to the moral law, he understands by the law a law which I myself have imposed upon myself, what he calls autonomy. And therefore, the objective, the moral law is in a way my work, and must originate myself, otherwise it is not truly moral. Otherwise I obey either God or nature, and therewith shirk the responsibility for my action. While if it originates entirely in me, I have the full responsibility for my action. This is an important, this Kantian moral doctrine is an important ingredient of what is now known by the name of existentialism. But yes, but the difference being that for Kant it was clear that this law originating in the individual as this individual would always be the same in all cases. Because it is man's innermost being, is his reason, his rationality. And what reason says is universally valid and necessary. And this is, of course, dropped by existentialism. Yes, Mr. West?
I have a question. At the beginning of chapter 13
in book 1.
Yeah, Aristotle says that the aim of the legislator is to make the citizens good and law-abiding. But you said that the aim of the legislator was to make the citizens good and doers of noble deeds.
This you also said.
Oh, where did this say?
Earlier in the first part. Yeah. Oh, yes. Both said.
Is the doers of noble deeds to be equated with law-abiding?
No, but that is not so simple. This will come out when he speaks of law in the fifth book, where Aristotle takes here the same position as Plato. The legal and legitimate, however you translate the word, the Greek word permits both translation, is in a manner the just, not simply the just, because there can be bad and evil laws. And in this case, the justice is different from the legal. But nevertheless, there is in law itself, something good. I mean, what people indicate when they speak of law and order is the first requirement. That is recognized by Plato and Aristotle, but with a great qualification. That is not enough. It must be good law. And therefore, if the legislator succeeds in making the citizens obedient to the law, that does not mean that he makes them the doers of noble deeds. Although the law is meant to do that, but in many cases the law does not keep this promise or fulfill its purpose. Do you want to say something? But now, here in this chapter, Aristotle began, as you may remember, that the present inquiry is not made for the sake of contemplation, not so that we know what virtue is, as Socrates did, but rather serves the purpose that we become good, and we become good by acting, and not by acting in the proper manner, and not by talking, discoursing, and so on. And therefore Aristotle speaks first of how we become good. Now, how is it possible to know how we can become good without having a previous awareness of what goodness is? How can you know how a man will become a carpenter if you don't know in the first place what a carpenter is? Or how a man can become a shepherd if you do not know first what a shepherd is? Now, Aristotle knows that, of course, and he will take up the question of what goodness, what virtue is, in 1105b 29. But here, in order to emphasize this point, that the most important thing is to become good and not to engage in a theoretical speculation about what goodness is, he discusses first how we become good. Of course, he has a previous notion of what goodness is, but who has not? At least in these olden times, there was not, everyone knew what a decent or a man or a gentleman is, and so there was different degrees of clarity, but in a general way, there was agreement on that. And Aristotle takes this up then in the sequel, and the first point he makes, and that is the point at which we stopped at the end of last meeting, that what he's going to say, or what anyone might say on the subject of virtue, cannot be exact. And the simplest explanation of this would be to say that there is no rule in this field without exception. Whereas regarding triangles, circles, and so on, there are rules without exception. Here in this sphere, they are not. Yes?
Are the broad outlines, though, exact?
Pardon?
Are the broad outlines of science exact?
Yeah, the point which he wishes to make first is the inexactness of the whole. And that there are some things which are universally true here, they can be presumed, yes. For example, that courage, say, is a mean between cowardice and over-boldness, however you call it, or temerity, that is surely universally valid. But it doesn't tell you what you should do, especially in a given situation. Because what might be cowardice or temerity in other situations might be the proper thing in a certain situation which no one can predict in advance. I think we should go on to read in 1104a A, line 5.
And if this is true of the general discussion of ethics,
of the general logos, if the general statement, the general definition will have this inexactness, yes, it is still more true.
Still less is exact precision possible in dealing with particular cases of conduct.
So in other words, the statement about moral matters in general, and it is not quite exact, no general rule without exception. But it is still more so regarding what the particulars, particular cases, yes.
For these come under no science or tradition, but the agents themselves have to consider what is suited to the circumstances on each occasion, just as is the case with the art of medicine or of navigation.
Yeah, let us stop here, perhaps. So the general thesis here regarding the particulars, what is to be done under these and these circumstances is still less susceptible of exactness. No case is the same as any other. One must play here by the ear, as we would say, and therefore we don't have science, exact knowledge here. He compares to morality the arts of medicine and of sailing. These illustrations are not chosen haphazardly. They have in common one thing. They are arts which deal with dangers to life. It is hazardous to cross the sea, and medicine in the more interesting cases surely has to do with severe, critical diseases. And this leads to interesting questions which go beyond the sphere of the physician or the pilot. Which man to save in a plague or in a storm at sea, if the physician or pilot cannot save all? No one can say in advance what might be reasonable in the circumstances. There are some general rules. One ought to save the man most valuable to the community. And surely that is a general rule. But there are obvious difficulties. From Aristotle's point of view, that would be the wise man, or say the statesman. But there might be a situation in which there is a single physician available who would be more urgently needed by the community than by a statesman. And in addition, there may be one of these men to be saved, may be a very unwise man, but happens to be the father of the pilot or of the physician. Would it not be reasonable to permit him to save in the first place his own father rather than the greatest statesman? This shows the difficulties. And it doesn't have to be his father. If he is a father of many children, that is an important consideration whether he should not be saved. One can state the difficulty involved here by making a distinction, by the following distinction. You can say in general, what is the order of rank of the various activities? Say that from Aristotle's point of view that thinking, philosophizing, and so is higher than any practical activity, and then the activity of the statesman is higher than that of the garbage collectors, and quite a few other things. That you can easily say. But the highest, or highest in rank, is not the same as the most urgent. A simple practical example. No one admires another human being for having successfully undergone an appendectomy. I mean, that is nothing great, but we can congratulate him if he survived, but we do not admire him because it was not a virtuous action, an action of human excellence. And yet, it is perfectly true that in a given situation, the appendectomy is the most urgent thing for him to do, and not higher things. So the difference between rank and urgency explains ultimately why there is this uncertainty in that sphere, and everyone must ultimately decide on the basis of this situation, on the spot, what is to be preferred. There are no universal rules. Because in some cases it may truly be true that it is more important that he continues, say, with his study, rather than that he undergoes the operation. Such cases are thinkable. Good. So Aristotle draws this conclusion here in the next line.
But although the discussion now proceeding is thus necessarily inexact, we must do our best to help it out.
So in other words, Aristotle will try to speak about universals, although it is not a particularly promising thing to do compared with mathematics especially. Yes.
First of all, then, we have to observe that such things are so constituted by nature as to be destroyed by excess and by deficiency, as we see is the case.
Such things means the things of importance to morality. Yes.
As we see is the case with bodily strength and health. For one is forced to explain what is invisible by means of visible illustration. Strength is destroyed both by excessive and by deficient exercises. And similarly, health is destroyed both by too much and by too little food and drink, while they are produced, increased, and preserved by suitable quantities.
By suitable quantities. Emphasis on that. Yeah. I.e., not too much, not too little. Yes.
The same, therefore, is true of moderation, courage, and the other virtues. The man who runs away from everything in fear and never endures anything becomes a coward. The man who fears nothing whatsoever, but encounters everything, becomes rash. Similarly, he that indulges in every pleasure and refrains from none turns out a profligate, and he that shuns all pleasure, as boorish persons do, becomes what may be called insensible. Thus, moderation and courage are destroyed by excess and deficiency, and preserved by the observance of the mean.
Yes. Now, taking the example of how virtue of the body is achieved through gymnastics, he says there is a parallel in how the virtue of the soul is achieved. Virtues come into being by actions which are neither excessive nor deficient. In the case of gymnastics, I think there is no doubt about this, and everyone will admit it, but Aristotle says it is also true of the moral things, and he takes the simple example, a man who fears everything, even a fly, and acts on it, avoids anything which could be a nuisance, will become a coward, without any doubt. And another man who braves every danger, without any distinction of dangers, will become rash. Yes?
Aristotle seems to make a distinction, and in the case of bodily health, it's not only preserved but also produced and increased by moderation. But he only says, with respect to temperance, or moderation and courage, that it is preserved. He doesn't.
No, let me see. Where is that? Is the man who flees from everything and fears it and doesn't undergo any danger becomes a coward? Is that the passage you mean?
Well, in other words, yes. Well, and also the concluding passage at 20:26. In other words, it's either preserved or destroyed by moderation on the one hand, or excess or deficiency on the other. Yeah. But he says nothing about its coming into being in a case where it does not exist at all.
Yeah, but the destruction is, of course, the opposite to coming into being. You mean that he says it is preserved and not it comes into being? That is the difference.
I mean, he goes on to say that in fact, it's also generated by moderation.
Yes. Now, well, that is a transition to what he will discuss here. The first point he makes is that the virtues or vices come into being by either following the mean or by following the excess or deficiency. And then he will say, not only do the virtues come into being in that way, but they also consist in preferring the mean to the excess of the deficiency. And that is in a way prepared by this, it is preserved, to which you draw attention.
But that's precisely an assumption. In other words, that what destroys, the opposite of what destroys can also bring into being.
Now, well, take the example of gymnastic exercises. That what brings into being bodily strength is the mean, not too much, not too little. What about the situation after he has acquired bodily strength? There will be a difference. Aristotle will make this clear in the sequence. But the principle remains the same. There is also there an excess to be avoided and a deficiency to be avoided. Say the moderate man may be able to eat more than the man who is becoming moderate. Let us assume that for argument's sake. But he cannot eat everything all the time. And also he cannot fast all the time. This distinction remains. But the question is there not a difference between the man who is becoming virtuous and the man who has become virtuous? Aristotle will take that up in the sequence. Mr. Welligan?
I wonder if this principle really does apply to matters of the body. As for instance, we know that, say, the fastest runners are not people who are, say, moderate in their training, but are men who push themselves as hard as they can, and to the point of exhaustion, and even further if possible.
But Aristotle, does he speak here? Let me see, what does he say? Well, still, could there not be an excess? Would there not be an excess of training even there? Could there not be?
Not as training.
Well, perhaps not of that specific training useful for this particular running, but there would be other trainings which he must avoid, other gymnastic exercise. Aristotle, the general answer to this will come later, where Aristotle makes clear that virtue, while being a mean, is in another way an extreme, a statement which acquired some political importance in 1964, as some of you will know. You know? Yeah. I'm not surprised. Good. Now let us first go on until we have the whole evidence, and then we will continue.
But not only are the virtues both generated and fostered on the one hand.
Yeah, let us translate a bit more later. But not only are the comings into being and the increases, and on the other hand the destructions out of the same thing, of same things, and by the same things, yes,
but
or the avoidance of the means, yes.
But they will also find their exercise in the same action.
But not only the coming into being, but also the actuality, the actual exercise after the coming into being has reached its end, and you are moderate, courageous, or, for that matter, well-trained in your body. Yes?
This is clearly the case with the other more visible qualities, such as bodily strength. For strength is produced by taking much food and undergoing much exertion, while also it is the strong man who will be able to do these things.
To the highest degree. So in other words, you become strong by taking much food and undergoing much pain, much toil. And yet once you have become strong, you are able to undergo, to take in much food and to undergo much toil. Yes?
The same holds good with the virtues. We become moderate by abstaining from pleasures, and at the same time we are best able to abstain from pleasures when we have become moderate.
It is best able is important. There is a difference between the apprentice and the master. The master can be more moderate, will be more moderate than the apprentice. The master of virtue. will be more moderate than the apprentice. Yes.
And so with courage, we become brave by training ourselves to despise and endure terrors, and we shall be best able to endure terrors when we have become brave.
Yes, let us stop there for a moment. Now, what is true of the coming into being is true also of the full-fledged activity. The full-fledged, what Aristotle calls energia, the being at work. The being at work has not the character of a coming into being. We become good by doing what is in the mean. We are good by doing what is in the mean. But after we have become good, it is much easier to do the mean than it was while we were still in the process of becoming. That's the first difference between becoming good and being good. Aristotle will develop this more in the sequel. Yes.
A sign of our dispositions is afforded by the pleasure or pain that accompanies our actions. A man is moderate if he abstains from bodily pleasures and finds this abstinence itself enjoyable. He is profligate if he feels it irksome. He is brave if he faces danger with pleasure, or at least without pain. Cowardly if he does so with pain.
Yeah. So here he speaks now again and pursues this thing. The difference between the coming into being of goodness and the being good, or between the acquiring of the potency and the act. Who has acquired the disposition, in Greek the hexis, derives pleasure from the noble actions. And this is surely connected with a greater ease. The man who has acquired moderation, for him it is much easier to abstain from the wrong things, the wrong quantities or whatever it may be, and therefore, because there is no conflict involved, he can derive pleasure from doing the virtuous things. You note here perhaps the qualification he makes when he speaks of courage. He says the man who undergoes hardships and is pleased with undergoing the hardships, he makes the qualifications, or at least not pained by them. That will be developed by Aristotle at some length in the discussion of courage in the third book, where it is made clear that in the case of courage, more than of any other virtue, the enjoyment of one's virtue is this great, because what it means is to face death and mutilation and so on, and this is not as enjoyable as the acts of the other virtues can be. And this is, in my opinion, the reason why Aristotle begins his discussion of the virtues with courage, or at least one reason. In other words, he ascends from the least high virtue to the highest in the moral sphere being justice, as we will see later. Yes?
Doesn't it seem, though, more likely that a manly man might enjoy the thrill of facing death more than he would enjoy abstaining from pleasures and being moderate?
Yeah, that is not Aristotle's view, because Aristotle, as he makes clear there, and says that the truly courageous man is not a bully or a hired mercenary, but a man who loses very much by going to war and by dying. And therefore, because he has so much to lose, and he's speaking not so much of wealth and so on, a nice family, but as the virtues he practiced at home and the future of that, therefore for him it is particularly hard to lose his life, perhaps prematurely. And there is no such danger involved in doing the acts of the other virtues.
You said that one of the reasons you begin with courage is because it is the least pleasurable of the virtues. And the hierarchy of the virtues
from that point of view, would seem to be a hierarchy of pleasures. But then from another point of view, it would also seem to be a hierarchy with respect to the intellectual qualities necessary for performing particular virtues. Is there a direct correspondence between that hierarchy of pleasures and hierarchy of intellection? Or?
There is perhaps some, I suppose, that in the case of justice, at least more sophisticated forms in which men can practice justice, say as judges, requires more sophistication, intellectual sophistication, than to decide the question of what to do right here in the case of the other virtues. That is, I believe, true. Yeah, well, as regards this relation of the virtues, action, and pleasures, you must not forget the statement which we read in Book 1, that there is an ultimate harmony between the noble and the pleasant. Now, from Aristotle's point of view, this ultimate harmony is more obvious in the case of the contemplative life than in the case of the practical life and our moral life, and therefore there will be necessarily an ascent towards the philosophical life from the moral life. Now let us read the sequel where he will make this point somewhat clearer than he did before.
In fact, pleasures and pains are the things with which moral virtue is concerned. For pleasures cause us to do base actions, and pain causes us to abstain from doing noble actions. Hence the importance, as Plato points out, of having been definitely trained from childhood to like and dislike the proper things. This is what good education means.
Yeah, let us stop here. Now here Aristotle draws a conclusion from what he said in the preceding section. Moral virtue has to do with pleasure and pain, and that would distinguish it from the intellectual virtues, which may be accompanied by pleasures or pains, but their theme is not pleasure and pain. Now, moral virtue has to do with pleasure and pain, that's to say, with resisting the allurements of pleasure and of pain. But the strange fact, by resist in such a way, we must resist the allurements of pleasure in such a way that we derive pleasure from the very resisting. And only when we have reached this stage are we virtuous. Did you follow? Good. You remember an earlier statement which was hard to follow in 1099 A7 to 31, when Aristotle spoke of the things which are by nature pleasant, and by which he did not mean the ordinary sensible pleasures. These pleasures, deriving or accompanying the acts of virtue, are by nature pleasant because they are related to man's perfection, to his nature in its fullest perfection. But this thought is not difficult to follow, I suppose. Or would you like, we can here make a short stop, because the main point he wants to make is now established by this point, that the theme of that, he discusses first how does virtue or vice come into being, and the ultimate conclusion of this discussion is that virtue and vice, or the study of virtue and vices, has to do primarily with pleasure and pain. But pleasure and pain is something to be resisted or controlled by something else in it. Yes?
Well, this would seem to imply then that there are sort of two sorts of pleasures. There are the first pleasures that have to be resisted, and then there's in a way the second pleasures. But doesn't that seem to overlook the fact that there's something that seems very natural about the first pleasures too, and that would seem almost ineradicable?
Yeah, sure, but this, yes.
For instance, pleasure in food.
Sure.
No one could be as ascetic as one likes, but presumably food will always taste good.
Especially if you are hungry. Yeah. Yes, that would be very harsh and inhuman to deny that. But the point is this, you make a distinction, I suppose, between reasonable or moderate eating and immoderate one. And there are the kinds of eating food which are self-punitive, that you get nausea and all kinds of troubles if you eat these things. So we must make a distinction between the pleasures which are not followed by immediate or not quite immediate pain, which every sensible man would avoid, and the pleasures which are all right. In other words, pleasures are also the unreasonable pleasures as well as the reasonable ones. So the distinction between preferable pleasures and non-preferable does not stem from pleasure, but comes from a higher sphere, say from reason. That is at least Aristotle's view. The hedonist, the man who said that the good is identical with the pleasure, tried to find a distinction within the sphere of pleasures themselves. For example, they said pleasures followed by pains are less pleasures than pleasures not followed by pain. And here they claimed they did not have to introduce a higher principle, or lasting pleasures are to be preferred short-lived pleasures, or pure pleasures, pleasures without the admixture of pain, are to be preferred to pleasures which have in themselves an admixture of pain. These various things were tried by both predecessors, contemporaries, and successors of Aristotle. But Aristotle, as well as Plato, say that pleasure cannot derive the principle of human action. And the reason can be stated as follows. After all, the brutes too have pleasures. If you observe hens or donkeys or whatever, how they enjoy getting their food, you see that they have pleasure and also pains if someone mistreats them and so on, or lets them starve, lets them be hungry. Now, but men have different pleasures. For example, men are enjoyed by the possession of gold, and a donkey would not give a damn for the largest amounts of gold, but he likes hay or other things. And men are not particularly pleased if they are given hay. So when we speak of pleasure and pain, we mean, of course, pleasure and pain, which are pleasures and pain for human beings, and not pleasures and pain for donkeys. Now then, in other words, when we speak of pleasure and pain, we make a tacit assumption. And the philosopher is not supposed to make merely tacit assumption, he is to make them explicit. And the explicit assumption is then to repeat that the pleasures and pains are human pleasures and human pains. Yeah, but then, in order to find out what the human pleasures and human pains are, you have to consider man, human nature. And then you reach the conclusion, according to Aristotle, that man is an animal that possesses discourse or reason. And therefore this will affect the pleasures, the human pleasures. And it will affect them in particular in this way, that the pleasures which are more, to the highest degree, natural to man, are those which derive from his resisting the mere desires and the promise of those desires of pleasure. That is the point which Aristotle makes. So this is not, Aristotle doesn't deny that food and drink is pleasant, or that we should feel guilty if we eat pleasing food rather than unpleasing food. That is not the point, but in this sphere, human excellence has no place. In other words, Aristotle implies that we cannot admire a man for the fact that he eats all the time very well. Of course, in ordinary language, we speak today of a gourmet as a kind of virtue. Surely he must have a particularly trained taste, and there's nothing wrong with that. But one could also say that it is nothing grand. I mean, you would not vote for a presidential candidate on the ground that he has an excellently trained palate. Or, for that matter, you wouldn't choose him as an administrator of your fortune, if any, on the ground that he has such a well-trained palate and so on. So it is a kind of nice social ornament to have this quality, because you can be sure when you will be invited by him to get a good meal. But it is not, we wouldn't call such a man an excellent human being. You would say he is a gourmet. So, just like tightrope dancing is a great art. I mean, how few of us could tightrope dance, and yet one cannot say it is a high art. Yes, Mr. Weatherman?
Not exactly where I'm going, but I was thinking, you were giving the example of a well-trained palate. And one couldn't help but think of the reason that the true and healthy city goes out of existence, because there are no relishes. So it seems that a well-trained palate, in the case of Plato, or even what Plato wrote, is very important. Now, in Aristotle, we don't see the true and healthy city going out of existence for that same reason. I think it has something to do not with the palate, but with certain other pleasures, sexual pleasures. The family seems to be the root of the city rather than the well-trained.
They're not sexual pleasures for Aristotle, but rather the procreation. And that procreation is accompanied, as you know from the literature, by certain... that is not, it doesn't explain the purpose of procreation.
What I'm trying to say is that it seems to me that Aristotle in some ways is trying to play down the body from the point of view of the body. That is to say, the example I gave earlier, the runner. The runner doesn't want to become a fast runner. He wants to become a faster runner. And after he becomes a faster runner, he would like to become a still faster.
Yes, sure, that Aristotle knows. And
sure, I would expect he does, but why doesn't he on the basis of the principle?
Yeah, because he has to consider the whole and the proportions. I mean, if a man specializes in running, and so on and so on, and forgets everything else, then he may win all Olympic races and so on. But he would still, if he does this literally, he will neglect other potentialities which he may have. And if he does not have them, that is also a defect, a natural defect. And similarly, the man who specializes, say, in the pleasures of the palate and becomes the first gourmet of the whole country, there is something, a disorder there that is an hypertrophy of one thing and an atrophy of much more important things.
But I mean, the disorder wouldn't in itself be an objection.
It would be an objection. It would be an objection. I mean, it doesn't mean that this man should be criminally persecuted, but it is a defect. And when you think of such a man in various relations, or just speak about him, in general moral discussions, you would note this fact that his dinners are wonderful, but he is an unbearable bore. Could be. What did you want to say?
We said that pleasures gained some moral virtue are by nature pleasurable.
Yes.
I'm confused now by what we mean by nature with regard to the intellectual virtues.
Well, it is inevitable, although unfortunate, that we the students of Aristotle, think all the time of the end of this work, either because we have read it before or because someone else has told us. and the end is then the contemplative life. And in the light of it, when the sun shines, the moon is invisible. And also the particular beauties of colors and what have you, due to the shining of the moon, must be abandoned. But we must, however, make this effort, and the effort is not too difficult, to see the things as they appear before philosophy has risen on the horizon, you know? And in this, that is at least the level on which Aristotle speaks on up to almost the end of the book. And within this horizon, he says, and I believe he means this also ultimately, that the things by nature good for man, by nature pleasant for man, are above all the pleasures which have to do with a specifically human perfection. So that the pleasures deriving from food and so on do not belong to those things by nature pleasant in an emphatic sense. That doesn't mean that they are not pleasant in their way, but the distinction of man, the excellence of man, is not to be found in this sphere. Incidentally, what I said about, I hope you all are aware of the fact that what I said about the gourmet applies equally to the specialist in sexual pleasures, although this is a richer sphere and more complicated sphere, but it's true, and it's only from a sense of propriety that I did not make this expression. Yes?
It would seem, though, in a strange sort of way, that if we can speak of the gourmet or the tightrope walker or any of these specialists as in a way deformed because they have only maximized, say, one potentiality and let other things go by the wayside. In a way, it would seem that you could look at the philosopher in the same way. Oh, he has actualized his fullest, the highest potentiality. Nevertheless, he seems deformed in a strange way. We know Socrates was very strong, but we also know that he wasn't particularly handsome.
No. And that is a serious point, as Aristotle says. And why? Because why is it so serious? In first place, it's not pleasant, an ugly man. And secondly, because there is a presumption that the ugliness of the body indicates an ugliness of the soul. And therefore, once a physiognomist came to Athens and said to Socrates, you have a very bad character underneath. And Socrates said, yes, that's true, but I corrected myself. But to come to another example to illustrate what you the point, a man may have, say, an ear. We may have ears, and there are limits. Some have bigger ears, some have smaller ears, and they can be nice or not nice. There are all kinds of possibilities there. But as Aristotle somewhere observes, if the ear becomes so very big, say a yard long, then it would no longer fulfill the function of an ear, i.e., it would no longer be an ear. Now, similarly, a man who specializes in some of these more or less far-fetched specialties, he is like a man with an overgrown ear or overgrown nose, and who can no longer fulfill his function as a human being, his overall function, properly. It's not very far-fetched what I suggest. Yes.
It seems then that Aristotle has, as we said before, a single hierarchy of virtues and vices, which apply to all men.
Yeah.
It's applicable to all men, and it's a standard of judgment for all men. And I wonder whether Plato, in his myth in the Republic regarding three different kinds of men, doesn't in some way not agree with Aristotle on that point.
You mean in the 10th book, the myth?
Well, insofar as earlier, where there are men of gold and silver and bronze and iron.
Yeah, but which are these three classes of men? I mean, in Plato. The first he calls the money-making men. Yeah? Shrematistic. The second are the soldiers. And the third highest is the rulers, the wise men, the philosophers eventually. Now, this whole thing in the Republic is based on a premise. The premise, namely, no private property. A premise which Aristotle rejects. And therefore, you have to reformulate it in order to bring out its Aristotelian parallel. And then there would be the wise men, not the philosophers at the top, is the most experienced and practically wise statesman. And the chief support, and in a way the support of the polis, the city, would be the gentleman possessing private property and being also supplying the core of the military force. And then the lower classes, the craftsmen and farmers, peasants. So I see no difference. I mean, there is a difference, but the difference has nothing to do with the moral hierarchy. It's a difference regarding the status of private property versus communism.
So that's what I'm not so sure about. It seems that Plato does seem more than Aristotle to imply that these men in some way have different natures. That they are distinct.
Yeah, sure. That is, yes, naturally. Otherwise it wouldn't be just.
That's right.
Sure. But then Aristotle would fully agree. But only Aristotle would say it is very difficult to build up a society according to nature because of the many borderline cases. As Plato makes clear as so very much in the Republic, by the nuptial number. This whole system would work if we could be sure that a good couple, husband and wife, will produce good children. Now, that is, of course, what we all expect. But then, among the children, a very unpleasant great-granduncle, according to Mendel, suddenly makes his appearance to the great grief of the parents. And so, therefore, if there were a nuptial number which would tell us exactly which human couple would be sure to produce for all infinity excellent offspring, that would be fine. But the nuptial number is so complicated that hitherto no one has been able to say what it is. And there we have to leave it at not goodness or badness, but at the presumption of goodness and badness. And that is a presumption. Everyone who has any legal training has heard the word presumption. Legal presumptions are as good as facts in a legal context. Now, we presume, therefore, that decent people will have decent offspring. And if you think how legal cases were decided in former times, and when the culprit was known to be the son of decent parents, he was treated better than if he was his parents were not known to be nice people, and still somewhat lingering on. Now, this whole sphere is now in a condition of radical reversal, as you surely know, and I don't have to develop on it. But generally speaking, I'm in the closet here and there, of course. I can't expect exactness in these matters. Exactness. There is always a black sheep around, but this doesn't make a family a bad family, because the son may be sent, the black sheep may be sent to Sicily or to any other out of a place, not to say to Australia, and then no one knows anything. So in other words, there is a certain degree of hypocrisy, to state it harshly, and is inevitable in these matters. But the hypocrisy is nevertheless, as the French proverb says, a bow which vice makes to virtue. And therefore it is not simply to be rejected from a very narrow-minded concern with sincerity at all costs, because that also destroys quite a few charms and necessities of society.
But it still seems to be the case that theoretically, if the nuptial number could ever work out, and other practical difficulties are overcome, that Plato does think that it's better to believe that men have different natures, where there are some.
Aristotle asserts this in the strongest form. I mean, there is no question that this notion of what Xenophon calls good natures, as distinguished from bad natures, has nothing to do with what we call good-natured and a bad-natured man, meaning very thoughtful inclination to thoughtful life and the absence of it. That these distinctions exist. I would say even today, I mean, in the age where some people believe that IQs alone are a sufficient criterion for distinguishing between preferable and less preferable students, even today that is recognized. But indeed, what they mean by good nature is something more, something richer than a high IQ.
So there's a difference, is there, between Aristotle's notion of a disposition to goodness or to badness and Plato's notion of truly different kind?
Well, the disposition, as we have come across here, the hexes, is acquired. And to that extent not natural. But there is a difference of which he hasn't spoken yet, because he cannot speak of all things at the same time. There is a difference between men who have a natural aptitude, say, to acquire, say, courage or magnanimity, and men who lack that natural aptitude, who may still be able to acquire it, but with much greater difficulty. He speaks of it later on.
Plato would say that some men can acquire certain virtues, wouldn't he?
Certain men?
For instance, a craftsman has no hope in any real sense.
You must make a distinction. The actual craftsman may be a man compelled by unfortunate circumstances to be a craftsman, and he would have become a first-rate, but could have become a first-rate mathematician. That happens. And vice versa. So, I mean, the actual social hierarchy is not identical with the natural hierarchy.
But in Plato it is. I mean, in the ideal case.
The Republic is based on the impossible assumption that there can be a society which is perfectly just, in which the actual hierarchy is identical with the natural hierarchy. But the Republic, I think, properly understood, shows that this is an impossible assumption. And one of the signs is the nuptial number. It is not enough to have it now for one moment of the founding act, but you want to have it for all the future, or at least for many generations. And that means that the upper stratum parents generate upper stratum children, and that the lower stratum parents generate lower stratum children. But this doesn't function. And therefore it becomes, you have a choice. Either you say, we will be very strict and just. And if a boy with a good nature, or girl for that matter, will be born in the lower classes, he or she will be sent up immediately as his or her superiority is found out to the higher classes. Then there will be a lot of difficulty, because in the lower classes, they know their parents. They know their parents. And then think of this little boy of 2 years who shows amazing signs of superiority, will be drawn away from his mother, and what mental sufferings you impose on that boy and his mother and father. So it will amount in practice to a caste system, i.e. the presumption that the upper class offspring will be upper class, and the lower class offspring will be lower class. Either you have constant upheaval and terrible human suffering, or else you have to be satisfied with the factual difference between the actual hierarchy and the natural hierarchy. I think that is exactly what Plato wants to show in the Republic, why the problem of justice does not permit of a perfect solution. And when he says, somewhere, I think it is in book 4, when Socrates says something to the effect that where in the good city which we have founded will we find justice and injustice? Surely, a well-known commentator and translator of Plato says, there is of course no injustice in Plato's Republic. Well, he knows better than Socrates what Socrates meant. Of course there will be injustice in it. Because no human institutions can be perfectly just. Can be perfectly just because, if I may use now modern language, the injustice which nature has perpetrated by producing human beings of different kinds and by not supplying us with simple rules so that we can be sure the offspring of good parents will be good. This cannot be, never be corrected by man. And people hope now that some discoveries in genetics will make it possible for the future. And is this not so?
Yes, sure. They think that. They think that, but that's not going to come out correct.
Yes, that is. We will discuss it as soon as it has been completed. And otherwise, we will fall into that mistake into which some scientists fell in 1828 when a German chemist produced uric acid in a test tube, and there was great enjoyment. Now the problem of life has been solved. And we have heard this many times since, and let us wait until they make a human being or even a dog in a test tube, then we will say yes, they succeeded. Good. Aristotle will go on here in the sequel and show to make it quite clear why virtue, immoral virtue, is concerned with pleasure and pain, and he dwells on it for quite some time. Yes?
In this passage here, it seems to be implying that men do what they do because of the pleasure they expect or the pain they expect. Does he actually believe that?
Not quite. That is not quite his opinion. But men prefer what they prefer for a variety of reasons. And there is a general tripartition made by Aristotle. The noble, the useful, and the pleasant. For example, people prefer the useful, which is not as such pleasant. Think to the extraction. It's not pleasant, but it may be useful. But it also has nothing intrinsically noble. But on the other hand, the highest consideration is that of the noble, what is intrinsically preferable. That is, and what Aristotle claims is, while at first glance there seems to be a clear cleavage, not to say opposition, between the noble and the pleasant, Aristotle contends that closer analysis shows that there is no such opposition and not even a cleavage, because there are pleasures deriving from resisting the low-class pleasures and undergoing the low-class pain and fears and dangers. That is somewhat complicated, but not far-fetched solution, because something of this kind we all know, I think, from our own experiences. Now, is there anything else you would like to bring up? Who is willing to write a paper on what we have discussed hitherto in this course, including today, for next time? Well, I cannot force you. No police power. Is most of us here? No. Well, at any rate, I will read his statement. Or is it no? Oh, yes, the time has come. At the beginning of the Republic, the translator, he doesn't say which, refers to a passage in the Magna Moralia, traditionally ascribed to Aristotle, where Aristotle declares flute playing to be an art in itself. In Book 8 of the Politics, flute playing is seen additionally as fostering other ends, good and bad. could one differentiate between flute playing as a medium for music, and flute playing expressing a music which fosters actions or attitude? Or are the first two in Aristotle the same? Now, I looked up the passage in Aristotle to which Mr. Fawcett referred, 1197a, 9 to 10, and there is no other end for flute playing but this very thing, the activity of flute playing, i.e., flute playing is not an art which produces something else, like shoemaking, which produces shoes. But the flute playing produces flute playing. There is no product of flute playing. That is all what Aristotle says here. This does not exclude, of course, the possibility that flute playing might be used for another end. For the end of education, of course. That is an entirely different consideration. Whether there is an art which cannot be put to the use of any other art. And the other question, whether there are not two kinds of arts productive of products, like shoes, chairs, and so on, pills, and arts which do not produce products, but activities. There should be no difficulty in that. Now, we might perhaps reflect before we begin on the difficulty of Aristotle's ethics as a whole. Now, Aristotle has this notion that there is an end of man. And according to him, all beings have an end. Not only plants and animals, but also inanimate things. Insofar as, say, the heavy things by nature tend towards the center of the earth. Now, this notion of ends and natural ends is very plausible if we think of the clear case of an acorn leading to an oak, and then the oak again producing acorns leading to other oaks. But if we take, on the other hand, the human embryo as a beginning corresponding to the oak, leading up to the perfect gentleman, this is not as simple as acorns way toward the oak. We are therefore inclined to say that man's end is not imposed on him by nature as the end of the acorn is imposed on it by nature. But the end of man is freely chosen in the sense of freely posited. Man could as well have imposed on himself other ends. And we see, as a matter of fact, different human beings choosing different ends. And more generally, different epochs and cultures choosing different ends. There is no definite result of the development beginning with the fertilization of the human egg. And this seems to be the unique character of man, this freedom not to have by nature an end. Now, Aristotle recognizes the uniqueness of man, in particular in a passage of his work on the soul, where he says the soul is in a manner all things. And he means by that the human soul. It wouldn't make sense from Aristotle's point of view in the case of any other soul, divine or bestial. Man and only man is a microcosm. So Aristotle knows the uniqueness of man, and his whole reasoning regarding man's end is based on this awareness. Now, how does Aristotle argue in the ethics as we have read it hitherto? In the passages in 1097b25 and thereabouts we have seen, Aristotle starts from the question, is there a work of man? In the case of the arts, we see each peculiar art has a peculiar end. Shoemaking, carpentering, whatever it may be. And the same is true also of the parts of the human body. As a work of the eyes, a work of the ears, and so on. And then he draws from this a conclusion in 1098a, 16 to 17, the conclusion being that the human good is the excellent activity of the soul, meaning, of course, of the human soul. Now, what Aristotle presupposes here is that man is the rational animal, and therefore the activity of reason, the excellent activity of reason, is the end of man. But could one not say the same of any human work well done, for example, of the shoemaker? For there is no human work, however lowly, which does not presuppose the use of reason. Even collecting of garbage is something which presupposes a mini use of reason. But precisely this fact shows that there is a hierarchy of works which man can do. Concretely, the bridle maker that serves the art of the horseman. The art of the horseman serves the art of war. And the art of war serves the political or statesman's art. So the political art is then the architectonic art, and this fact proves that there is a single human end in spite of the variety of ends, insofar as all other ends serve one highest end. But here, of course, questions arise. For example, is poetry too subject to the political art? If it is, censorship would be perfectly all right. And Plato and Aristotle did not hesitate to accept this conclusion, as you know from books 2 and 3 in the Republic, and as you might know from the 8th book of the Politics. Yet there is one activity which, from Plato's and Aristotle's point of view, cannot be subject to the political art, and that is philosophy. And this is proven by the very fact which seems to refute it, namely the notion of the philosopher king. The philosophers must be politically active. They must be kings only if they are the rulers. That's to say, the philosophers are never rightfully subject to politics or to the political art. And therefore, from Plato's and Aristotle's point of view, poetry would acquire some immunity from this subjection, if to the extent to which it is akin to philosophy. Poetry as wisdom, as a kind of wisdom, could conceivably be free from subjection to the political art. And some famous poets of earlier times, such as Virgil, Dante, and Shakespeare, would seem to have agreed with this view of poetry, a view which today is, of course, very unpopular. Now, this much to remind ourselves of the overall context. Now, for the immediate context, in Book 2, Aristotle has made clear that moral or ethical virtue arises through habituation. by doing the just and noble things, we become just and noble. Yet there is, of course, a difference between the apprentices and the masters, between those who are still in the stage of becoming good and those who are already good. Aristotle turns to a more precise discussion of how we become good for the reason indicated in 1103b27 following, namely, the purpose of our investigation here is not to know what virtue is, what goodness is, but to become good. And therefore, let us see, how do we become good? And then he finds out, it's his general principle I stated before, that by doing the just and noble things, we become just and noble. He must therefore raise a question, what is the difference here between the apprentice and the master? Between the man becoming good and the man who is good? And the first answer is, it is much easier to do the noble and just things for the master than for the apprentice. And connected with it is much more pleasant for the master than for the apprentice. For the apprentice has to overcome himself all the time, whereas the master has acquired this mastery. In the passage which we read last, Aristotle suggests this. Moral virtue has to do with pleasure and pain, meaning with resisting the allurements of pleasure and the opposite regarding pain. But by resisting the allurements of pleasure, we acquire the habit by virtue of which we derive pleasure from this very resistance. And when we do that, we have reached the end of this process. So the theme becomes now, as appeared already, that moral virtue has to do with pleasure and pain. And this theme he develops, he pursues in this sequel. This is 1104b13.
Again, if the virtues have to do with actions and emotions, and every emotion and every action is attended with pleasure or pain, this too shows that virtue has to do with pleasure and pain. And another indication is the fact that pain is the medium of punishment. For punishment is a sort of medicine, and it is the nature of medicine to work by means of opposites.
Yeah. So here he gives the second reason why virtue is concerned with pleasure and pain. And this is confirmed by how we treat vicious actions. We treat them by inflicting pain on the doers of the vicious actions. Punishment is like a medicine. Of course, like a medicine. Otherwise, vice would be the same as illness, which Aristotle never admits, and he discusses it at length in the third book. I don't know whether some of you have ever read Samuel Butler's Erewhon, where Butler experiments with the opposite view. Diseases are crimes, and crimes are diseases, so that the criminals are treated by physicians of the soul, and bodily sick are treated by judges. But today we have a position which has as much to do with that satirized by Butler rather than with that what Aristotle says. Yes. Now, the third point which he makes in the sequel.
Again, as we said before, every formed disposition of the soul realizes its nature in relation to and dealing with those things by which it is its nature to be corrupted or improved. But men are corrupted through pleasures and pains, that is, either by pursuing and avoiding the wrong pleasures and pains, or by pursuing and avoiding them at the wrong time, or in the wrong manner, or in one of the other wrong ways under which errors of conduct can be logically classified.
The logically is, of course, an entirely redundant addition of the editor. Well, I mean, what other classification does it mean? Like a alphabetical or what? So here he gives the third reason. The nature of virtue and vice is related to such things and is concerned with such things as are the natural causes of the coming into being of virtue and vice. The nature of virtue and vice is distinguished from the coming into being of virtue and vice. But virtue and vice come into being by the proper or improper pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. To make this quite clear, because it's somewhat complicatedly expressed by the author, we become good or bad by pursuing pleasure and pain in the right or in the wrong way. But the coming into being throws an important light on the result of that genetic process, of the nature of virtue and vice. Is this clear? Now,
this is why some thinkers define the virtues as states of impassivity or tranquility, though they make a mistake in using these terms simply, without adding in the right or wrong manner, and at the right or wrong time, and the other qualifications.
So, this is a corollary to what Aristotle said before. Virtue is what was implied could lead to the conclusion, which some people have drawn, that virtue is freedom from passions, apathy, literally says. But Aristotle says virtue is not simply freedom from affections, but freedom from affections in the right kind of circumstances. For example, anger. To overcome one's anger is by no means universally a good action, because there are situations in which we should become angry. And the same applies to the other passions as well, or almost all other passions as well. And therefore, this is not a new argument, but a corollary to argument number 4. Yes?
Therefore, moral virtue is held to be the quality of acting in the best way in relation to pleasures and pains, and vice the opposite. But the following considerations also will give us further light on the same point.
That is a new argument, a fourth reason, why virtue is concerned with pleasures and pains. Yes?
There are 3 things that are the motives of choice, and 3 that are the motives of avoidance, namely the noble, the expedient, and the pleasant, and their opposites, the base, the harmful, and the painful. Now, in respect of all these, the good man goes right and the bad goes wrong, but especially in respect of pleasure. For pleasure is common to man with the lower animals, and also it is a concomitant of all the objects of choice, since both the noble and the expedient appear pleasant.
Yes. Now here's a general statement on the 3 highest classes of things preferred. They are called here the noble, the useful or expedient, and the pleasant. This is underlying the division used also in Aristotle's Rhetoric, where he devotes a chapter to each of these 3 kinds of things. In the first book of the Rhetoric, you could do worse than reading these three chapters. And he also tries here to show again why virtue has to do with the pleasures and pains, although there are three kinds of preferable things, not only the pleasant and painful, but also the noble and the base, and the useful and harmful. For the pleasant is the most universal of these things. In the first place, all living beings are concerned with pleasure and pain, whereas only man is concerned in addition with the useful and the noble and their opposites. And secondly, even the noble and the useful come to sight as pleasant, whereas not everything pleasant comes to sight as noble or useful. So the pleasure is the most universal of the three considerations, most universal among all the species of beings and among the species of things preferred or desired by men. Yes?
Again, the susceptibility to pleasure has grown up with all of us from the cradle. Hence, this feeling is hard to eradicate, being ingrained in the fabric of our lives. Again, pleasure and pain are also the standards by which we all, in a greater or less degree, regulate our actions. On this account, therefore, pleasure and pain are necessarily our whole concern, since to feel pleasure and pain, rightly or wrongly, has no small effect on conduct.
Yeah, here the translation is misleading. This is only a single argument. The second, again, he uses has no play. It doesn't occur in the origin. This is the fifth reason given by him. We sense pleasure and pain from the moment of our birth. And this is not simply identical with the fact that pleasure and pain is common to all animals, and therefore also to man before he has shown in any way his peculiarly human qualities, the moment of his birth. Because the point which he makes here is this: because we begin our life guided by pleasure and pain alone, this forms us throughout our lives, and the pleasures and pains we have enjoyed or avoided from our earliest childhood on. Therefore, this is another reason why the moral philosopher must pay special attention to pleasure and pain. Yes?
And again, it is harder to fight against pleasure than against anger, as Heraclitus says.
No, Heraclitus had said it is hard to fight against anger or spiritedness. This must be understood accordingly. And now Aristotle, correcting Heraclitus, as it were, says, Heraclitus forgot that it is still harder to fight against pleasure than against anger or spiritedness. Yes?
But virtue and art are constantly dealing with what is harder, since the harder the task, the better success.
Yeah, that is the sixth argument. So since it is so hard to control pleasure, controlling pleasure belongs to this kind of thing to which all arts and virtues belong. All arts and virtues have to do with the overcoming of difficulties, with what we can do without difficulty. For example, plucking an apple from a tree, there is no art necessary for that. We just pluck them. But whenever there is a difficulty to overcome, then we need either an art or a virtue. And therefore, the fact that we have to do that in moral or political philosophy, we have to do with pleasure and pain, is another confirmation of this. Also implies here that pleasure-pain, rather than spiritedness, to use a Platonic interpretation, is a fundamental phenomenon. The spiritedness as Plato calls in the Republic Remorse, is derivative. We get angry if we do not get what we desire. The desire is first, and if the desire is thwarted, then anger arises. Yes?
For this reason also, therefore, pleasure and pain are necessarily the whole concern both of virtue and of political science, since he who comports himself towards them rightly will be good, and he who does so wrongly bad.
Yeah, that is so. Virtue and the political technique, not all arts, deal with pleasures and pains. Yes.
We may then take it as established that virtue has to do with pleasures and pains, that the actions which produce it are those which increase it, and also, if differently performed, destroy it, and that the actions from which it was produced are also those in which it is exercised.
Yeah. Now this is a summary of the section that began at 1104b3. A sign of the habits as distinguished from the coming into beings are the pleasures and pains which accompany them or arise together with them. Yes. Now, this chapter we have now concluded, and that is turned to the sequel. Or is there any question? Yes? I forgot your name again, I'm sorry.
Does the noble give presence only to the virtues?
No, the noble, yeah, that is the qualification you make in the spirit of Aristotle, but still more generally stated, the noble and the useful appear to be pleasant, and you and only to a certain kind of man. But Aristotle says still they appear as pleasant, don't they? And therefore, whereas the opposite is not true. The pleasant does not appear as useful. I mean, i.e. every pleasant does not appear to be useful. Every pleasure does not appear to be noble. This is not true.
I was thinking of the part of beautiful things, the difficulty of the beautiful things. That's part of the...
Yes, but still, to limit ourselves to the simple and clear case to which you referred, for the noble character, these hard things would nevertheless be pleasant. So, Aristotle is right. The inverse is not true, and this means the consideration of pleasure and pain is the broadest of all considerations. That does not mean that it is the authoritative consideration, for as we will soon hear straight from Aristotle's mouth, if we have not heard it already before, what is important is not to feel pleasure and pain. That it doesn't require any effort, but the right posture towards pleasure and pain. That this right posture is then pleasant for those who have acquired mastery. That's indeed true. But the primary consideration is that it is a mastery, is an attitude or posture towards pleasures and pains, and not that it is also in itself pleasant, given a certain stage of moral development. Are you satisfied or not?
After this question, I think is very relevant to part of his answer there.
No, I cannot hear.
I answered most of the question.
Yeah, but still there must be some excess of your question beyond what I answered.
Well, I'll hold on.
All right. Perhaps it will be clearer later on. Fine. And yes.
At the beginning of the lecture, you discussed human freedom, but in Aristotle's statement that the childhood, the habits that one learns as a child make all the difference, or the supreme difference, the supreme importance. How do these conflict?
Well, the simplest answer would be to say Aristotle will discuss the question of freedom in Book 3, to which he will soon come. But Aristotle ascribes to man both freedom and this kind of determination coming from upbringing, both. In other words, a man who has acquired the habit of getting drunk cannot easily get rid of that. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have freedom, as is shown by the fact that if this man who has acquired the habit of drinking runs over a man with his car, he will be punished for drunken driving, and no one will say he will be excused because he is a habitual drunkard. You see? I mean, that is the way in which Aristotle argued. The practice of legislation is as important a clue for Aristotle to find out what good and bad is and how to think about it than so-called abstract considerations. Does it not make sense?
Well, yes, it was his emphasis on the habits that men learn as youth.
Yeah, but this is not true. Are men not shaped to a considerable extent by their upbringing? Not completely, because as you find black sheep in the best families. So two brothers who have the same upbringing, one is good, one is bad. One could say, well, one had a better nature than the other. That could very well be. It could also be a right or wrong use of freedom. That's a long question. We are not yet prepared for that. But the only thing I can say in defense of Aristotle, if such defense is necessary, that no one denies the importance of upbringing for the character we finally have. Whether it is not possible for a human being to become a good man, even if he had the very worst of upbringings. Aristotle doesn't speak about it, but I think he implies a possibility. But he would have to have some other influences, perhaps, just see other people, how they live, and be more attracted by that than by the conduct he found at his home and so success. But primarily we are not do not have the ability to set our ultimate goals by ourselves, but they are imposed on us by our society or family or what have you, and it requires a high degree of maturity before man can think of choosing his own goals. So, then we will go on in 1105a17. Yes.
A difficulty may, however, be raised as to what we mean by saying that in order to become just, men must do just action, and in order to become moderate, they must do moderate action. For if they do just and moderate actions, they are just and moderate already, just as if they spell correctly or play in tune, they are grammarians or musicians.
This is clear, this difficulty. Must you not already be a just man in order to do just actions? And that is a difficulty which has not been discussed by Aristotle in this form, and it is very necessary to discuss it. Now, how does he solve it?
But perhaps this is not the case even with the arts. It is possible to spell a word correctly by chance, or because someone else prompts you. Hence, you will be a grammarian only if you spell correctly in the grammarian's way. That is, in virtue of the grammarian's knowledge, which you yourself possess.
Yeah, according to the grammatical knowledge in him. Now, Aristotle solves here the difficulty first regarding the arts. There is a difference between the apprentice, who still spells correctly, but who does not have the principle of correct spelling in himself. That is in the teacher. But once he has learned, he has acquired the principle of spelling, of right spelling, then It is in him. And then he will do not only the grammatically correct things, but he will do them also in a grammatical way, which means in the way in which a knower of the grammatical art would do it. Is this clear? The same applies to the shoemaker and to any other artist. Now Aristotle comes to the question, so this is fairly simple in the case of the arts, but how is it in the case of the virtues that he discusses in the sequel?
And moreover, the case of the arts is not really analogous to that of the virtues. Works of art have their merit in themselves, so that it is enough if they are produced having a certain quality of their own. But acts done in conformity with the virtues are not done justly or moderately if they themselves are of a certain sort, but only if the agent also is in a certain state when he does them. First, he must act with knowledge. Second, he must choose the act, and choose it for its own sake. And third, the act must spring from a fixed and permanent disposition of character. For the possession of an art, none of these conditions is included, except the mere qualification of knowledge. But for the possession of the virtues, knowledge is of little or no avail, whereas the other conditions, so far from being of little moment, are all important, inasmuch as virtue results from the repeated performance of just and moderate action.
So, knowing is of the decisive importance in the arts. You have to know how to spell, and if you know how to spell completely, then you are a good speller, or as a good practitioner of the art of letters, of grammar. But knowing is not of decisive importance in the virtues. In the case of the virtues, it's much more important that the right actions be performed in the right spirit. That's to say, for their own sake. Now let us make this here. Why is this different in the arts? A good carpenter, or even a first-rate carpenter, may be a man who sleeps or is drunk most of the time and does his work only in order to get money for buying whiskey or other things of the same kind. It does not necessarily distract from his being a first-rate carpenter. The good man, as distinguished from the good artisan, must do the right things for their own sake, be dedicated to them, and enjoy doing them. There is this good carpenter, who I spoke, may not enjoy it at all. He may enjoy only the whiskey, but he can nevertheless be a very competent carpenter. This is possible. So there is a certain parallelism of the arts and of the virtues, as we have seen. But there is an equally important radical difference between the two. We might perhaps consider for one moment the relation of the philosopher on the one hand, or the philosopher to the artisan on the one hand, and to the morally virtuous man on the other. The philosopher has something very important in common with the artisan on the one hand, and with the morally virtuous man, this Buddhaios, on the other. He has in common with the artisan that his perfection consists above all in knowledge. He has in common with the morally virtuous man that the philosopher is dedicated, but to his work, but in such a way that the dedication necessarily follows from the knowledge. Knowledge does not play that great role in the case of the morally virtuous man. We must, of course, never forget when speaking of philosophy in connection with Aristotle or Plato, that a philosopher in their sense is not the same as what we understand frequently today by philosopher, namely a professor of philosophy, or men who do philosophy, to use this beautiful expression. That is like to do Italy or whatever else it may be. That must be understood. Yes.
Thus, although actions are entitled just and moderate when they are such acts as just and moderate men would do,
This is clear. A man is not moderate. If he is moderate in regarding his food, for example, his being moderate in regard to his food may be due to his fear of pain, of an operation, or of punishment, then he is not truly moderate. His external action looks like the external action of a moderate man. But since the whole action includes not only the external action, but the spirit in which it is performed as well, he is not a moderate man, strictly speaking. Yes.
But you have a sculptor who is unveiling a statue. Where is the art?
Well,
in the soul of the sculptor.
And also in the work of art.
It's a work of art. It's a product.
Yes, sculpturing is in the sculptor's mind. So his sculpturing necessarily culminates in a work as separate from the sculptor as a shoe is from the shoemaker.
Yeah, but the shoe and the sculpture are not art. They are the works of a shape of the soul.
Yeah.
Now, if the shape of the soul regards merely shoes or merely statues, that's one thing. If the shape of the soul regards action with regard to other men, it's justice, and so on and so forth. So it would appear that the necessary distinction between an art and virtue is not that one is not the shape of the soul, but they're both shapes of the soul, but with regard to different things. Would that seem unreasonable?
I do not know exactly what you are driving at. The artisan, says Aristotle, does not have to be. It doesn't have to do his work for its own sake, because of its.
Insofar as a man is a good carpenter, or insofar as a man is a good shepherd, he will do these things for the sake of the beautiful table or of the nice fat sheep.
Not according to Aristotle. That is what Aristotle denies. As this is not necessary for the goodness of it. In other words, the best and most dedicated, the good carpenter is characterized by the fact that he does carpenting well. But carpenting well does not mean full dedication to carpenting.
No, right.
That is what Aristotle said. No, I mean, I know that it is possible to look at artisans and especially at artists in a very different way. And part of this different way of looking at it appeared in what you said. But this is not the Aristotelian way. In the case of the artisan, even in the case of the sculptor may be animated by desire for fame and for money. And since you mentioned justice, there is no contradiction between being a first-rate carpenter, or for that matter, a first-rate sculptor, and a man who cheats. Think of the example of Phidias, who was at least accused of having stolen gold, which was given to him for making a statue at the Acropolis. That is, at least to repeat, the artisan can be a good artisan while being a very immoral man. Therefore, Aristotle goes so far in the Politics to say that a slave, he means, of course, a slave you use at your home, must have more moral virtue than an artisan, because the artisan doesn't live in your house. And therefore, if the merchandise he brings you is satisfactory, that is all you expect from him. But you don't wish to have a man in your house who is drunk most of the time and God knows, steals and whatever.
But both things, both arts and virtues, have to do with habitual or more or less permanent shapings of the soul.
Yes,
right?
yes, you can say. Yeah.
More or less
permanent
shapings of the soul directed towards different things.
Yeah, but in this sense, no, there is this great difference, of which I shall speak soon after, but I can mention it now. The good artisan can make good shoes as well as bad shoes. Yes, if he wants to. He has complete mastery of the art, and if he wants to show you a masterpiece of a shoe which doesn't fit any human being, He can do so. But the good man cannot do act badly. You see, so there is really an important difference.
Now, doesn't he imply here in this passage that with respect to the relationship between the arts and the virtues are infinitely superior to the arts because the arts are always chosen, with the exception of the architectonic art, for the sake of something else. And the virtues must be chosen for their own self.
Yes.
So that within each architectonic order among the arts, for instance, various arts leading up to the warrior's art, the virtuous man would choose the warrior's art for the sake of something else, of the virtue of courage. And that even when it comes to the political art, which is the ordering of the arts in the proper way, philosophy stands above the political art, so that though it might be the architectonic art, it can't be the architectonic art.
Yeah, well, philosophy is, one should in a way not speak of philosophy in our present stage. I know that I have sinned against that rule, and therefore I shouldn't appeal to that rule in order to silence you. That is true. But one point which you made is doubtlessly correct and will be confirmed very soon by Aristotle himself, that the virtues are of a much higher rank than the arts. This is clear. I mean, this was one point which you wanted to make, and this is correct. Now, as the other point, what you have in mind, I believe, is this question. What is the relation between the political art, the highest art, at least in the field of action, and virtue? I can give you the Aristotelian answer, given by him in Book 6. There is no moral virtue possible without the co-presence of practical wisdom, in Latin prudentia, and in Greek phronesis. So in other words, you cannot be virtuous without being practically wise. I mean, if you do not know when to be friendly and so on, that is, to know when, then you will not be friendly, nor gentle, or whatever it may be. Good. And now Aristotle says there are various manifestations of prudence. Prudence simply, and that is the prudence of the individual regarding his actions. Then the economic action, art, meaning the economic means in Greek the management of the household. The prudence you can show in your relation to your spouse, your children, your servants, and so on. And finally, the highest of them is the political prudence. So, if we limit ourselves to this remark of Aristotle, the political art is the highest form of prudence, and therefore inseparable from moral virtue, but not identical with it, because it puts the emphasis on the intellectual ingredient. Now, the intellectual ingredient would be much more important, relatively speaking, in political prudence than in private prudence. As regards private prudence, Aristotle can say there is not much knowledge in it implied, as we have seen. But as regards political prudence, he could not say that. One could perhaps say that, but that is a mere, that is not borne out by any explicit statement of Aristotle, that the percentage of knowledge and of moral virtue going into political prudence differs from the percentage of knowledge and moral virtue going into private prudence, i.e. a higher percentage of knowledge needed for political prudence and a lower percentage needed for private prudence. The degree of prudence required for solving the problem of Vietnam now is greater than what is likely, than any problem of prudence likely to occur to any individual in his life, unless if it is going out very extreme situations which are then no longer a matter of prudence but of the psychiatrist, if there are such cases. Yes. Now we are now in 1105b5, aren't we?
It is correct, therefore, to say that a man becomes just by doing just actions and moderate by doing moderate actions. And no one can have the remotest chance of becoming good without doing them.
Yeah.
But the many, instead of doing these things...
No, but let me... Did you hear this sentence, you? Well, there is no way of becoming just or moderate except by acting justly and moderately. Would you admit that? I mean, if you have not done that for quite some time, you cannot be just. If this is a limitation on human freedom, well, it can't be helped. But it could perhaps be only a limitation on mere arbitrariness, that we cannot become good at just by making a resolution to be good. We have to do something about it. Yes?
What corresponds for the apprentice in the arts to becoming good by doing just that? How does one proceed?
Well, in becoming, well...
One can readily conceive of an apprentice shoemaker going and learning the shoemaking art from a teacher. Apparently there's a rational principle as far as that can be easily transferred from student and then to doing the practice of the art. But it seems more difficult on the other side of the apprentice for the man who would become just.
And why is it more difficult? Why is it more difficult? I ask you. Why is it more difficult? I admit the fact, but why is it more difficult?
Well, I was just thinking that in terms of this, in terms of practice, the occasion for exercising shoemaking art, there seems no problem about that. How does the fledgling or the novice proceed in doing just that?
Could we not say we must try to be good boys, as I always say, and it takes a simple case. We send the boy whom we want to be a shoemaker, we send him to a good shoemaker, don't we? And if possible, even to a good shoemaker who is a tolerably good man, because he might do some harm to our boy if he were only a good shoemaker and a bad man. But what would we do to our boy whom we want to make a good man out of? To whom do we send him? To a master of the art of being good, yeah? To a good man. And apparently it is less easy to find good men than good shoemakers. And the reason being because there is a premium in all societies on the appearance of being a good man. And you get exactly the same prize if you only appear to be good than if you are good. That is at least a possible interpretation. And you recognize a well-known Socratic question. Where do we find these men, these teachers of virtue? And that is true. And Aristotle disregards it here for the time being. Or we can say he leaves it at the time, for the time being, at a simplistic identification of the men who are thought to be good people with the truly good people.
I was thinking of perhaps a lesser problem who undoubtedly very good, if not the greatest. Supposing he found a good man, that was a good teacher, a student, how I can envision the master shoemaker saying, you should cut the sole in this way, or pointing to certain technical procedures. But the good man, does he pick and choose acts for the student, or
Does he do what?
does he pick and choose certain activities for the student?
No, but the questions come up, and there is confronted. We are always confronted with examples. For now, almost tax time, and he could tell the boy how he makes his tax declaration and what he does with borderline cases where he will make a ruthless use of these borderline cases to his own benefit, or whether he will rather say, I will act on the principle that the borderline cases have to be decided in favor of the internal remedy authority. And any other questions. Or he sells a pair of shoes, and he sees there is a certain difference between the price of the raw material and labor and the price for the shoes. Is the price difference atrocious, or is it only moderate? Any other thing could happen at any moment. I mean, I leave it to your imagination or to your knowledge of literature to think of all the cases which could arise in the relation between the apprentice of a shoemaker and a master shoemaker who is at the same time a good man. That is what you had in mind, was it not? Yeah, but it's...
I can conceive of occasions when it would appear to be beneficial to lie with the truth, or it appears to be.
And the teacher saying that he should be honest at all times, and similar moral matters.
But the opportunity
for being just, and the slow and right way of proceeding in bringing the souls to being just. There don't seem to be readily acceptable occasions.
No, where there are various stages. For example, the justice required of a man who will always remain a private citizen are less interesting than those which would confront a man in public office, a judge in particular, and so on, surely. Or in any political question which concerns a man not merely as a private individual, but as a participating in legislating, if only by his vote. Surely. But therefore there are also discussions all the time. These discussions are never free from considerations of justice. And by listening to them and judging the different, looking at the men who present the various issues with perhaps equal rhetorical force, one gradually may acquire some judgment in this matter, so that one does not have to depend entirely on what one's master shoemaker or master human being tells us. But to begin with, we of course believe our parents. That goes without saying. And the boy who comes to the shoemaker has already some notions of right and wrong, which he did not hear from the shoemaker, and his notions may even lead him to take a great distrust of what the shoemaker tells him as to what it is to be a good man, obviously. Yes.
With respect to shoemaking, are there some arts that are sort of form the straight line of the base of all the other arts? In other words, there's different orders of arts. The warrior's art, there are certain arts that are specifically concerned with leading up to the warrior's art. But we can't say that a warrior is a good warrior unless he possesses the virtue of courage. Now, if a man's a shoemaker, it seems that he has a certain kind of relationship with all the other arts. In other words, shoemaking is required for a warrior. A doctor, lawyer, philosopher, politician must wear shoes. And yet it also seems that all the carpenter, well, not the carpenter, but all the shoemaker can do is be a good shoemaker. In other words, is his profession being at the lowest level not connected with a specific virtue, but can have its only virtue can be in being the thing in itself?
Oh, no. Very simply, every art of these kind of arts, every art of this kind is accompanied by an art permeating all arts. And that is a money-making art. The shoemaker makes shoes in order to acquire money. And this money-making art is most obviously subject to justice. Because you can, as you will surely know, you can make money justly and unjustly. But this does not affect him as shoemaker, but one could say as a human being in need of income. And this applies to all men in one way or the other.
That brings up the question that if every art is related to something lower that needs to sustain life, cannot every art be also related to something higher? For example, the shoemaker, if he's to be a good shoemaker, must follow a certain regimen during the day, get up early in the morning, work hard, and train himself according. He must know how to train himself. So must a good sculptor, and a good sculptor must acquire certain work habits, and so must a good man.
Yes. Yeah, but this is, and that is not the Aristotelian point. I can easily visualize a shoemaker's shop where you find the whole morning at any rate a sign, do not disturb, or whatever he might choose to write there. And yet, what he does, but the shoes which he makes, or for that matter repairs, would be excellently done. It's possible.
It's possible. But a man who had enough moral fortitude, say to go out and run, and train himself to be an excellent runner, would also probably have enough moral fortitude to study and to...
That is not by no means necessary.
No,
and I believe I do not have the statistics. There must be statistics about the athletic students and the academic students, that are all athletic students are first-rate academic students and vice versa. I have a feeling that this is not true, empirically.
I must not be communicating myself. Isn't there a kind of activity that is required for excellence in the various professions that is interchangeable? A good man in one field, this is empirically provable, can be transferred to another field and usually do a very good job there. A lax man will be a lax man no matter where.
No, that is, in order to see with greater clarity, let us make a projection of your suggestion into the most extreme form. Then it means virtue is knowledge, what Socrates said. And that is the case which you made can be made even more strongly for this general proposition. But also Socrates got into troubles because we know of cases of men who had very great knowledge and were not very virtuous. This is, and some people who were not men of great knowledge who were very decent and just. So that is not so simple. And I think for practical purposes, and Aristotle wrote for practical purposes, as he told us all the time, the distinction between the arts and the virtues is meaningful. And if it is not quite exact, that is what bothers you, Aristotle has warned you in advance. It cannot be quite exact, given the complexity and changeability of human affairs. Now, shall we read a bit more? Aristotle was discussing here, proving that one can do the just things without being just. Therefore, one can become just by doing the just things. The simple analogy of apprentice and master clarifies the situation. And we don't have to, now let us read that in B12 here now.
But the many health of body.
So again, I think something very elementary and commonsensical. If you don't do the good things, you will never become good. If you only sit in seminars or lecture courses on goodness, then you won't become good by this way. This is, of course, directed against what Socrates explicitly says. I remind you again of a statement of Xenophon in the Memorabilia, Book 4, Chapter 6, Section 6, where Socrates has the confidence to say, the just men are those who know the laws about human beings, as if at least the mouthpieces of the gangsters did not have as good a knowledge of the laws regarding human beings as the most honest men in the community have. which is of course a caricature of what Socrates meant. But Aristotle avoids even these caricatures. The doing of good things, not the knowing of them, makes us good. Now Aristotle has now completed this previous discussion of how we become good. And then he says at the beginning of the next chapter, thereafter we have to consider what virtue is. And this seems to be in apparent contradiction with what he said before, namely that we do not make our investigation in order to know what virtue is. Of course, we do not make this investigation in order to know what virtue is. But nevertheless, we have to know what virtue is, otherwise we cannot know how to become virtuous in a clear and solid manner. But Aristotle has inverted that true order in order to bring out the fact that it is not the knowledge of what virtue is, but the doing what is virtuous, which makes us virtuous. So this is no difficulty. Yes?
Since three things come to be in the soul, emotion, capacity, and disposition, virtue must be one of these. By the emotions, I mean desire, anger, fear, confidence, envy, joy, friendship, hatred, longing, jealousy, pity, and generally those states which are accompanied by pleasure or pain. The capacities are the faculties in virtue of which we can be said to be liable to the emotions. For example, capable of feeling anger or pain or pity. The dispositions are the formed states of character in virtue of which we are well or ill disposed in respect of the emotions. For instance, we have a bad disposition in regard to anger if we are disposed to get angry too violently or not violently enough. A good disposition if we habitually feel a moderate amount of anger, and similarly in respect of the other emotions.
Yes, now let's stop here. The virtue can be only one of these three things. Aristotle doesn't mean to say these are the only three things which come into being in the soul, but the only three things which are of any relevance in this respect, which could conceivably be the beginnings of good or bad actions. And now the distinction is clear, I think. The affections or passions, how did he say the abilities, faculties?
Capacity.
Yeah, all right. Dunamis. And the third is the hexes. Habit, translated. The Greek word hexes comes from the verb echo, which means to have, to hold, to keep, and can therefore mean derivatively also keep or have a posture toward. And that is what Aristotle means here by a habit. To have and keep a posture toward the affection. So virtue and vice cannot be affections or passions, but can only lie in the posture towards the passion. In modern times, some philosophers have tried to discover a passion, which as such would be the root of all goodness. The most famous of these passions in modern times is, of course, compassion. For Aristotle, compassion is only one of the many passions, which as such has nothing to do with virtue and vice, because you have to see with whom to have compassion and under what circumstances. To be compassionate as such is not a virtue. And the same applies also here, for example, love or friendship, in Greek the same word. Of whom? Under what circumstances? At what time, etc. Yes.
Now, the virtues and vices are not emotions because we are not pronounced good or bad according to our emotions, but we are according to our virtues and vices. Nor are we either praised or blamed for our emotions. A man is not praised for being frightened or angry, nor is he blamed for being angry merely, but for being angry in a certain way. But we are praised or blamed for our virtues and vices. Again, we are...
This is clear. So the virtues and vices cannot be found in them, in the passions or affections or emotions. Because we do not praise a man, we say he is given to anger or is perfectly free from anger. that the latter would not be a term of praise, because there are occasions, as I said before, when we ought to be angry. Yes.
Again, we are not angry or afraid from choice, but the virtues are certain kinds of choice, or at all events, not without choice. Moreover, we are said to be moved by the emotions,
whereas in respect of the virtues and vices,
we are not said to be moved, but be disposed in a certain way. And the same considerations also prove that the virtues and vices are not capacities, since we are not pronounced good or bad, praised or blamed, merely by reason of our capacity for emotion. Again, we possess certain capacities by nature, but we are not born good or bad by nature. Of this, however, we spoke before. If, then, the virtues are neither emotions nor capacities, it remains that they are dispositions. Thus we have stated what virtue is generically.
According to its genus, virtue is, or vice, are habits. And now we have to find out, as he says immediately afterward, we have to know not only the genus, but also the species. And that he will show in the sequel. Virtue is a habit, but this must be rightly understood. Vice also is a habit. So if we say smoking is a habit, that is according to Aristotelian reasons. It's only a bad habit, a vice. But a virtue, we can say a virtue is, a vice is an enslaving habit. Virtue is a liberating habit. Both the enslaving and the liberating habits are postures, habitual postures toward the various affections or passions. That's the main point which Aristotle makes. Aristotle gives here, as you have seen, a rather detailed discussion why the virtues cannot be passions nor faculties or powers, potencies. Virtue is an acquired freedom, an acquired mastery. And therefore the example of the shoemaker's apprentice and the shoemaker's master, the master shoemaker, was not so far-fetched. It brings out something, what Aristotle says. Only an acquired mastery regarding the passions is somehow more impressive than to have acquired the mastery of the art of the shoemaker, of the carpenter, and perhaps even of that of the sculptor and painter. Although in this respect there is a great difference between the ancients and the moderns. For Aristotle and the classics altogether, the so-called imitative arts, like sculpturing and painting, are still arts, productive arts, lower than moral virtue, and surely lower than understanding, wisdom, philosophy. We must never forget that there is no such a thing like aesthetics in classical antiquity. This term was coined by a German professor of philosophy in the late 18th century. This science didn't exist. But originally aesthetics did not mean the philosophic understanding of arts, of the fine arts, but it meant the philosophic understanding of the beautiful. And where is it written that the beautiful exists only by virtue of the fine arts? For the ancient beauty was found in the first place in natural beings, and not necessarily in a particularly beautiful rose or so, but in human beings. And compared with which, the beauty caused by a portrait painter, created by a portrait painter or by a sculpture, was very defective. After all, neither a painter nor a sculptor can make a beautiful human being, living and walking around, speaking, and having all kinds of surprises for us in store. What happened in modern times, say in the early 19th century, was that what is beautiful by nature was thrown out from aesthetics, and only the beautiful by art, or even the fine arts, was being considered. And that is the meaning of aesthetics now. And then there was a further step taken in the 19th century. Some man wrote a book, Aesthetics of the Ugly. And today one can safely say aesthetics has nothing whatsoever to do with the beautiful anymore, but it has to do with works of art. That is still remains at the end of the process. The ancients were, in this respect as well as in many others, much more, quote, naive, unquote, than we are, or in other words, nearer to nature. But this subject we will take up from time to time. So now we will begin with the next chapter, Wednesday. Yes, were there not two among you who promised or quasi-promised papers? Well, I did not make any notes, so I cannot proceed criminally against anyone. But are there some men or ladies who will hand in papers next time? Mr. West? All right. A survey of what we have discussed hitherto. Someone else? Good. A habitual mastery of them. And this mastery is accompanied by a specific pleasure deriving from that very mastery. Some of you will have read Plato's Phaedrus, in which the same subject is discussed in the following form. The human soul is compared to a chariot and a charioteer and the two horses. The two horses are the passions, and the charioteer is reason. Reason restrains or impels the passions, whatever the case may be. But it is not the servant of the passion. Now, this statement made by Aristotle gives us only the genus of virtue. Virtue is a habit. But the question is, in order to know what a thing is, we have to know not only the genus, but also the specific difference. As in the case of man, it's not sufficient to know that he is a living being, because dogs and cats are also living beings, but the specific difference of man, namely the living being which possesses reason. And the same specification is needed regarding virtue. And I think at this point we begin in 1160 A14.
But it is not enough merely to say that it is a disposition.
It's namely virtue, yeah.
We must also say...
I translated habit, what he translates disposition, yes.
We must also say what sort it is.
What sort of habit it is, yes.
It must then be said that all virtue has a twofold effect on the thing to which it belongs. It not only renders the thing itself good, but it also causes it to perform its work well. For example, the virtue of the eye makes the eye good and makes its work good, since by the virtue of the eye we see well.
We see well, seeing being the work of the eye.
Similarly, virtue in a horse makes it a good horse, and also good at galloping, at carrying its rider, and at facing the enemy. If, therefore, this is true of all things, virtue in a man will be the disposition, the habit which renders him a good man, and also which will cause him to perform his work well.
Yes. Now the specific difference of virtue. Virtue is a habit which makes man good, or through which men are good, through which he does the work of man well. The example of the horse given here is characteristic of Aristotle. The horse is understood as an animal serving man. And we modern people would raise the question, well, is not an animal serving man, meaning a domesticated animal, inferior to the animal in its state of nature? And you know what the many things which can be said about domestication.
But for Aristotle that is not so, because the animal which serves man participates, if in a remote way, but in a non-negligible way, in rationality. It does certain things which are reasonable to do. I mean, assuming that waging war and the other things are reasonable, as Aristotle indeed assumes. So the animals which can be domesticated are higher from this point of view than the very king of animals who cannot be domesticated.
Would you say then that the horse is more natural after it is domesticated?
In one sense, yes. In other, no. I mean, to that insofar as to live according to reason or in the service of reason is more natural than to not to be in such service. One could say the domesticated animal has reached its nature and is in this sense in a state of nature. That is what Aristotle implies. Yes?
We have already indicated what this means, but it will throw more light on the subject if we consider what the nature of virtue is. Now, of everything that is continuous and divisible, it is possible to take the larger part, or the smaller part, or an equal part. And these parts may be larger, smaller, and equal, either with respect to the thing itself, or relatively to us, the equal part being a mean between excess and deficiency. By the mean of the thing, I denote a point equally distant from either extreme, which is one and the same for everybody. By the mean relative to us, that amount which is neither too much nor too little, and this is not one and the same for everybody. For example, let 10 be many and 2 few. Then one takes the mean with respect to the thing. If one takes 6, then 6 minus 2 equals 10 minus 6. And this is the mean according to arithmetical proportion. But we cannot arrive by this method at the mean relative to us. Suppose that 10 pounds of food is a large ration for anybody, and 2 pounds a small one. It does not follow that a trainer will prescribe 6 pounds, for perhaps even this will be a large ration or a small one for the particular athlete who is to receive it. It is a small ration for a Milo, but a large one for a man just beginning to go in for athletics. And similarly with the amount of running or wrestling exercise to be taken. In the same way, then, an expert in any art avoids excess and deficiency and seeks and adopts the mean that is, not of the thing, but relative to us.
Yes. Now, what does goodness mean? Aristotle asks now. And he says it is the equal in the sense of the mean between the too much and the too little. But mean can be understood in two ways. First, according to arithmetical proportion, as Aristotle says, 6 is the mean between 10 and 2. But this is not what we are concerned with in moral matters. Because in moral matters we look for the mean with a view to us. What is too much for us and too little for us, and therefore also what is the right mean with a view to us. So here we have to consider not only the things, but ourselves, and therefore there is a geometrical proportion. Another link enters the proportion. The case is similar to that of what is salutary or healthy for the body. That depends very much on the individual, and it depends very much on the circumstances, and therefore this complication. Yes.
If, therefore, the way in which every science performs its work well is by looking to the mean and applying that as a standard to its production, hence the common remark about a perfect work of art, that you could not take from it nor add to it, meaning that excess and deficiency destroy perfection, which adherence to the mean preserves it. If then, as we say, good craftsmen look to the mean as they work, and if virtue, like nature, is more accurate and better than any form of art, it will follow that virtue has the quality of hitting the mean.
Yes. Now, in the case of the arts, that is good from which you cannot take away or to which you cannot add without spoiling the product. Think of a shoe or think of a perfect statue. A perfect book is a book from which you cannot take away anything and to which you cannot add anything without spoiling it. So here in this case it is clear the perfection, the goodness, consists in a mean between too much and too little. And now he turns from the arts to virtue. Aristotle says virtue and nature are more exact than any art. What does he mean by that? A good man cannot act badly if he wills, for his goodness consists precisely in his being unable ever to will to act badly. He is inclined only towards the end, the proper end, just as is nature. But the artisan can do his work badly if he wills, and that is even part of his mastership, that he can deliberately blunder. The inclination to the good work is not part of the artist, that is alienated. As for this, why virtue is superior to art, one can also consider the following fact, that every art deals with a partial good, shoemaker, carpenter, the physician, and a virtue is concerned with a partial good and with something which is fundamentally a means for the end. Virtue is concerned with the end, and in this sense, more exact. Yes?
I refer to moral virtue, for this is concerned with passions and actions in which one can have excess or deficiency or a due mean. For example, one can be frightened or bold, feel desire or anger or pity, and experience pleasure and pain in general, either too much or too little, and in both cases, wrongly. Whereas to feel these passions at the right time, on the right occasion, towards the right people, for the right purpose, and in the right manner, is to feel the best amount of them, which is the mean amount. And the best amount is, of course, the mark of virtue. And similarly, there can be excess, deficiency, and the mean in actions. Now, virtue is concerned with passions and actions, in which excess is an error and deficiency is blame, while the mean is praised and prospers. And these both belong to virtue.
Yes. So, in other words, it is not only, we have to consider not only what is good, generally speaking, because there is no answer to that question proper, but under what circumstances. And here, the consideration for circumstances are mentioned. When, and toward whom, and on what occasions, and for what purpose, and in what manner. This, and in this action which is good in all these respects, that is in the action, the mean, as distinguished from excess or defect. Yes?
Virtue, therefore, is a mean state in the sense that it is able to hit the mean. Again, error is multiform, for evil is a form of the unlimited, as in the Pythagorean imagery, and good of the limited, whereas success is possible in one way only, which is why it is easy to fail and difficult to succeed, easy to miss the target and difficult to hit it. So this is another reason why excess and deficiency are a mark of vice, and observance of the mean a mark of virtue. Good men are so simply, bad men are so in all kinds of ways.
The latter is a verse which Aristotle quotes here. There is in each case only one way of acting rightly, and innumerable ways of doing wrong or badly. That we must keep in mind. Aristotle is not a relativist. There is one and only one of acting in each situation rightly. But this doesn't mean that all men would have to act in these situations the same way, because there are different people of different characters, of different circumstances, and that has to be considered. Yes?
You may not be a relativist, but in a certain way, compared to Socrates in the Republic, it seems to be, because one couldn't imagine, reading what we are here, that Aristotle would ever make a statement that, say, the philosophic life was 729 times better than the tyrannical life.
Why could he not say that?
Think he would say that?
He doesn't say it, but in what way is it relevant for the question relativism and non-relativism?
Well, I mean, it seems that he's to say everything is relative to something, say principles or something. But
well, that cannot be avoided, this kind of relativity.
I understand that, but that's something different than saying, one could imagine that Socrates might have said that philosophy is so and so many times better than apple pie or whatever it is. I mean, because of the way that...
That would not make much sense, because there are really, in every respect, incomparable things, whereas the philosophic life and the tyrannical life, being both ways of life, are to that extent comparable. And since the one is definitely superior to the other, one could at least raise the question, how much superior? That Socrates does not mean this too literally. The number which he gives can be assumed, but even if he took it literally, it would not be wholly absurd for the reason I indicated. As for the quote, relativism in the Republic, it is not smaller than that in Aristotle. Because while there is a certain agreement, for example, all are supposed to be just and moderate, all members of society, but the justice and moderation of the lower class is not identical with the justice and moderation of the higher class. So when you say they are all moderate and just, you overlook for certain reasons the profound difference between the justice which consists merely in obeying others and the justice which does not consist in obeying other human beings. And the same applies to moderation. Plato makes a distinction between genuine virtue and vulgar virtue. And this great difference is covered up, concealed by the single term virtue. We will find perhaps some better examples for that. At any rate, Aristotle has now succeeded in giving a complete definition of virtue, in telling us not only what the genus is to which virtue belongs, the genus being habit, but also what kind of a habit. And that he will repeat at the beginning of the next chapter. Will you read that, please?
Virtue, then, is a purposive habit, being in the mean relative to us, thus being determined by reason, and as the prudent man would determine it.
Yeah, virtue is a habit of preferring, is perhaps a more literal translation, and is in the middle with a view to us, meaning not with a view in an absolute meaning. And this mean is determined by reason, by logos, and is so how a reasonable man would determine it. Aristotle has mentioned all these ingredients of the final definition, but not always great emphasis. For example, there was no great emphasis on preferring or choosing, but it was mentioned in 1106a223. Now Aristotle says here that this mean is determined by reason, but he adds how the reasonable man would determine it. Why is this necessary? Now, the reason of which Aristotle has here in mind is the reason of the man on the spot. It is not a disembodied reason. It's a reasonable man. A man who considers all the circumstances. And the point which he makes here by implication is this. And this is the reason why he is not a relativist. All reasonable men, all sensible men would agree that the action of A, the sound action of A, is a good action, regardless of whether one of them is A or not. Is this point clear? There is an indefinite variety of good actions, given the indefinite variety of circumstances and so on. But there is no variety possible regarding what any sensible man would say regarding an action in these and these circumstances. Well, let's take any example. Say we speak of a perfect hostess, confronted with someone suffering from severe bodily defects, yet without making him feel his defect, and without drawing the company's attention to that defect. She will treat differently an 8-year-old girl who has just lost her mother and a 50-year-old man who has just lost his father. Elementary. But these are the things which Aristotle has in mind. Later on, Aristotle will say that it is not so much reason, but sense perception, which supplies the decision. Now this must be rightly understood. Of course, not mere sense perception in the sense in which we perceive a chair, but something like sense perception. You cannot tell another man who has never seen, who is colorblind, what blue or green is. That is unsayable, strictly speaking. Cannot be defined, it cannot be described. You can give the wavelength, well, but the wavelength wouldn't help a colorblind man to visualize the color. So there is no substitute for this kind of perception. But as I said, Aristotle does not mean by perception here sense perception, but something like sense perception. Now we have a word which Aristotle already uses in this sense, and which is still in general use. We speak of taste. Taste being in the first place a sense perception. But we apply it metaphorically also to the taste which, for example, the perfect hostess has, or which any man acting well is supposed to have. One can also, even the word feeling, which was so common and is perhaps still common, at least in the 18th century, is of course also primarily a sense perception, and then transferred to this kind of perception which no reason can substitute for. Yes? Yes. Then the analogy to yes, but it does not have this peculiar distinction between the beautiful and the good. When people speak today of sometimes of the aesthetic character of Aristotle's ethics, they mean aesthetic in contradistinction to ethical. That is not, therefore the term aesthetic is misleading for this reason. But of course, Aristotle does not exclude the possibility that a man might be able, if he has acted in a very nice manner and appropriate manner in complicated circumstances. And the first, if someone asks him, why did you act this way, he might say, I don't know, I just felt that this was the proper thing to do. And Aristotle does not exclude the possibility that if he would give it further thought, he might be able to give an explicit reason for what he did, apparently, quote, instinctively. But he might also say that it's rather pedantic to try to spell it out in this manner. But Aristotle does not say much about this case. This kind of case, yes.
Would the same insight hold, that is the insight that the judgment of goodness and badness of a particular action in particular circumstances is more akin to that of sense perception than of reasoning. Would that hold in cases beyond the cases that we've discussed so far? And I'm thinking of cases of, say, the gravest political questions, questions of war, peace, the questions of changing the nature of the regime, revolution. Think of, say, Churchill in World War II. Can that the same insight hold with regard to questions of that nature, where questions of, say, the way of life in the largest sense enter into decision?
Well, I believe the cases are somewhat different, because what makes decisions of this kind so difficult is that you do not know the plans and intentions of the enemy, nor his full strength, because that is, of course, part of his whole policy to conceal his situation, and especially his weaknesses, from the enemy. That is a particular question here. And I think, do we speak, is it a praise of a statesman or a politician to say that his policy is delicate? I don't think so. There is a famous statement of Burke about this fact that refined policy is as such not good, simply because it's not properly communicable to the large citizen body. It must be very massive for this purpose. But this delicacy, especially of the social virtues, that is something for which we would not find an equivalent. But it is, surely there is a certain kinship. But one must consider also the material on which one works. Say, in refined society on the one hand, and in politics on the other. You only have to think of it for a moment on this difference to see that you cannot expect the same kind of niceness in both spheres. And you only have to read the daily papers, the horrible things which one man hurls at his opponent, whether true or false. But that is not the point, but they are here taken for granted, and they would be impossible in polite society. And yet, in their sphere, they are not, they are all right, yes. The ethical basis of politics does not mean that the level or the sophistication of politics is the same as that of polite society. Well, Aristotle would go much further in this respect than most people would do today. To mention only one point, in the politics he disapproves of the practice of running for office, which was perfectly acceptable, and running for office was perfectly acceptable to all Greek politicians, naturally, just as it is today. In Rome, too, in Rome it was called ambitus, meaning canvassing, from which the word ambition is derived. For Aristotle, this is improper that someone should display his true or alleged virtues, or conceal his vices, and do other things which are unworthy of a perfect gentleman. So Aristotle would be willing to go very far in the direction which you suggest. But I think he would still admit that there is a very great difference, nevertheless, between the political arena and what can be done in a highly cultivated small group of men. Yes.
So, I would like to understand better your statement about Aristotle as being relativists. Both in the light of what you said was not a relativist, and also in the light of your statement that there is in each case only one way of arguing right. Of course, we know that situations where we will act in different ways in similar situations. Many of us have perhaps heard of the Chinese custom of making a great deal of noise when they eat the soup, if they enjoy the soup. Something that they do among the Chinese, what they really do. In the same way, there are many customs which are different places, or ways of behaving in different places. I don't know how Aristotle would deal with this. And also, this can be carried on to politics. It may be argued that a political regime may be very desirable for a country, say for a very underdeveloped, very poor country.
Yeah.
A communist regime, say the communist regime in Cuba, may be the most desirable way of government, authoritarian way of government, for developing that country. But it may not be desirable in our situation. This seemed to me a situation that had to be seen in a relativist way. How would Aristotle see
Yeah, well, no, that is, well, there are, who suggested a great variety of considerations, and I'm not sure whether I understood all of them, that different regimes, the regimes of different rank, differently high rank, are necessary or possible for different societies. Aristotle emphasizes as strongly as any man ever did. There's no difficulty in that. But for the question, as you stated it at the beginning of your statement, of course we act differently. I mean, different people act differently in different circumstances. But this may, in the first place, be due to the fact that some are good men and others are bad men. And so that is, I mean, how the bad men act is should not be a model for us. Now, the good men might act differently for different reasons. First, because the circumstances are different. You know, so that the same good man would act in one way in circumstances alpha, and in another way in circumstances beta. Another point. Thirdly, there may be differences which do not cause any moral difficulty. Differences due to mere customs, to morally indifferent customs, left driving or right driving. The English are not inferior to all other nations because they have a different way of driving than the others have. Nor are the others inferior to them for this reason. It's indifferent. These three cases would at least have discussed in order to give an answer to your question, which consisted of quite a few parts, and I'm not sure whether I have exhausted the parts of which you know. Mr. Finley.
What if the case which is perhaps too common to be used as it is, but when we supposedly have an honest difference of opinion between two good men on the same case?
From Aristotle's point of view, that should be impossible. Because for example, one may be better informed than the other. Then the worse informed would, of course, say, well, you have a better judgment than the other. You know? That is what I meant. There is an infinite variety of decisions to be made. But the sensible men, confronted with the same set of circumstances, would all agree as to what is right in these circumstances.
But if the men themselves differed, would that enter into the decision?
In what sense? I mean, the one is more experienced, more mature than the other. That would make an enormous difference.
But if let's say they had different natural dispositions.
this they should have, or this differentiation would have overcome by the time they are sensible men. Yes, this is surely what Aristotle means. Yes.
Is it thoroughly impossible for reasonable men to have small irrationalities of taste? Is one reasonable man might prefer blonde, and another one might prefer red hair?
Yeah, well, this is morally indifferent.
It's a matter of taste and aesthetics. Like you can extend that to certain taste in perhaps drama. One man might prefer a certain style of drama, and another might dislike it, both reasonable men. And you can extend this logically to things that are not just morally indifferent.
Yeah, but then you would have to give reasons for that.
I say through the psychology,
then,
training, whatever the...
Pardon?
Through psychology, trauma when young, small irrationalities that cannot be overcome.
Well, this is a point where Aristotle would differ, I think. He would say...
That's impossible. It doesn't happen for reasonable men to have psychological irrationalities with blocks.
You know, then he is not a sensible man if he has such blocks.
Are there any sensible men?
Yes, they would say yes. I mean, for example, and I think the simplest example which would occur to them would be Socrates. Would say, look at Socrates. He's a man who was entirely sensible. Aristotle, Socrates had the advantage, the additional advantage, that he had what he called his daimonia. But, so he was a privileged man. But still, whether due to his reason alone or to the divine gift, he was a perfectly sensible man. That is what Plato tries to show by presenting him in his dialogue. I mean, nothing less than that.
And since Socrates, we can be short on it.
Pardon?
Since Socrates, would it be reasonable to assume that we can be short on sensible men?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
There have been very few sensible men since Socrates.
Well, I mean, we mustn't make the highest demands, but in a general way, there are, of course, more sensible men. I mean,
so the line is actually sort of like an arbitrary line to at what point do you become sensible? At what point do you have
yeah, but I can only... Did not Aristotle provide for that by saying at least 3 times, no exact lines can be drawn? And it's...
well, I can pursue it, but...
Yeah, no, I mean, yes, it is understandable that you want to have exactness, but the question is whether you... No, but that still, but this is a point that for Plato as well as for Aristotle, and I think one can say for all pre-modern philosophers and quite a few modern philosophers up to a certain age, individuality goes without saying. We all have individualities, but our task consists in assimilating ourselves to something universal. And so to have individual characteristics is not something to boast of.
That was the point, is that at about what point of universal, if we assimilate about what point of universals we become reasonable? What universals, in what fields does the acceptance of universals account for reasonability?
That is what Aristotle is speaking about. Virtue is the universal. And there are a variety of virtues, and he will describe each of the virtues as while he goes. And then when we are through that, we will have a notion of what that universal is. Yes?
There's something here that I don't understand, perhaps because of lack of knowledge of subject matter. Perhaps you can explain to me. It seems to me to contradict Aristotle's previous rejection of the absolute good, Plato's idea of the absolute good. If we get that every reasonable man can agree on the existence of the right way of action, it would seem to me that we could get enough men in every situation, enough wise men to agree on how to life. And isn't this very much the same as the idea of the existence of an absolute good, absolute truth?
No.
Which, according to Aristotle, says we can't agree on.
No. Well, let me state it in this perhaps somewhat exaggerated manner in order to make it quite clear. The idea of the good is, as Aristotle presents it here, and as most people believe it is meant, an absolute. For Aristotle, goodness resides in individual actions in individual circumstances. So if you want to see what goodness is, you have to look at individual actions in individual circumstances. There you see goodness. The general statement is only of some help towards seeing goodness, but it is not the goodness itself. The goodness itself consists in the concrete action, in the individual action. And therefore that is something radically different. It is even a greater difference than that between the ideal dog, the idea of the dog, who doesn't bark, doesn't run around, and this here dog, which does all these things, and some additional things. And the difference is even greater, because here there is at least this same dog from the beginning of his life until its end, whereas here we have the actions in these circumstances as a true place of moral truth. Mr. Foster.
In terms of the perspective that the gentleman previously asked, you seem to equate sensibleness with absolute good. So when you declare Socrates to be a sensible man, well, so it naturally follows that there haven't been terribly many sensible men after Socrates, because there have been few men who have, perhaps no men who have approached the goodness.
Yeah, well, all right.
The question I wanted to ask is, are there degrees of sensibility?
Yeah, sure.
Can be more sensible?
Yeah, sure. Very well. But this means, of course, that the more sensible man's judgment is to be preferred to the less sensible judgment. So there is no relativism in this sense. Yeah, good. Now I think we should now continue where we left off. 7A2.
And it is a mean between two vices, one of excess and one of defect. Furthermore, it is a mean state in that whereas the vices either fall short of or exceed what is right in passions and in actions, virtue finds and chooses the mean.
Yeah, both is important. Finding the mean and choosing it. If a man is good enough to find the mean, but doesn't choose it, then he is not a reasonable man. On the other hand, he cannot choose it without having found out it before. So it is not pre-existing, his choice. He has to find it. Yes.
Hence, while in...
Now, one moment. A man who chooses the right life, but is not able to find it by himself, is not truly good. Virtue is a mean which finds and chooses the mean. Yes?
Hence, while in respect of its substance and the definition that states what it is, virtue is the mean. In point of excellence and rightness, it is an extreme.
Yes, so what does this distinction mean? According to what virtue intends, it is a mean. Otherwise, it is a peak. Is this distinction clear, that it is in one respect, in the most important respect, a mean? But in other respect, which is by no means negligible, it is a peak. I will give you an example from Aristotle's Politics. In the Politics, Aristotle has two ways of discussing the various kinds of regimes. One is starting from the two considerations, A, number of rulers, B, goodness or badness. He arrives at his schema, kingship, aristocracy, polity, and at the bad side, tyranny, oligarchy, and democracy. But he has another starting point, which is less visible but no less important. And here he starts from the most fundamental and common political cleavage, and then is that between the rich and the poor. And now the regime in which the rich rule is the oligarchy, and the regime in which the poor rule is democracy. Both are, from Aristotle's point of view, faulty extremes, and he has to seek a mean. And as a matter of fact, he finds at least two means on different levels. These means are, in one sense, the means owe their goodness ultimately to the fact that they are mean, i.e., not the faulty extremes. If I can perhaps put it at the blackboard, if this is democracy and this is oligarchy, these are excellent. So there is a mean. But Aristotle does not mean this mean, the arithmetic mean, but he means a mean here, which is higher than the two extremes by avoiding the mistakes of both extremes and combining the advantages of the two. And as a matter of fact, in Aristotle, in the politics, it is this way. There are at least three such different means, and this would be, the highest would be aristocracy. Yes?
Well, what relationship would this means have to the Hegelian synthesis?
Surely none. From Aristotle's or from Hegel's point of view. But if we want to be clever, we might say what Hegel had in mind by his synthesis is indeed has a certain kinship. Because the key point, the Hegelian synthesis, is of course that the original level, the level of the original antithesis, is given up in favor of a higher level. To that extent, you are right. But I do not know whether it might be of some help perhaps for the understanding of Hegel to think of it. But your question is by no means unreasonable, but it is not. Surely the question didn't exist for Aristotle in this form. He would never call this a dialectical process. And I do not think that it played any role in the formation of Hegel's thoughts regarding dialectics. Especially since for Aristotle the principle of contradiction is absolutely sacred, whereas for Hegel dialectics it is not sacred. That is a great difference, isn't it? Yes. Now there is one point which I thought we should consider for a moment. The essence of virtue, repeat, mean or mediocrity. Mediocrity, in the sense in which Horace speaks of golden mediocrity, aurea mediocritas, but not in the point is for Aristotle that this golden mediocrity is not mediocre, but is a peak. Virtue is in the mean because virtue belongs to the same genus as the vices, as we have seen before. It is the right habit towards the passion in question, whereas the vices are the wrong habits. But both have to deal with the same habits, and therefore they belong to the same genus. So the true extremes are the virtues and the vices. But the vice does not intend to be bad, say the bad as bad. It intends one or the other extreme as good. Say the coward does not intend a cowardly action as cowardly action, but as good, namely with the view to saving his life. Whereas the virtue intends the mean explicitly as good. Now, I think we should consider at this moment a critique of Aristotle's doctrine of mediocrity given in modern times by Thomas Hobbes. I have this passage in his book on the citizen, chapter 3, section 32. He says, moral philosophers have not observed that the goodness of actions consists in this, that they are directed toward peace, and badness consists in this, that they are directed toward or leading up to concord. For this reason they have founded a moral philosophy which is wholly alien to the moral law and not consistent with itself. For they vaunted that the nature of virtue consisted in some mean between two extremes, and the vices, however, in these very extremes. And this is manifestly wrong. For daring is praised and regarded as a virtue under the name of courage, although it is extreme, provided the cause of the daring is approved. The quantity of a thing, which is used as a gift, regardless of whether the quantity is great or small or mean, does not make liberality, but the cause of the giving, meaning whether it is given for this ultimately with a view to peace or ultimately with a view to conduct. Nor is it injustice. If I give to someone of my own more than is due. Now the latter point is, of course, based on a whole misunderstanding, because for Aristotle, if you give more than to a man than you owe, you are of course not unjust. In other words, justice is the only virtue which has not two faulty extremes, but only one, and the injustice. So Aristotle should have, the Roman should have known that, but it didn't. Now, in the other case, Aristotle is of course aware of that, but the cause must be approved of daring. And then, indeed, the daring may be extreme if the cause is good. But other things also have to be considered, and it is a very inadequate argument, but not unpopular in his century, because Hugo Grotius, in his great work on the right of war and peace, makes a similar criticism. Shall we go on at this point?
Not every action or passion, however, admits of the observance of a mean. Indeed, the very names of some directly imply evil. For instance, delight at evil, shamelessness, envy, and of actions, adultery, theft, murder. All these and similar actions and passions are blamed as being bad in themselves. It is not the excess or deficiency of them that we blame. It is impossible, therefore, ever to go right in regard to them. One must always be wrong. Nor does right or wrong in their case depend on the circumstances. For instance, whether one commits adultery with the right woman at the right time in the right way. The mere commission of any of them is wrong. One might as well suppose that there could be a mean and an excess and deficiency in acts of injustice or cowardice or profligacy, which would imply that one could have a medium amount of excess and of deficiency, an excessive amount of excess and a deficient amount of deficiency. But just as there can be no excess or deficiency in moderation and justice, because the mean is, in a sense, an extreme, so there can be no observance of the mean, nor excess nor deficiency in the corresponding vicious acts mentioned above. But however they are committed, they are wrong, since, to put it in general terms, there is no such thing as observing a mean in excess or deficiency, nor as exceeding or falling short in the observance of a mean.
Yeah. Now this is a very remarkable passage. There are actions and passions, Aristotle says here, that are simply bad, and regarding which there cannot be a right mean, an excess or a defect. And one cannot say, for example, as classical Greek author says of the Spartans, they taught their boys to steal well, meaning so that they will not be caught. And this could be used only in a metaphoric sense, insofar as you can speak of a good safeguarder and of similar things. Just as there cannot be an excess or a defect of the virtues themselves, one cannot be moderately virtuous or moderately vicious. Surely not moderately virtuous. Either you are virtuous, then you are holy and not moderate. The alternative would be something like Machiavelli, who spoke of a middle way, using an Aristotelian expression, la via del mezzo. But he understood by the middle way, sometimes at least, a middle way between virtue and vice, by which you have the best of both worlds. But here is the question. There is a difficulty of which some of you will have been aware. How does Aristotle know that these things he mentions here are base or bad? How does he know that? After all, this is meant to be a philosophical book, and therefore the question must be raised. Yes?
Or you say it's a common opinion.
Yes. Everyone who is not corrupted by self-interest would admit that. But if you want to reason, Aristotle would say, yes, well, what would happen if these things were changed, since he proves in his politics later on that private property is needed, that the monogamous family is needed in order to have a good society. These prohibitions follow as a matter of course. But yes?
I was thinking this might be a strange example, but in the beginning of the paper, Socrates said that this kind of argument, it appears that the argument is made in favor of the non-Muslim, which is sort of in a curious way arguing for moderation in terms of error. And Socrates arguing against that, but from a different point.
Yeah, but is not the moderation regarding errors exactly what people understand by moderation, sophrosyne? Is this not, in a way, the most important part of moderation? And more important than moderation regarding food and drink?
Well, yes, of course I would agree with it. But I was thinking that there's something horribly perverse about Luther's speech, and it's about arguing for moderation and things that, in one sense, don't agree.
Yeah, well, the only thing I can say here, and this is a very long question, is this, that I think Socrates is working his way toward the following distinction. There is one sphere in which to be moderate is absurd, and that's philosophy. If you say of a man he is a moderate philosopher, that is not a true philosopher. But another thing is speech. Speech is distinguished from thinking, and speech must be moderate. The whole work, the Virtuous, deals with erotic speeches, and therefore with the two ingredients, A, eros, B, speech. And speech must be moderate, but thinking cannot be moderate if it is true thinking. But I cannot.
I was going to say, how about moderation in pursuit of justice and no vice?
Moderation in pursuit of justice is vice, according to Aristotle. What he says here, is vice. Yes, probably there is some. Yes, Aristotle would say that is. And mind you again of this famous cow palace discussion. A virtue is an extreme, not at the same time a peak, a high extreme. What you mean by it, whether political action should not be prudent, that Aristotle would of course say yes, but that does not mean this precisely is the just thing. And the man who is concerned with what is feasible without violence or bloodshed and so on, he precisely is a more just man than a man who, in the name of justice, leads to civil war. That is what he would say.
Aren't some crimes more vicious than other crimes at the same time?
Sure.
And doesn't that imply an excess and deficiency of some kind? It's only analogous.
No one would have to say petty theft is less bad than murder.
But let's just take two murders. Could one murder be worse than another?
Sure. Naturally. But that doesn't do away with the fact that they are both cases murder and crimes.
I understand that the point here is that there is no excess and deficiency with respect to certain kinds of acts.
As Aristotle said, you cannot raise the question, say, murder committed under such and such circumstances is good. That you can never say. You can only say murder committed in such and such circumstances is more excusable than murder done under other circumstances. But what is excusable is, of course, in need of excuse. It is bad. This is called no difficulty. There is a great difficulty here, to which I will come, but not. You wanted to say something?
I was interested in one statement about adultery being bad no matter where it's occurred, when it's occurred. I think this clashes with an idea, perhaps we brought up before, in respect to theft, murder, or adultery, and he's saying here that the mean is bad, period. And I think this clashes with an idea of the fact that theft can be good, murder can be good. You think he would deny this?
Yeah, absolutely. He denied it here.
Your next door neighbor is insane and has a gun in his house.
Yeah, but then it is not murder. Then it is not murder. Then it's not theft.
That's theft, is it not?
No. Will you? No, I'm aware of this question, but I will come to it very soon. But now the difficulty in terms of Aristotle's text is this. You remember that he had spoken in an earlier passage, 1104a3-6, of the fact that in moral matters, not even the universal statements or the general statements, are simply exact or true. So there is nothing stable in this sphere. Now, are the things he mentioned here, murder and so on, not universal things of the greatest exactness? Do these rules not say simply, thou shalt not murder? Period. No ifs, no buts. As we all have heard it and as we all understand it, although such questions as you raised will come up. Now, what is the difficulty? I mean, Aristotle says murder is always bad. But if we take such a case, as you refer to, say, the madman with a gun, where it might be necessary to kill him, or it might be necessary to take away the gun. You remember, that's the beginning of the discussion in Plato's Republic. That's the beginning, that's the first question coming up in the Republic. Now, what is the answer of Plato and Aristotle and of many men since? Well, this would not be murder, nor would it be theft. Because it is always understood, it takes a simple case of taking, which Plato discusses, a man has borrowed from you a gun, and then, in the meantime, he has become insane, and then he comes to you and wants to take his gun. And it would seem to be only just to return the gun to him. And yet you don't do it because why? There is another principle to which you refer tacitly or explicitly. Justice must be good, salutary. Now, if the just action, the seemingly just action, is in the circumstances not salutary but harmful, then you must not do it. The legislator may spell this out in more precise terms, or he may fail to do so, and then our judgment would be guided by the consideration that all virtues must be salutary. And therefore, if the action, apparently dictated by justice or courage or whatever it may be, is patently not salutary, and of course salutary does not mean merely salutary to me or to you, but to the society at large.
Then these activities are only bad in regard to justice.
And
If these activities, murder, theft, or adultery, are just activities, then they cannot be called bad.
Yes. Yeah, well, then we would never call them murder. So, or you would have to use a different term according to the ordinary translation of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments say, thou shalt not kill. Now, that is, of course, simply a wrong translation, however old the translation may be, because as you can easily see by reading the Old Testament, Moses demanded killing in not a few cases, so he cannot have contradicted himself so grossly in such a matter. So one should translate it, thou shalt not murder. And killing comprises both good and bad killing, murder and non-murder. And how to draw the line, that's very great difficulty. The example with which the classics they are most familiar is, of course, that of war. I mean, what is done in war, the killing of enemy soldiers, is not regarded as murder. I mean, except by some people who have the extreme view that every killing is bad, which is hard to maintain, because then it might also lead to the consequence that one should not kill any other living beings, including bacilli, and lead to and then one comes into certain troubles into which Albert Schweitzer came with his notion. But then the line, for some centuries, it was possible to say killing of enemy soldiers is not murder, but killing of enemy civilians is murder. But with the progress of military technology, this distinction has become inapplicable. Or take other cases, one cannot deny the legitimacy of espionage. If a man has found immensely important information, important for his country and his preservation, and is prevented from bringing it home by a perfectly innocent bystander. If he would push him away in such a manner that he dies as a consequence of that, is this an evil action? So we find many, many cases which lead to this consequence. But this is, of course, we seem to have deviated from Aristotle. but not quite. We find some Aristotelian evidence that he held this view that there is nothing, no rule of this kind which is universally valid. There is a notion known to us through the tradition which brings out this idea that there are principles of actions which are rules of actions which are universally valid. That is called sometimes natural law and natural right. Now Aristotle discusses natural law and natural right both in his rhetoric and in a single page of Nicomachean Ethics. He gives quite a few examples, some examples of natural law or natural right. None of these examples here are mentioned. So the Aristotelian evidence, which shows that this is not the last word of Aristotle, is supplied by his statements or non-statements on natural right and natural wrong. And non-statements, I mean his silence, is not in the sense in which they say now a non-person and so on. Good. Yes, now let us read the end of this section.
We must not, however, rest content with stating this in general, but must show that it applies to the particular virtues. In practical discussions, although general statements have a wide
action among people of decent breeding and so, and make other specifications, then we may come to very universally valid statements where all sensible men would agree. But we would not find this exactness, the truth, in the rules themselves. That is the characteristic point. Now, in order to fulfill his promise, Aristotle speaks in the sequel of the various virtues and vices, the purpose being to show that in each case we have a virtue is a mean flanked in each case by two extremes, an excess or a defect. The examples are simple. For example, courage, the virtue, cowardice on the one hand, and overboldness on the other. In the case of moderation, i.e. the proper posture towards sensible pleasures, indulgence, self-indulgence, on the one extreme, and the other extreme, complete insensitivity to the pleasures of the senses, also defect. And the right mean is moderation. Same thing applies to other matters like anger, gentleness in the mean, inability to get angry, which is a defect, and on the other extreme there is constant irascibility, kind of savagery, and so on in all cases. Now, and this will be taken up by Aristotle in detail in books 3 and 4, where he discusses the various virtues. But there are a few, we cannot read this all, but we can perhaps read a few points. Let us turn to 1108 A30.
There are also modes of observing a mean in the sphere of and in relation to the passions. For though the sense of shame is not a virtue, it is praised, and so is the modest man.
The modest, there's a bashful man, yeah. Yes.
For in these also, one man is spoken of as bashful and another as excessive. For example, the fearful man whose sense of shame takes alarm at everything, while he that is deficient in shame, or abashed at nothing whatsoever, is shameless. And the man of middle character is modest or bashful.
Yeah.
Again, righteous indignation is the observance of a mean between envy and delight in evil. And these qualities...
Yeah. And delight in evil, some of you will have heard the German word Schadenfreude. The English language doesn't have such a word, but the Greek and the German language have it. Yeah?
And these qualities are concerned with pain and pleasure felt at the fortunes of one's neighbors. The righteously indignant man is pained by undeserved good fortune. The jealous man exceeds him and is pained by all the good fortune of others, while the man who delights in evil so far falls short of being pained that he actually feels pleasure.
Yeah, so that's the point which also will be clear later on. He will not discuss the case of the man of righteous indignation. He in this word that I read. He will discuss a sense of shame and makes it clear that sense of shame is not a virtue because it presupposes that you make mistakes of which you are ashamed. Now, the perfect gentleman does not make mistakes, and therefore he doesn't have a sense of shame. So sense of shame is fitting only the young, who cannot be supposed to have reached the pinnacle of propriety of the very general. But if we see this enumeration of the three kinds of men, the man of moral indignation, and the envious man, and the man who derives pleasure from seeing man in an evil condition, a bad condition, is there no one who enjoys the well-being of all men, or at least of all who deserve well-being? This is not a strange omission in Aristotle. This is connected with another point. Aristotle discusses here altogether 11 moral virtues in this enumeration. And in an earlier enumeration of the passions, in 1105b, 11 to 12, he enumerates 11 passions. One of the passions is compassion, or mercy. But there is no virtue regarding mercy, regarding the passion of mercy. That is very strange, and that is connected with the point I raised before. Now, such a universal benevolence, there is no place for that in Aristotle. I mean, you can be benevolent only toward people you know. Strictly speaking, your benevolence cannot be universal. What later on came to be called the virtue of humanity is in Greek philanthropia, and this is not a virtue. One can perhaps state the classical view about it as follows. There are some people who like birds, and there are others who like dogs, and there are also people who like human beings as human beings. But that is an interesting trait, but it is not in itself a virtue. So that the other virtues like justice are much, much more important. Because I think you should read the end of book 2 by all means, but we cannot read it in class. Let us read a few more pages. In 1109 B7.
We must in everything be most of all on our guard against what is pleasant and against pleasure. For when pleasure is on her trial, we are not impartial judges. The right course is therefore to feel towards pleasure as the elders of the people felt towards Helen, and to apply.
Let me just say that we can perfectly understand that someone tried to have successfully abducted her. But as far as our city is concerned, as soon as she leaves it, the better. Yes. Yes.
And to apply their words to her on every occasion. For if we roundly bid her to be gone, we should be less likely to err. These, then, to sum up the matter, are the precautions that will best enable us to hit the mean. But perhaps it is a difficult thing to do, and especially in particular cases. For it is not easy to define in what manner and with what people, and on what sort of grounds and how long one ought to be angry. And in fact, we sometimes praise men who err on the side of defect in this matter and call them gentle. Sometimes those who are quick to anger and style them manly. However, we do not blame one who diverges a little from the right course, whether on the side of the too much or the too little.
Well, this was a question which was raised by some of you, this very great difficulty to draw a clear line. Yes, and now what is Aristotle's final decision, the next half sentence? We see the one who deviates considerably.
But one who diverges more widely we blame, for his error is noticed.
Yes, it's noticed. That is important. What is noticed, of course, by other human beings. The implication here of the whole reasoning is that the abstraction from an omniscient God who would see every and judge nicely every deviation, however subtle. We have to do only with human judgment. Now one can say, well, but if this is so, if there is a certain crudeness of judgment inevitable in this sphere, how is this compatible with the exactness of virtue, of which Aristotle had spoken before? The answer is given in the immediate sequel.
Yet to what degree and how seriously a man must err to be blamed is not easy to define on principle. For in fact, no...
not easy to find by logos, by a universal or general statement. Yes?
For in fact, no object of perception is easy to define, and such questions of degree depend on particular circumstances, and the decision lies with perception.
Yeah, but I say this. sense perception, but now understood in an enlarged sense of the word, taste, feeling. But as I said before, Aristotle does not exclude completely the possibility that we can in many cases spell out this judgment of taste or feeling and give the precise reason why we should behave toward X in this situation in this manner and toward Y in that situation in another manner. That can be done, and that is even, I think, a good exercise to do that from time to time. Yes.
How does this differ from the modern notions of the theory of moral sentiments or things of that sort?
The question is ultimately this: how do we know the highest principles of conduct? Do we know them by feeling and only by feeling? That would be the question. There are two possibilities. For Aristotle, the feeling, or as he would say in this case, it is the desires, the longings, are only one part of the moral phenomenon. The other is reason. And reason may be theoretical or may be practical reason. That is great difficulty here. And without, according to what Aristotle says most visibly in the sixth book, our moral character, our properly habituated desire, makes us perceive the end, whereas prudence or practical reason enables us to find the proper means for that end, which, for example, that courage is noble, that we desire to be courageous, that we owe to the proper upbringing, but that we know this courageous, this action in these circumstances is brave, but in other circumstances rash, or for that matter cowardly, that we are unable to see through practical wisdom or prudence. And I would say that a doctrine of moral sentiments has no place for practical reason. That's the difference between them and Aristotle.
It works very well in a limited situation.
Yes, well, that is probably true of every theory, because otherwise it would never have found any taker at any time. Mr. Zinman?
Is the reason inexact about the hierarchy of virtues?
Yeah, well, Aristotle doesn't raise any particular claim regarding it. He enumerates these virtues without giving a reason why he proceeds in this manner. Nor does he assert it is complete. We would have to find out by studying it, is there any principle guiding the arrangement that you begin with courage and end, at least as far as the moral virtues are concerned, with justice? Is there any reason? Aristotle doesn't give them to you. At least not explicitly. You have to put quite a few tools together to get some. But what Aristotle would say, I think, is this. Well, it is not complete. Why is it not? Why is anything missing? For example, we would say we miss an equivalent of mercy, of the quality of mercy. Then in the sense in which it is meant in the Merchant of Venice, Aristotle would say he has provided for it by the quality of equity in the section on justice. And in the other sense, as far as it is a mere passion, commiseration or so, he doesn't have a virtue corresponding to that. Then we would have to argue that out, of course. But he has his reasons. For example, one of the virtues well known in classical antiquity, as you know from Plato, is piety. Aristotle silently drops it. The task of the interpreter of Aristotle is to find out the reasons of that silence, that silent dropping. Aristotle does not give them in these terms, but he gives them in a perhaps more indirect way, and one has to study. That's the only procedure. The exactness, I think there is an exactness there. On the whole, it is an assent, the order. But this assent is qualified by other considerations. For example, magnanimity, which is a very high virtue in Aristotle, and has to do with high honors, precedes in this order the right posture towards small honors. And the right posture towards small honors would seem to be lower in rank than the right posture towards high honors. Yeah, but the reason here is there was no name for the latter virtue, whereas there was a name for the other, magnanimity. So otherwise one can say it is an order, generally speaking, it's an order of assent. And that, and as for the omissions, one has to find out the reasons by considering the character of the virtues in question.
It's an order of assent. Why are the small social virtues after greatness of soul, like friendliness and wittiness?
Yes, there are two ways of understanding it. In a way, they are not as important as the massive virtues of courage, moderation, proper posture toward money or wealth, proper posture toward honor. But from another point of view, one could say they are higher because they are more refined. The virtues of private social life require a higher degree of delicacy than the more massive virtue. One could say that. Yes?
Aristotle's notion of the mean seems to be misleading in a certain way because it makes it sound quantitative. But isn't it the question of using these passions in the right way at the right time?
Yeah, sure.
So, for instance, one man could have more confidence than another man, but be more cowardly because the confidence will be directed towards the wrong things.
Yeah, but then he's not a virtuous man. Then he is rash or bold, not courageous.
We say that he is erring on the side of rashness or erring on the side of cowardice.
I haven't heard your precise definition of the case.
The man is very confident with regard to certain things, but cowardly or afraid with regard to things that are most important.
You mean, give me an example. He is cowardly in war, and where is he confident? About mice? I don't know what you mean.
Suppose he's very confident in his relations to his immediate friends in defending his own opinions. He has the courage of his convictions.
Yeah.
But not in the case of war.
Yeah, the former is only in a metaphoric sense courage, Aristotle would say. Because by courage we understand primarily the willingness to face death. Now, no one faces death by presenting to his friends his perhaps paradoxical opinions. That has to do with, how shall I say, with his vanity or the absence of vanity. Whether he is afraid to take a beating or not afraid. That is not the sphere of courage. Yes.
Suppose the man is willing to die for his convictions, for instance, Socrates or Thomas More, but not willing to expose himself to war.
Yeah, but that should be, if he is willing to undergo death on the scaffold, then why should he not be able to undergo death in the field of battle? That might be connected with certain opinions which he has. Namely that on the scaffold he is only suffering death, but on the field of battle he would also dish it out. And then one would have to go into this opinion, which Aristotle would regard as a wrong opinion, that one should not kill indiscriminately, as a universal prohibition.
But the fact that he had the wrong opinion, this would influence whether or not he would be judged a virtuous man.
Yes.
Even in the sense of courage.
Yes, because it consists of two elements. The element of desire, of proper desire, or proper aversion, and the element of practical wisdom, of prudence. So that if men have wrong opinions, then they, in practical matters, then to that extent they lack prudence. That is a somewhat complicated problem. I spoke of it on an earlier occasion when I pointed out the difficulty that in one respect prudence is the queen of action, and sovereign there, and yet prudence can be endangered by wrong theoretical views, and therefore prudence is in need of a theoretical defense, namely of a theoretical refutation of the false opinion. I'm not responsible for this complication that we have to face. So next time we will begin with book 3. And I hope you will read the end of book 2. Of book 2. And let us use this occasion for surveying the first 2 chapters, first 2 books, at least the points which are most important. Now, the first theme is, as you remember, happiness. And we are told that virtue is the core of happiness. The virtuous man, this Budaios, derives the highest kind of pleasure from resisting the more common kind of pleasures and from not ceding to pain. And from this it follows that the virtuous man can never be simply miserable. The example of crime. So, to come back to the main point, virtue is the core of happiness. Yet, happiness, in contradistinction to virtue, is venerable, whereas virtue is not. Happiness is something that has a status of blessing and belongs to a higher order. This is one great difficulty of the argument of Book 1. The second point I would like to remind you of is this. Moral knowledge is valuable only for action, as Aristotle says. Yet it is of higher rank than the knowledge implied in the arts, the various arts. And it is, however, although Aristotle does not say this here yet, moral knowledge is of lower rank than theoretical knowledge. That will come into the opening book 6 only. In 1105, 826 following, Aristotle speaks most clearly about the difference between the arts and the virtues. In the case of the virtues, the choice, selection of the correct must be made for its own sake, whereas in the case of the arts, the choice, say, of the right kind of leather is ultimately made with a view to the gain or profit, however you call it, or convenience of the artisan. Universally valid, in 1107 A8 following, Aristotle speaks of universally valid rules of action, or he seems to speak of them, namely regarding murder, adultery, and so on. But these rules would all be negative rules. They wouldn't be positive rules, prohibitive rather than commanding proper. Now, this is strange that here we have something general or universal, which seems to be of the utmost exactness, under no circumstances, without any ifs and buts. But in other passages, like 1107 A28 following, Aristotle says in actions, the particular utterances, the particular discourses are truer than the general ones. Is this only a somewhat loose statement abstracting from the remark about not murdering and so on, or has it to be taken very strictly? I suggested that the solution to this difficulty has to be found via consideration of Aristotle's teaching on natural right and natural law in the 5th book of the Ethics on the one hand and in the Rhetoric on the other. Now, as for the precise definition of virtue, i.e. moral virtue, it has to do with the mean with a view to us. This causes no difficulty in the example which Aristotle discusses most clearly, namely that of moderation, so that the amount of food which a man of 300 pounds demands must be different, and in the prime of his age,
is different from that which an old man of 100 pounds demands, and the same applies to drink and so on. But what about the other virtues? Is it there so clear that the mean is always with a view to us? Now, the principle which Aristotle, to which he defers, if he does not refer, in actions, we are never merely observers or spectators. We are ourselves involved. Therefore, there is a relativity of the correct or noble to the acting human being. For example, is he healthy or weak? Is he rich or poor? Whatever it may be. A simple example, or perhaps a particularly beautiful example, is that given by Aristotle at the beginning of the discussion of magnanimity. A magnanimous man is a man who demands for himself high honors while deserving them. Say a man like Churchill, if he had demanded high honors for himself. But if he demands high honors for himself without deserving them, that is a deplorable case. But there is another case that a man does not demand high honors for himself, and he doesn't deserve high honors. Aristotle is not a vicious man. Aristotle says he's sophron, which in this context we couldn't translate by a modest. The magnanimous man is not modest, according to conventional notions of modesty. But if someone has no merits and knows it and acts on it, then he is a modest and sensible man. So we see here a relativity to the acting human being. Is he a man of great merit or is he not? Now, this relativity to the human being does not mean that moral knowledge, that's to say the choice of the right thing in the circumstances, is so-called personal or incommunicable knowledge. Although, in a sense, it is so. Aristotle refers in a passage which we have read to sense perception, which we may understand to mean here something like taste and feeling in modern times. Taste and feeling in contradistinction to rational discourse. But this is not Aristotle's last word on it. What Aristotle has in mind is this. Every sensible man, every phronimos, including Mr. A, would agree that a man's circumstance like Mr. A, here and now, would have to act in this or this manner. Maybe no other man now living would ever have to act in this manner. But that a man's circumstance in this way has to act in this manner, all sensible men would equally admit. There is no relativism here. Now one could find a difficulty in the following fact. Aristotle mentions as an example of a sensible man in the sixth book, Pericles. This does not mean that Pericles, he was an admirer of Pericles, but he took up a popular example in order to make clear Pericles in contradistinction to his philosophic teacher Anaxagoras, who was not sensible but wise, meaning theoretically wise. Now, in Thucydides' history, Pericles' sensibleness is presented very powerfully, especially in the statement about the war policy. Athens is going to win the war if she does not engage in expansionism during the war and tries to keep her fleet in navy in being and preserves her territory to the extent to which it is fortified by the Great Wall. And this was neglected after Pericles' death, and the end, Athens' defeat. But then there comes up another man called Alcibiades, a kinsman of Pericles, but of very different caliber. And Alcibiades demands the expedition to Sicily, conquest of Sicily. And this failed, but not because it was intrinsically impossible, according to what Thucydides says. It would have been possible, but for certain follies of the Athenian demos, who drove out Alcibiades, and therefore Ricius, who was not cut out for such a thing, was in command in Sicily. So here we have two sensible men. One saying no expansion during the war, and the other saying expansion during the war, if properly done, is perfectly feasible. What would Aristotle say to this point? And I'm sure we could find other examples, perhaps even from contemporary life. Yes?
Was Alcibiades a sensible man?
That's the point. But his policy was sensible, according to Thucydides' presentation.
I don't think that Thucydides presents him as a sensible man.
But the policy.
The policy could have been sensible in a certain sense.
Yeah.
But I mean, something which succeeds by an inch is not particularly sensible.
No, Thucydides goes beyond that. But you are quite right with your question. Aristotle doesn't discuss this case, of course, but he lays down the principles. And behind Alcibiades' notion, there is the prospect of further conquest even of the whole of Sicily, not only of Syracuse, of Carthage and so on. So indefinite expansion. And if you state it in clear theoretical terms, a universal expansion. But this policy as such is explicitly condemned by Aristotle in the 7th book of Politics. So we would have to come back to say that, as you rightly said, by considering Alcibiades' other acts, that he is not a model of a sensible man. Whereas in the case of Pericles, it makes some sense to say that he is. That's very true. Now, the last point I would like to mention is this. Aristotle has no doubt that a perfectly sensible man. Sensible is a convenient English translation for the Greek word phronimos and for the Latin prudence. So Aristotle has no doubt that the perfectly sensible, i.e. virtuous man is possible, which means a man who never sins and never has cause to repent. This question came up the last time. Here we see very clearly the fundamental difference between Aristotle and the Bible. And it would be unintelligent not to use moral expressions, not to see this difference. A very frequent way of speaking about this matter is, well, Aristotle was a Greek and the Bible is non-Greek. In other words, there is a difference of two cultures. Now, this will not do under any circumstances, because the claims raised by each, by Aristotle or Greek philosophy in general, and by the Bible are, quote, absolute. Aristotle does not say this is good for Greeks. He seeks the human good, human virtue, and similar things apply to the Bible. Now, these claims must be faced. If they are not faced, we have already decided against both, whether we admit it or are aware of it or not. And we have decided against them in favor of a third alternative. Most commonly, that third alternative is what we may call pluralism. Namely, all cultures are of equal respectability. And you can't blame Aristotle for being a Greek or nor Josiah for being a Jew. They couldn't help that. But on the other hand, you cannot expect that what they demanded is in any way important for us living today. And there are, of course, not only these two, but N cultures. Now, one can call this view pluralism. But one must see, and that is decisive, that pluralism is a monism of thoughts. Namely, pluralism in this sense means what is good, whether Aristotle's doctrine is right, or the biblical doctrine, or the doctrine of the Sanskrits, and so on, that is wholly irrelevant. We know what is good. What is good is to be of universal tolerance and to enjoy viewing the manyness of human possibilities or cultures. Then this third alternative has taken the place, say, of Aristotle's ethics. That is the minimum one would have to demand, but without some principle, moral principle, without some value system, that I call it today, it is impossible to say anything about matters of human importance. You, if you wanted to say something, please. No, I see. Well, I am so unfortunate as always to have the impression that you wanted to say something. Perhaps this is an indirect way of encouraging you. Good. Yes, Mr. Vedagil?
You outlined three different ways. You said that we have to face the issue, but say if we face the issue between Aristotle's ethics and the Bible, haven't we also already decided by our willingness to face that issue? Or by the way in which we resolve it?
You mean decided in what way?
For one or the other.
No, what at least we are trying to do here is to understand this particular alternative represented by Greek philosophy, and more specifically in the form this was given by Aristotle. And we look at it and see what recommends it, and perhaps also what speaks against it. And that this cannot be done, I mean, interpretation cannot be done without some enthusiasm, and therefore creating the impression of 100% identification, that is a minor flaw for which I ask your forgiveness. But I would say we first try. This does not make sense that before you make a decision, you will listen to the teacher in question and hear what he has to say. The situation with which we are confronted today is this, that especially in the social sciences with which we are here concerned, there is something like the denial of philosophy altogether, popularly known as positivism. And this is indeed untenable. That I think what can be shown. And also this alternative, which I call now pluralism, is also a very popular view today, and of course underlying in fact positivism, but not openly avowed. Even this, I believe, is an untenable view. And therefore I think the alternatives on the level of Aristotle and the Bible are of a quite higher dignity and quite higher importance.
Well, there is the further problem that going about the study of Aristotle in a serious way and using, trying to see what the evidence is that Aristotle reduced and so forth, in a way it implies, even if it isn't explicit, a dependence on the types of methods of reason and of observation, of use of the natural faculties and so forth. That seems to be the issue, at least with respect to the Bible. And so in that sense, I think maybe that's what Mr. Wedderby meant, that we're sort of deciding the issue by going about it in terms of our own, the sort of natural faculties to which Aristotle
I do not quite understand. Are you referring to the fact that the biblical teachings are meant to be believed rather than to be listened?
That they're meant to have a support that wouldn't come up in the discussion of Aristotle.
Yes, but on the other hand, are you not compelled when you are confronted, Say, for example, one thing, that the term humility is used in Aristotle only in a negative sense. And the same is true of its use by Plato and Xenophon, at least in most places. Whereas in the Bible it's a term of high praise. But will it not be incumbent on the interpreter of the Bible to make clear that this is not a degrading view, to say that humility, in Greek tapainotes, lowliness, is not simply low, but something very high? Is it not incumbent on the theologians to show that we, and not only we, but Aristotle and Plato himself, have some grounds for being humble, but therefore must there not be, is it possible for theological teaching to be presented without recourse to argument, without reference to what we can know by our unassisted reason?
Well, it would just seem that there's, it seems that part of the problem is that the only way you could prove, I think the way in which a theologian would attempt to prove that there's something good about humility, that it's not the low thing that it might strike one to be immediately, is on the basis of the type of theoretical consideration that Aristotle would consider to be somewhat out of the way with respect to a practical science.
Aristotelian self-denying ordinance is not necessarily binding on the interpreter. If the exclusion of theoretical knowledge would lead to a distortion of the moral facts, if this would prove to be the case, then one has to disregard Aristotle and has to say, we have a very high regard for you, Aristotle, but here you are wrong.
Well, then wouldn't the
But I don't believe that it's necessary. If you think only of the case of humility, you do not have to become a physicist or mathematician to argue that out. You simply have to discuss the question, is it possible for man to be so impeccable and so self-satisfied as Aristotle seems to assume? And think only of the reasons for humility which are supplied by theoretical knowledge itself. After all, however final Aristotle might have thought his account of the whole to be, this, even in his lifetime, but surely later on, it has become very questionable. Who dares to say today that the heavenly bodies are living beings, sun, moon, and the stars, merely because when we look up to them, we see they move, and we don't see anything pushing them. So they must have the principle of motion in themselves, but a being which has a principle of motion in itself is a living being, hence the stars are living beings. And Genesis, the first chapter, knew already that the stars are not gods, are not living beings. And so the author of the Genesis, if he takes the now prevailing view, that it was not God, but some human being, divined here a truth which Aristotle did not allow. So in other words, humility can be made against Aristotle. And the same would apply to other things. For example, the chapter on magnanimity in the fourth book, which is the anti-biblical statement in a way in the whole ethics. Because here pride, a noble pride, but pride nevertheless, is presented as a crown of all virtue. This would have to be considered. Indeed, if the term faith in contradistinction to understanding has any meaning, it means that the acceptance of the biblical teaching can never be possible on rational grounds alone. But this doesn't mean that rational grounds may not be sufficient to show the limitations of, say, Aristotle. Is that okay?
I didn't quite follow you. There seems to be so many things that go against what you've been saying. I'm thinking, for instance, of how based on reason, based on some other science. And
yeah, sure.
If one, if it was important to you, I mean, not just as a theoretician, but important to you, to know those kinds of things, then one simply couldn't, how can you decide? You can't say, well, I'll decide on the basis of reason, because the principles of the highest things aren't accessible.
What is the principle of Thomas's criticism of Aristotle? I mean, all points where he deviates from it. That Aristotle didn't prove his points. That Aristotle did not prove his points. And Aristotle claims to have proved his point. The biblical theologian does not claim to have proved his point. And therefore what Thomas shows is merely that it is not demonstrably false, that it is not demonstrably nonsense, as the unbelievers say. That the question is not as simple. And so what Thomas proves is that it is possible to hold the biblical beliefs. We cannot make the biblical beliefs rational and therefore compelling. That's impossible because that contradicts their nature as beliefs. Be this as it may, I hope you will agree with me with a very small point, but not negligible point I try to make, that it is necessary to understand the relation of, say, biblical morality and Aristotelian or philosophic morality. And there are surely striking differences between the two. Humility I mentioned, but I could as well have said mercy has some very laudatory. Yes.
Aristotle gives, say many examples of philosophers. But he gives two examples of sensible men. Maybe only one, I don't know. But and Plato doesn't give any, I don't think.
Oh, Plato gives some. Let me see. Where are they in Plato? But the point is this, in Plato you have this phenomenon of which I spoke before regarding Aristotle. In Plato, the sun of which I spoke is always there, and therefore the things which are peculiarly visible and attractive in moonlight are not so attractive in the case of Plato. Meaning, because Socrates is always present, or in one way or the other. But now let me see who is presented as a particularly sensible man in Plato. That's a good question, I cannot say. I do not say. Help me a bit. Gorgias is not sensible. Gorgias is a man who is unable to continue to talk because he has talked so much already. And that's the way in which he's introduced. No, that won't do. And Protagoras is presented as a man who makes one blunder after another. Socrates confronts him 3 times in a row with choices, and he invariably picks the wrong one. And he is a teacher of prudence. That is, no, honestly, and you find nice men, I mean, at first glance at least, like Kephalos, but you would say he's a sensible man.
He obeys the law.
Yeah, but if the law is terrible...
No, but he's a...
If the law is a very bad...
Not terrible. The laws of Athens are
reasonable law.
Well, these laws brought Socrates to the hemlock.
Yeah, but Socrates thought them so reasonable with the drinking.
Yeah, well, Socrates was, because the alternatives were worse than to obey the Athenian laws.
So if Socrates was justified in obeying
all right.
laws, so was Kephalos.
Yeah, but surely not for the same reason. But I'm willing to grant you that Kephalos is a reasonable man. All right. Yes?
How about the conversation between Euripides and Virtuous at the beginning of the Theaetetus presented under a manly person, but allowing the kind of thought?
Theaetetus. Yes, he is a young, very pleasant mathematician and very able as a mathematician.
The conversation between Euripides and Tertian theoretically takes place much later than the conversation.
Yeah.
And It is distinguished himself in battle.
Yes.
Being well spoken of.
Was a good citizen, yes. Yes. Yes, you could say that. Yeah. So there are, let us take ground, there are some examples, but we had some difficulties because there are so many more who are not sensible men. Either because they are too young, or because there is something more deeply wrong. For example, in the Shamides and Critias, when they later on became tyrants, so their sensibleness cannot have been too strong. There must have been a little warm, gnawing in it. So that is, this is an interesting question, an interesting approach to Plato. Yes.
Well, I was thinking, I'd like to go further and ask, if, I mean, you could say the way that Socrates speaks of Pericles and the Gorgias, for example, and compare it with Aristotle statement in Book 6 that Pericles is a sensible man. Well, that's a striking difference. But when you think about it, is there any ground for saying that there is more likely, from Aristotle's point of view, more likely to be more sensible men in the true sense of the term than there are to be, than there is at the be? In other words, who in history will it be more sensible men or more philosophers?
From which point of view? Surely much more sensible. I mean, after all, the people who manage their households at short of great economic crisis, they survive not only but put something by for a rainy day. That's one sign of sensibleness. Yeah, quite common. Quite common.
It's sensible on the level of Pericles.
Oh, on this high level. Even there, I believe there would. Then let us make a qualification. There may be situations in which it is so difficult to act sensibly that it is practically impossible. That people have to ultimately flip a coin, which is a kind of declaration of bankruptcy for sensibleness. Mr. Felix?
I believe last week you referred to Socrates as being the most sensible.
Yeah, but that is true because here sensibility is understood in the Socratic sense of the word. And according to Socrates, virtue is knowledge or phronesis, prudence. But this is not the common understanding.
Would it be Aristotle's understanding?
No, of course not. He rejects it. For Aristotle, the question of what is virtue is beyond the interest and the ken of the perfect gentleman. For Socrates, the perfect gentleman is precisely the man who devotes most of his waking time to thinking about what is virtue. Surely that is very different.
That would coincide with Plato's reflection on Theaetetus, namely that he washed out as a theoretical man. And that he didn't fulfill the promise that he displayed in youth in answer to Mr. Wetlock's point.
Oh. Do you accept that? Well, one can of course say that Euclides and Terpsion are not Plato. And one would have to see how to translate that as to express the view of Plato itself.
I think it shows nicely whatever the final judgment upon is theoretical capacity. It shows nicely the tension between, or the possibility of one to be a perfectly good and sensible man without being theoretical.
Yeah, this is another matter. But if we speak of what a decent man, a gentleman in the ordinary colloquial sense, there are of course quite a few, and therefore also in Plato's dialogues. Laches and Nicias are of course nice gentlemen, although not very successful as generals. Let me say not always successful, because Nicias was successful for quite some time, but then only when he was confronted with an insoluble difficulty in Sicily. Then he failed, and Laches also failed in Sicily. Yeah, also in Sicily. That is true, but you see, what Plato also does, if one reads him carefully, is to supply us with a kind of extras. For example, Cephalus, the perfect grandfather, I would say. Everyone would wish to have such a nice grandfather at first reading.
And yet, if you look more closely, you see there are some indelicacies which he commits and which lead to a changed view of his being. When he is asked what use does he make of his money, you remember, and then he says, well, of course I pay my debts and to God and men, and because any day I may die and I want to have a good conscience. Yes, that is a very respectable motive, as far as it goes. But then the question arises, what did he use his money for when he was young? And that you have to figure out for yourself. And then it is no longer so simple, the phenomenon of capital. And similar considerations apply to all of them. Good. Now, let us turn then to Book 3. If Mr. Pangle will begin.
Virtue, however, is concerned with passions and actions, and it is only voluntary actions for which praise and blame are given. Those that are involuntary are condoned and sometimes even pitied. Hence, it seems to be necessary for the student of ethics to define the difference between the voluntary and the involuntary. And this will also be of service to the legislator in assigning rewards and punishments.
In assigning honors and punishments. No, of course he doesn't speak of students of ethics. He says those who consider make considerations regarding virtue, which is less technical. Now, why does he suddenly take up this question of the voluntary and the involuntary? Now, it will appear later that there is a connection with the problem of the voluntary and that of election or choice. And we have heard before that virtue is a habit of choosing. So Aristotle continues his analysis of virtue here. Virtue is a habit of choosing, therefore we have to know what is choice, and for some reason it's not yet made clear. In order to understand choice, we have to understand voluntariness. There is one little difficulty. Voluntariness reminds us, of course, of voluntas, of the will, as this is there is no Greek word for will. And that is very strange. The word will comes from Latin, voluntas. There is no Greek word. The Greek word means rather wish than will, as we will see very soon. Generally speaking, we can say right now that election is a species of the voluntary. Perhaps we should simply drop the word voluntary and speak of spontaneous in order to avoid any misleading suggestions. Now, virtuous actions are praiseworthy and vicious actions are blameworthy, and therefore they are spontaneous. Non-spontaneous actions are not praiseworthy and blameworthy, with certain qualifications which Aristotle speak of in the sixth. Now, this subject is necessary first for those who make investigations about virtue, and secondly for the legislators. Those who make investigations, observations regarding virtue, this may very well refer to people like the students of Aristotle. Involuntary actions deserve excuse and sometimes even pity. Aristotle does not elaborate on this because he assumes that everyone knows that if someone is, if you are forced to do it, literally forced, someone forces your finger to move a trigger by which to kill someone very dear to you, then we, of course, don't say this man is a murderer of his nearest and dearest, but we have compassion with him. In other cases, we don't go so far as to have compassion, but we would at least say we would excuse his action. We do not regard it as murder. The details will be explained in the sixth. Yes?
It is then generally held that actions are involuntary when done under compulsion or through ignorance, and that an act is compulsory when its origin is from without, being of such a nature that the agent, who is really passive, contributes nothing to it. For example, when he is carried somewhere by stress of weather, or by people who have him in their power.
Yes. Now, the inspontaneous actions, the answer is, are due either to violence or to ignorance. And Aristotle speaks first about unspontaneous actions due to violence. Yes, and the cases are quite clear. If someone is compelled literally by a storm, by a hurricane, to land in the midst of the house of somebody else, and by his sudden falling down, kills someone, he is clearly not responsible for the death of that man. And the same is true if human beings force him. Yes?
But there is some doubt about actions done through fear of a worse alternative, or for some noble object. As, for example, if a tyrant having a man's parents and children in his power commands him to do something base, when if he complies, their lives will be spared, but if he refuses, they will be put to death. It is open to question whether such actions are spontaneous or unspontaneous. A somewhat similar case is when cargo is jettisoned in a storm. Apart from circumstances, no one voluntarily throws away his property, but to save his own life and that of his shipmates, any sane man would do so. Acts of this kind then are mixed, but they approximate to the spontaneous class. For at the actual time when they are done, they are chosen or willed, and the end of an act varies with the occasion, so that the terms spontaneous and unspontaneous should be used with reference to the time of action. Now the actual deed is done spontaneously, for the origin of the movement of the parts of the body instrumental to the act lies in the agent. And when the origin of an action is in oneself, it is in one's own power to do it or not to do it. Such acts, therefore, are spontaneous, though perhaps unspontaneous apart from circumstances, for no one would choose to do any such thing in and for itself.
What he says, apart from circumstances, you said?
Yeah.
There is in Greek simply. You can even say absolutely. But what is absolutely true is not true. It is true only by virtue of an abstraction, which for certain purposes is useful, but the truth resides in the full action, i.e. including the circumstances. I believe the examples are clear. In all these cases, the case of the tyrant with the children has acquired a new actuality in our century. For some centuries, these cases were regarded as belonging to a remote past, but today this happens almost every day. Now, here this gives rise to all kinds of questions. These are mixed actions, Aristotle says, yet they are voluntary. In other words, if the man, out of fear for his wife and children, betrays the most important secrets to an enemy, it is his responsibility. He has attenuating circumstances. That's another matter. But it is, he commits high treason. That is what Aristotle seems to say. Clearly, but still, this case is a mixed one. If it were merely saving his own life, there would be no question. He has to sacrifice his life. But if his nearest and dearest, especially people who cannot defend themselves, are involved, the case becomes mixed. Yes?
I don't understand particularly when he says it is mixed. Yes, but it falls into the sphere of voluntary action, particularly as the origins of the action are at the end in himself. Now, it seems to me in two ways here that he sort of violates his own dictum set up earlier about, you might say, about judging under the circumstances. Now, for example, there's a great deal of difference about, say, having somebody from his family as a hostage or a close friend. Now, by the token that a family is your own, a member of your family is of your own blood. So it seems to me, I don't see how he can say that really the origin of the thing is linked up personally and it's actually a part of him.
Because he has a choice. He has a choice. He can or cannot reveal that secret.
Well, the tyrant has me, and he says, look, you do this or I'll shoot you. I have a choice.
All right, but the mere fact that you can deliberate for, if only for a minute, shows that, whereas in the case, if the tyrant's bodyguard or 10 fellows compel you to pull the trigger in order thus to kill another enemy of his tyrannical regime, then you have no choice. You don't do it. Your finger does it in a way, but your finger as an instrument of the bodyguard. But in this case, you decide. You may say that the decision goes without saying, but that's not quite true, because if you would say, then you could also take the view of Hobbes and say, if you betray your country in order to save dear life, then you do not commit a crime, because the greatest good which you have is your life. The greatest, or at least the first good which you have is your life, and on which all other goods depend, and therefore a man is even closer to himself than his nearest and dearest. And they can easily make an argument for that.
Yes, but one can also make an argument, and many people have, that a person's family is really nothing more than an extension of oneself. It can come down to that. As opposed to making an argument, say, for the fact that, well, yes, I have a close friend, but not to the extent that he's of myself, really, the way myself.
Yeah, but all right, but if you are not entitled to betray your country in order to save your life, you are also not entitled to betray your country in order to save your nearest and dearest. That is Aristotle's decision, it seems. He says they resemble more. He admits that there is a certain terrible pressure, but a pressure which does not do away with spontaneity or responsibility, as we would say. Yes, now let us go on.
Sometimes, indeed, men are actually praised for deeds of this mixed class, namely when they submit to some disgrace or pain as the price of some great and noble object. Though if they do so without any such motive, they are blamed, since it is contemptible to submit to a great disgrace with no advantage or only a trifling one in view.
Now what does he have in mind here? For some mixed actions, properly done, men are even praised. For example, Socrates is compelled to be disgraced and to die, and yet he is praised for it. I mean, he didn't choose this wholly of his own, but he was compelled, confronted with this choice between disgrace and between the right and the wrong. He chose the disgraceful thing because it's disgraceful to be executed. Good. These actions are voluntary. You cannot, so this action was voluntary, although he did not wish to be confronted with that choice. But once he was confronted with it, he was confronted with a choice. As he says, he could have run away before legal proceedings had come underway, and then perhaps his accusers would have been very happy to get rid of him this way without the complications of a trial. Yeah. Yes?
In some cases, again, such submission, though not praised, is condoned when a man does something wrong through fear of penalties that impose too great a strain on human nature, and that no one could endure. Yet there seem to be some acts which a man cannot be compelled to do, and rather than do them, he ought to submit to the most terrible death.
Now let us stop here for a moment. Now, Literature says, he says, there are perhaps some things to which one cannot be compelled, or which one ought not to be compelled, but one should rather die under the most terrible tortures than do them. For some mixed actions, there is not indeed praise, but forgiveness. According to Thomas's commentary, someone is threatened with being set on fire if he does not tell a jocular lie, or if he does not commit acts that do not become his dignity. Now, these are, of course, theoretically harmless cases. Who would not tell a jocular lie? Yeah. Say, I am 6 feet high, and I'm not 6 feet high, under compulsion. Or who doesn't commit, would do something which ordinarily only a garbage collector would do, which doesn't befit my dignity, but under terrible pressure by the tyrant, which sensible man would not do it, and no gentleman would blame that gentleman who is taking care of his garbage bin under such circumstances. Yeah. But the question is, would it not also apply to a man who reveals a very important state secret to the enemy in order to prevent the torture killing of his wife and children? We have seen that before. Could one not say that is a pressure going beyond what human nature can bear? That would be, I believe that would probably be decided differently in different ages. In ages in which martyrdom was more taken for, more demanded, more as a matter of course than it is today, people would have probably decided differently than today. It has to take into consideration. Yes?
For instance, we think it ridiculous that Alcmaeon in Euripides' play is compelled by certain threats to murder his own mother.
You know, how was he compelled? Well, his play has not been preserved. We seem to know this, that he was compelled by his father's curses to kill his mother. In other words, his father cursed him, if you don't kill her, I will do you terrible things. Is this the kind of pressure like that exerted by the tyrant? But of course, Aristotle says here again, before, what we read, perhaps. This is a very great some difficulties, because Aristotle sometimes uses perhaps as an elegant expression in order not to speak pedantically. That is frequently where he speaks of things which are quite true, when he says sometimes perhaps, as we would say in an argument, in order not to be or to appear to be too crude and to come down with a ton of bricks. We might say this is perhaps not so, as you say, but sometimes it is also meant more seriously, namely, it is an open question for him. Yes?
But it is sometimes difficult to decide how far we ought to go in choosing to do a given act rather than suffer a given penalty, or in enduring a given penalty rather than commit a given action. And it is still more difficult to abide by our decision when made, since in most of such dilemmas, the penalty threatened is painful, and the deed forced upon us dishonorable, which is why praise and blame are bestowed according as we do or do not yield to such compulsion. What kind of actions, then, are to be called compulsory?
So let us stop there. Now, the great difficulty is, of course, to judge properly in borderline cases, and still more difficult to act properly in borderline cases when you are exposed to the pressure of the tyrant or whatever it may be. You want to say that?
I want to an example which seems to fall under Aristotle's classification of actions that are not involuntary, which is ethical. It is an action that is the reason. Beyond that point, Aristotle said, well, in a sense, voluntary seeking of knowledge, even when it held the prospect of reviewing the stress of consumption.
I do not, the question of ignorance will be taken up later. You speak so here only about our violence. Give me, since you brought it up, give me an example so that I can see what you are trying to say.
I was just referring to actually the actions done for ignorance, the kind of father and learners and decisions of mother. And when in his willingness to, for the sake of knowledge about that matter, to pursue it, even when that pursuit held the prospect of revealing faith and also women's suffering.
What kind of knowledge would he like to gain by that? Of how a human being dies, and he should study medicine, and he will go to anatomical courses and pathological courses and see plenty of it. I do not see what you mean. You do not think of the case of Raskolnikov.
No, I think of
Oedipus, Oedipus' case is entirely different. He didn't know.
That's what the question was that his action apparently falls into the involuntary class. He didn't know.
Sure. Oedipus would be acquitted by any civilized law court.
Then the question becomes, what about the voluntary action to know those circumstances when that knowledge seems to hold upon suffering and failure? Aristotle said that's fitting of acceptable knowledge.
I still do not understand the case to which you refer. That Oedipus will be miserable, despite the fact
that a sensible law court would not condemn him, that is unfortunate. Therefore, he is the object of compassion, as Aristotle says.
Who sends the messenger to find out about this person?
About the?
About this person. Who sends the messenger to find out who?
Phone messenger returns with no who's discovered that.
Yeah, but this, I mean, if you take the situation as it is in Socrates' Oedipus, he has very good advice, is given very good advice by an authoritative man, by Tiresias, who tells him, don't go into that. And if he is so obstinate, then that he will be severely punished for that. In difficult cases, one should obey a wiser man than oneself is.
Yes, that's the term for there. But it's also, in one way, noble, one who remains true to his promise to remove the curse. And two, for the sake of knowledge that he does this.
Yeah, but how do you know that Tiresias would not have taken off the curse without Oedipus' entry? I mean, we read this all too much from our modern point of view, instead of following simple principles of common sense, commonsensical prudence. And if you mean something much deeper than these things we have discussed hitherto, too, whether the myth does not mean, although this is never stated, at least in the part of the Oedipus story told us by Socrates, that this is Oedipus' punishment for having found out the truth, solved the riddle of the Sphinx. So in other words, no theoretical man, every theoretical man has in a manner killed his father and mated with his mother. Yeah? Then that is no longer a fit subject for discussion. But it is surely something to which Aristotle has given quite a bit of thought. Mr. Feely.
I wonder what Aristotle would say, or perhaps he does say explicitly, about the case of Alcibiades.
He doesn't say anything. I looked up yesterday because I wasn't sure. In the Athenian constitution, he is not mentioned.
But that would seem to be a case in which a man is forced, in some sense, to decide.
No, he's not forced. That is a modern view. Whether he wanted to, he was confronted with a choice between returning to Athens and submit to judicial procedure there, which probably would have led to capital punishment. Not certainly. And the alternative being to run away to the enemy. To run away to another country. That he chose Sparta and betrayed all the secrets of Athens' father, that was not necessary. He could have gone to some out-of-the-way place in Sicily and waited until the storm had blown over. But Alcibiades was driven by an infinite ambition, and that is no excuse. Because then you can justify all the most horrible crimes ever committed.
Would Aristotle say that he should have gone back to Athens? That's what I'm primarily.
That I do not know. I mean, because I don't know the circumstances in which Aristotle himself left Athens. I mean, he left Athens in a hurry. This much we know. And the reason which he gave is that Athens should not again commit a sin against philosophy. Now, whether he was already accused or whether he expected an accusation is a different story. You can, of course, there is nothing wrong to leave a city if you expect to get into trouble there. That's
a rather fine line.
Yeah, well, casuistry has always to do with fine lines, and otherwise otherwise it's not otherwise it's not interesting. Because if you raise a question whether I should pay income tax for 1967, that's not a case for any discussion. But there are other cases which deserve discussion. This young man you wanted to say something.
I was going to ask about Aristotle speaking Athens.
Yeah, I do not know enough about it. I don't know what we did. I know only the story that he had to leave, that he left, quote, he had to leave, which is an ambiguous expression, that he left, and that he was apparently threatened. Whether he was threatened with death, or with exile, or fine, or what, that I do not know. I don't know whether it is known, but surely I do not know that it is known. So, now, yes, in B, 11 and 10B.
What kind of actions, then, are to be called?
And there must be this presupposition, you cannot deduce goodness from nature because you don't know the nature of good. And even if you do, goodness is something different from nature in itself. So there must be different principles. There is another remark of Kant which is important and crucial in this connection, and that is that the moral doctrine must liberate man from being tied to the apron strings of nature. Now, if man's goodness consists in properly satisfying his natural inclinations, then his ends are not freely posited by man, but imposed on him as though agreed to by him. And therefore, Kant's work is one of the great milestones in the way towards man's liberation. And all we think today of a conquest of nature, or other notions connected with it, with the rule of man, with man's being radically free, all this has very much to do with Kant and prepared by others, but Kant went beyond all his predecessors in this respect.
I was thinking, which is a favorite passage, a passage in the end, in the appendix to the Critique of Judgment, where it talks about Spinoza and about that radical antithesis set up between the nature of the first part of the Critique of Purism and nature suggested in the antinomies in practical reason, and man's interest in resolving that, and finding hints in nature of intelligence in the beautiful of nature and also in the propulsive forms of nature, so that underlying that nature might be an intelligence that agrees with what man finds internal.
With what man finds?
What man finds internal, the propulsiveness of theoretical and practical reason, primarily practical.
How far is this relevant to our question now?
Well, underlying the nature that appears, which the understanding prescribes laws to, might be an understanding that had its ground in something like intelligence. And that's very important for man's morality. Which that passage about Spinoza is, let us suppose a man like Spinoza who reveres the moral law, but doesn't believe in duality or any sort of purpose in nature. And what will he see? He sees corruption and immorality in his friends.
So he must be miserable.
That he finds no agreement between the internal legislation.
Yeah, but that means only that some agreement has to be found between theoretical and practical reason. And links are supplied by the teleology as well as by the aesthetics. But as far as teleology is concerned, which is more immediately relevant, this never takes on theoretical dignity in Kant. Never. Kant is sure that there will never be a Newton of the blade of grass. So there will never be, in fact, an explanation of living things in terms of physics and chemistry. But on the other hand, in our dialogical work, we have to think only in terms of physical, or ultimately physical or chemical explanation. That's Kant's point. We have what we know is on the one side the phenomenal world, the world of modern science, and on the other hand the moral law. And everything else is, there is no knowledge beyond that. There are divinations, as it were, but no knowledge beyond that. So I think the difference between Kant and Aristotle is absolutely fundamental, and I'm sure it was not your intention to deny that. Yeah. Now let us turn to the third book of the Ethics. We are discussing the section on the spontaneous and non-spontaneous. Well, what Aristotle means by it, you can easily see if you take out a dog on a leash, and either he drags you or you drag him. When he drags you, he is acting spontaneously, and you are under some compulsion. But if you drag him, you act spontaneously, and the poor dog is under some compulsion. Is this clear? Now, this is the starting point of the analysis of what would later have been called the will. But this is still subhuman in itself. Although, as we will see, what Aristotle has to say about spontaneity and non-spontaneity is colored by the specifically human. As we will, obviously, if spontaneity is rendered impossible by compulsion, not only, as we have seen last time, but also by ignorance, then this latter kind of lack of spontaneity is a specifically human lack of spontaneity. Ignorance would not affect the spontaneity of brute animals. Now, Mr. Pangel is absent today, to my regret, and is there anyone here who is willing to take his place? What about you, Mr. Fairbanks? You? You have the same past, at least.
Is that a prerequisite?
Well, that would explain that you have the same present, to some extent. Now, we continue at 1110, B, 18 to 24.
Everything that is done by reason of ignorance is not voluntary. It is only what produces pain and repentance that is involuntary or non-spontaneous. For the man who has done something owing to ignorance and feels not the least vexation at his action has not acted voluntarily, since he did not know what he was doing, nor yet involuntarily, since he is not pained. Of people, then, who act by reason of ignorance, he who repents is thought an involuntary agent, and the man who does not repent may, since he is different, be called a not voluntary agent. For, since he differs from the other, it is better that he should have a name of his own.
Now let us see. Now think of Oedipus killing his father and mating with his mother. He did this in ignorance. And the sign that he did it ignorantly is that he was pained after he became aware of it and felt regret as soon he came to know what he, quote, did, unquote, because it was not truly exact. Is this reasonable? No. Now,
acting by reason of ignorance seems also to be different from acting in ignorance. For the man who is drunk or in a rage is thought to act as a result not of ignorance, but of one of the causes mentioned, yet not knowingly, but in ignorance.
Yes, this is a subtle distinction which is important, especially for penal law. I mean, if Oedipus had done the terrible things he did while he was drunk, one could not say he did it out of ignorance. You would say he did it because he was drunk. A different emphasis. The man who does something through being drunk or through being in anger does not do it through ignorance. He does not know, as I suppose it, yet he is in ignorance. And I think the penal law would treat, the law would treat differently a man who does something out from ignorance. For example, from thinking it is his car, whereas it is a car of somebody else. It looks very similar. And a man who does something because he is drunk, because he is drunk. He is held responsible for his being drunk. But he cannot be held responsible for inevitable or practically inevitable ignorance. Now this will become clearer as we go on.
Now every wicked man is ignorant of what he ought to do and what he ought to abstain from. And it is by reason of error of this kind that men become unjust and in general bad. But the term non-spontaneous tends to be used not if a man is ignorant of what is to his advantage, for it is not mistaken purpose that causes unspontaneous action. It leads rather to wickedness, but ignorance of the universal, for that men are blamed. But ignorance of particulars, that is, of the circumstances of the action and the objects with which it is concerned, for it is on these that both pity and pardon depend, since the person who is ignorant of any of these acts unspontaneous.
And what Aristotle says here, in a way, all badness is through ignorance, as Socrates had said before him, without any qualification. Meaning through ignorance of the things useful to him, advantageous to him. And that is here a somewhat loose expression, which includes also the noble, and it means the universals involved. For example, if someone commits a murder and says, I did not know that murder is bad, this is not an excuse. But ignorance regarding particulars in the situation, for example, he did not know that a man was standing there where he fired his pistol or whatever it may be. This kind of ignorance may be an excuse. The ignorance which is unexcusable is that which is due to badness or identical with badness. I mean, that one does not know the most elementary distinctions between right and wrong. Morality presupposes some knowledge, although the knowledge is not the main point here, because knowing that murder is bad is very little if you murder, nevertheless. But this knowledge, which morality presupposes, must be available to all if morality is to be expected from all. And therefore it is knowledge of universals, like murder and adultery and so on are bad. The bad man does not know this. He regards these actions as advantageous to him. That is the reason, I think, why Aristotle uses here the term advantageous. He thinks, that's good for me. He doesn't think that it is base. He doesn't even know that in the classic case. But Aristotle says the bad man does not know it through his fault. He did not listen to what his elders and betters told him. Or more practically and crudely stated, the knowledge of these simple universals is supplied to all men by the law. In all countries, the law says something to this effect. While it is true that the law may make distinctions between the killing of a free man and the killing of a slave, that causes a complication which is not negligible, but the main point stated by law everywhere. Now let us read the sequel.
Perhaps it is just as well, therefore, to determine their nature and number. A man may be ignorant, then, of who he is, what he is doing, whom or what he is acting on, and sometimes also what, e.g. what instrument he is doing it with, and to what end. For example, he may think his act will conduce to someone's safety, and how he is doing it. For example, whether gently or violently. Now of all these, no one could be ignorant unless he was mad. And evidently also, he could not be ignorant of the agent. For how could he not know himself?
So that is the least interesting case. That is that he has amnesia, a theme very important now in popular culture, as you surely know. Yes?
But of what he is doing, a man might be ignorant. As for instance, people say, it slipped out of their mouths as they were speaking. Or,
They did not know it was a secret, as Aeschylus said of the mystery.
In other words, Aeschylus claimed not to know that it was forbidden to divulge the mysteries. And if he did not know, he was not guilty, because this does not belong to the things which all men are supposed to know. Only the initiated should know that, and he was not initiated. Yes?
Or a man might say, he let it go off when he merely wanted to show it's working, as the man did with the catapult.
Yeah, today we would take a revolver, I think, is a very common case, yes?
Again, one might think one's son was an enemy, as Merope did, or that a pointed spear had a button on it, or that a stone was pumice stone. Or one might give a man a draught to save him and really kill him. Or one might want to touch a man, as people do in sparring, and really wound him. The circumstance may relate, then, to any of these things, that is, of the circumstances of the action, and the man who is ignorant of any of these is thought to have acted involuntarily, and especially if he was ignorant on the most important point. And these are thought to be the circumstances of the action and its end. Further, the doing of an act that is called involuntary in virtue of ignorance of this sort must be painful and involve repentance.
But this he repeats again, because that is a kind of criterion whether a man did it involuntarily, whether after having become aware of what he did, he is very sorry for it. Now, circumstances are here discussed, ignorance regarding the circumstances. Circumstances are conditions of the human act. These conditions are either from the side of the causes of the act or from the side of the act itself. That is the way in which Thomas Aquinas explains it. Now, from the side of the causes of the act, it could be an efficient cause or the final cause. And the efficient cause could be the principal cause or an instrumental cause. For example, the error regarding the stone, that would be an error regarding the instrumental cause. And as for the end, which means ignorance of the end which follows from his action, as distinguished from the end intended by him. The physician who gives a pill intending to save the patient, but in this particular case, that the pill proves to be fatal. And he has no reason, all his experience showed him that this pill was helpful. Now, as regards the circumstances on the part of the act itself, there is first to consider the genus to which the act belongs. That's to say, what the action is. For example, the case of Aeschylus. He thought it was a harmless thing to mention these goings on in the mysteries, and it was not so. It was something forbidden. And then the matter or the object of the act itself. For example, that he thought it was, the woman was his wife, and it was another woman. But he had reason to, it was justified because the woman was found in night time without light in his wife's bed. Now, this case is also further discussed. And finally, the mode of the action, and that is whether it is with violence or soft. For example, a man wants to push another on it, and he does it a bit too strongly, and the other man falls and possibly by some unfortunate coincidence dies. But this is also ignorance, because he did not have the intention of pushing him in harsh. Now, it is clear that the things universally bad, of which Aristotle has spoken before, like murder and so on, are bad only if they are done knowingly and intentionally. And this is the difference between human actions, morally relevant actions, and other bad things like food. For example, bad food has its bad effect, regardless of whether you take it knowingly or unknowingly, intentionally or non-intentionally. So now Aristotle has reached the point where he can suggest a definition of the voluntary or spontaneous, which he does in the immediate sequence.
Since that which is done under compulsion or by reason of ignorance is non-spontaneous, the spontaneous would seem to be that of which the moving principle is in the agent himself, he being aware of the particular circumstances of the action. Presumably, acts done by reason of anger or appetite are not rightly called non-spontaneous.
The two terms used by Aristotle are those used by Plato in the Republic, thumos and epithemia. We usually translate spiritedness and desire. Now, here Aristotle speaks of an error. There are some people who say actions committed from anger and from desire are non-spontaneous because these affections themselves, spiritedness and desire, are involuntary. But Aristotle rejects this view for a number of reasons. Yes?
For in the first place, on that showing, none of the other animals will act spontaneous, nor will children. And secondly, if it meant that we do not spontaneously do any of the acts that are due to appetite or anger, or that we do the noble acts spontaneously and the base acts unspontaneously? Is not this absurd when one and the same thing is the cause? But it would surely be odd to describe as non-spontaneous the things one ought to desire, and we ought both to be angry at certain things and to have an appetite for certain things, for example, for health and for learning. Also, what is non-spontaneous is thought to be painful, but what is in accordance with appetite is thought to be pleasant.
Let's make it stop here. So, Aristotle gives here two arguments. If what we do from anger and desire were involuntary, that would make all actions of brutes and of children involuntary. And this does not correspond to what we think and see. For example, we see the difference between what the puppy does voluntarily, spontaneously, gladly, and what it does under compulsion of something. Secondly, what we do from desire or anger is spontaneous. For instance, we desire the right things in the right circumstances, and then we act well, and then we demand to get credit for it. The argument which Aristotle rejects would lead to the consequence that we reclaim responsibility for our good action and disclaim responsibility for our bad action. If we act nicely, we say, well, of course, I did it. But if we do something bad, we say, well, something else did it, not we. In other words, if this view were correct, all actions prompted by desire and spiritedness would be good or at least excusable, contrary to the universal view of mankind. And what he says at the end of this section means, I think, at most one could say that the things which are done through anger are involuntary. For the things done out of desire are pleasant and hence voluntary. But of course, even regarding anger, Aristotle does not agree that they are voluntary. And he gives now a third argument.
Again, what is the difference in respect of involuntariness between errors committed upon calculation and those committed in anger? Both are to be avoided, but the irrational passions are thought not less human than reasoning, and therefore also the actions which proceed from anger or appetite are the man's actions. It would be odd, then, to treat them as non-spontaneous.
Yes, so if actions from anger or spiritedness are involuntary, why not also actions from calculation? All human actions which have their origin in a mature human being are voluntary. This is a point which Aristotle makes. While all such human actions are voluntary, not all voluntary actions are human.
There are also voluntary actions of beasts, as we have seen. There is here a certain obscurity to which I referred, I think, before. The voluntary or spontaneous is common to all animals. But Aristotle speaks, in fact, of the specifically human voluntary and involuntary action. For example, especially when he speaks of thoughts done from ignorance. The reason why Aristotle is concerned with it is this. A human act may be spontaneous, but not deliberately chosen. That's the practical importance of this discussion. Think of the difference between murder, premeditated murder, and homicide in anger, and then a wholly guiltless killing induced through ignorance. We must make these distinctions, and therefore the distinction between voluntariness on the one hand and premeditation, or what Aristotle will call in the secret election or choice, is of crucial importance. Incidentally, those of you who are interested in this subject should read Plato's Laws, 860c to 864a. This is of special importance because Plato, or the Athenian stranger, argues there on the basis of the Socratic premise that all evil is due to ignorance, and therefore there cannot be the distinction which Aristotle makes. And the Athenian stranger can accept this common sense distinction only in a kind of adaptation to what the laws generally prescribe, that they make a distinction between bad actions deliberately done and bad actions spontaneously done, and bad actions done under sheer compulsion. Yes.
Does not Aristotle also agree that no man will willingly choose to harm himself?
Yes, Aristotle would admit that.
And that therefore, if a man does something which will harm his soul, it is because he is ignorant either of the existence or the importance of the soul.
So, yes, to that, well, how much Aristotle is in agreement with Socrates, despite the conservative difference, you see, especially from the seventh book, the discussion of continence and incontinence. For Aristotle, the fact which for us is so easy, is that someone holds of someone that he approves of the better course, but in fact he follows the worse course. And that is the problem for Aristotle. How is this compatible with his knowing the better course? And Aristotle says, without some obfuscation, it's impossible.
That's the passion.
Yeah, but it is an obfuscation of the intellect which takes place.
Passions are an obfuscation of intellect.
Yeah, but the key point is that it is an obfuscation. We are inclined to think of criminals or other wicked men who have perfect clarity, are in full knowledge of what they are doing, and yet some evil in them overpowers. And this is the night by Aristotle too. Without some obfuscation, even if they know it, there must be some obfuscation taking place, otherwise they couldn't do it. So, just as was the place. But Aristotle comes here amazingly close to Plato, if you, as you will see from the seventh book, if we will have the time to read it now. Good. Now, this is we have now reached the conclusion of the section on the spontaneous and non-spontaneous. And to repeat the main point, spontaneity is destroyed for the time being by compulsion and by ignorance. Ignorance meaning ignorance of relevant circumstances, not of the fundamental law itself. This does not does not take away spontaneity. Yes. Now, let's go on.
Both the spontaneous and the unspontaneous having been delimited, we must next discuss choice. For it is thought to be most closely bound up with virtue, and to discriminate characters better than actions do.
Yes, that is something for a moment. Now, Aristotle at the beginning of this book, as you will have seen, has not given us a sufficient reason why he speaks of the spontaneous and non-spontaneous. Here he gives us a precise reason.
choice, as Satan says, is of the utmost importance. It is a core of virtue, for there may be good external actions proceeding from bad choices. For example, if someone does something good out of vainglory or of calculation, and bad external actions or bad omissions may be based on good choices. For example, if someone is unable to do the right thing because he is paralyzed in his body. In order to understand this section as well as what preceded, we must always remember the fact that there is no Greek word, truly no Aristotelian word, for will. What we would call will is called by Aristotle choice. And this is not a faculty of the soul, but it is of its acts of choice. The faculty would be something like appetitive, or desiring faculty, of which we will hear something very soon. Yes?
Choice, then, seems to be spontaneous, but not the same thing
as the spontaneous. The latter extends more widely, for both children and the lower animals share in spontaneous action, but not in choice. And acts done on the spur of the moment we describe as spontaneous, but not as chosen.
Here Aristotle makes clear why he had discussed first the spontaneous. In technical language, the spontaneous is a genus of which the objects of choice are a species. Every choice is spontaneous, but not every spontaneous act is a choice. And he gives two examples. First, the animals, which have spontaneity and no choice. And second, the things which we do on the sudden, which are spontaneous, or may be spontaneous, and are spontaneous, and yet not acts of choice. He will explain in the sequel what choice is. Yes.
Those who say it is appetite or anger or wish,
it, namely choice,
or a kind of opinion, do not seem to be right. For choice is not common to irrational creatures as well.
Now, 1 second. So this is the theme for the discussion. In order to make clear what choice is, Aristotle shows in the sequel that it is neither desire, nor anger, nor wish, nor opinion. And by excluding these alternatives, he will find out what choice truly is. Now we begin again at the point for choice is not common also to the irrational elements. Yeah?
But appetite and anger are. Yes. Again, the incontinent man acts with appetite, but not with choice, while the continent man, on the contrary, acts with choice, but not with appetite. Again, appetite is contrary to choice, but not appetite to appetite. Again, appetite relates to the pleasant and the painful, choice neither to the painful nor to the pleasant. Still less is it anger, for acts due to anger are thought to be less than any others objects of choice.
And let us stop here. Now the first reason we have already discussed. The second is this, the case of the continent and incontinent man. Now the continent man differs from the moderate man. In this, that the moderate man does not have the desire for excess or the act regarding sensual pleasures. Whereas the continent man has desire for it, but controls himself, but is a desire. And the incontinent man is a man who knows that he should not drink this other bottle of whiskey. He knows, but he is unable to control it. Otherwise the argument doesn't make sense. In this case, it becomes very clear that the choice and the desire are very different things. Do you see that? In the case of the continent man, he chooses not to eat this additional steak, but he desires it. And in the case of the incontinent man, just the opposite. His choice is not to eat that other steak, but his desire is clearly for the additional steak. Yes?
He says in the next sentence, the sensual desire is, logically follows, sensual desire is opposed to choice.
Yet, it doesn't, I wonder why this is, because it doesn't appear necessarily so. After all, that other state, though desired, may after all be good for one.
Then you have to then it is simply so. Then his choice was unreasonable. He should have chosen more food.
Yeah, I mean, passion and right reason can accidentally run together, can they not?
Yeah.
One can, after all, be passionate for the right
Yeah, no, well, then it is not. I mean, then that's a fortunate accident. But in the case of the good men, they agree. Because they have been made to agree by proper breeding and proper principles. Yeah. Yeah, if you call them passions, but passions are properly controlled.
What about Eros?
Aristotle is silent on that subject. One can say if this is not disrespectful, but I have said it in other cities, so I may repeat it in Southern California as well. That one of the great charms of Aristotle, disregarding entirely the question of truth or untruth, but what attracts some people, many people, to Aristotle is something which is very attractive in a famous English writer, and that is Jane Austen. There is a very great sense of propriety in both cases, and I know that this is not in fashion today, but still, I must own that I think it is a very fine thing. There are so many sentences in Miss Austen's discussions of whether A should marry B or not, which, when you state it boldly in theoretical terms, can be matched by sentences from their ethics. There is only one difference, which I must note, for Aristotle, for Jane Austen, to marry a woman, or for a woman to marry a man, without loving him or her, is plainly immoral. For Aristotle, that is not true. For Aristotle, the proper relation is that the groom should be 37 and the bride 17. Do I remember the dates correctly? More or less. And this thing is to be arranged by prudent people, namely the parents. And the love will come while they after marriage. It's not to be a conditional marriage. And this is still more old-fashioned than Jane Austen, but good.
I wasn't talking about that type of Eros. I was talking about a Platonic Eros.
Yeah, and Aristotle speaks very in a more pedestrian manner of a striving for knowledge, and of course also other strivings for food and for procreation and so on. Yeah. Now this poetic quality of the, if I'm speaking externally, in Plato is not in the foreground in Aristotle. There is no question. Now here he seems to say something very strange in the passage which we read. Desire contradicts the choice, but not desire, but desire does not contradict desire. This seems to be sheer nonsense. We all know that we can have contradictory desires, say a desire for money, and then a desire for reputation, and they can easily conflict if he cannot get the money in an honorable manner. But I think this refers still to the question of the continent and incontinent men. Both choose what is contrary to their desire. But there is no conflict in them between desires. The desire goes in both cases, in the case of the continent as well as of the incontinent, to the bottle of whiskey. And but they are different in this respect. Yes, and now the other point he makes here is that desire goes to the pleasant, but choice goes to the good or to the noble. As for spiritualness or anger in particular, what we do from anger is different from what we do from choice. This is at any rate the accepted opinion on the subject. Remember what he said before on the suddenness of anger. And choice is not sudden, but follows deliberation. So, let's go on here.
But neither is it, that is choice, wishing, though it seems near to it. For choice cannot relate to impossible things. And if anyone said he chose them, he would be thought silly. But there may be a wish even for impossible things, for example, for immortality.
So immortality means, it's not a denial of immortality here, but means simply for not dying, for never dying. And which is admittedly absurd even as the premise of immortality of the soul. Yes.
And wishing may relate to things that could in no way be brought about by one's own effort. For example, that a particular actor or athlete should win in the competition. But no one chooses such things, but only the things that he thinks could be brought about by his own effort. Again, wishing relates rather to the end, choice to the means. For instance, we wish to be healthy, but we choose the acts which will make us healthy. And we wish to be happy, and say we do, but we cannot well say we choose to be so. For, in general, choice seems to relate to the things that are in our own power.
Yes. Now this, I think, is a clear statement, but I will emphasize here only one. We have discussed the relation of happiness and virtue before, in the first book. And now we hear something which was not said before, which is very important, regarding the radical difference between happiness and virtue. Happiness is an object of wish, not of choice, because happiness does not depend on us. And therefore Aristotle called it worthy of reverence, because it is a blessing. And by a blessing we understand something which we have not earned or gained by our own effort. Virtue, on the other hand, has to do with the things relating to the end, not with the end itself. That is hard to see. Or is it not so hard? But you seem to have a thought on something. Yes.
But for the man who has not yet been habituated to be virtuous, could not virtue be an end, and that he wishes to be virtuous, and he is, in a sense, educating himself to be virtuous?
Yeah, that could be. But still, this is a more universal statement. In other words, even this virtue as generally speaking, something may be an end within a certain horizon, and yet a means in a larger horizon. Say the shoemaker in his workshop, completely dedicated to his shop, for him the shoes would be the end. Perhaps also the money which he gets from it, but let us assume the shoes alone. And yet, if we take a somewhat wider perspective, then we see immediately the shoes are only means for the good condition of the feet, more generally said, for the good condition of the body. And it could be that within a certain perspective, virtue is the end, and it would not be the end from a larger perspective. But this is not, Aristotle does not say here that virtue is not the end. Aristotle says virtue has to do with the means. And the reason is this: virtue is a habit of properly choosing, of properly preferring. And what we choose or prefer are means and not the ends. And the argument of Aristotle is very simple, as you will have seen probably and will see. The physician takes the end for granted, health. He doesn't deliberate about the end. But he deliberates about how he can make a given patient healthy. Generally speaking, and we have to repeat this point later on, choosing, preferring, is not limited to moral things. Preference occurs also in the arts, as we will see, and is already indicated by the example of the physician. So, yes?
If virtue is a habit of properly choosing, properly preferring, and choice is conscious preference, then what must be trained in order for the habit to occur is not just that faculty in man which can wish or prefer, but that faculty in man which can think. In other words, there appear to be two things necessary: the training of the intellect as well as the training of the passions. So virtue has to do with, you can't separate, it doesn't appear from this, the intellectual from the moral virtue.
But
you can't have moral virtue without intellectual virtue, otherwise you're not conscious of
Yes, well, you cannot separate, but you must distinguish. You may be. Secondly, there is a difference between that intellectual virtue, without which there cannot be moral virtue. And that is what Aristotle calls phronesis, in Latin prudentia, practical wisdom. And the other intellectual virtues, Sophia, episteme, wisdom, science, is not required for morality.
You cannot have moral virtue without some intellectual virtue.
Yeah, but Aristotle is precise. Practical wisdom. I mean, you do not need theoretical wisdom.
Yet, if the things that you choose about involve, I could imagine a morally significant choice having more of a strictly moral significance and one having more of intellectual significance. I can imagine gradations, right?
So for each one of these things, perhaps the intellectual virtue will be more or less important.
But intellectual virtue is too broad a term. You should speak of practice, because that, according to Aristotle, is the only intellectual virtue which is essential to morality. The others are not essential. And nor is moral virtue essential to the other theoretical virtues. Mr. Weddergreen?
Aren't there some questions, and we're speaking of, say, practical questions, distinguishing between practical questions and, say, theoretical questions? But aren't there some questions which say, somehow blend these two together? I was thinking, for instance, of someone trying to decide what was best for them.
For
him, say.
For him.
For a person trying to decide.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That seems to be a question which is not only practical or theoretical.
For Aristotle, that is 100% practical. We come very soon. You are slightly impatient. That is, in other words, if I may say it now in general terms, practical questions are questions which take place within a limited horizon, from Aristotle's point of view. As Aristotle will say later on, the Spartans do not deliberate about what institutions are good for the Thessians. That is their business. So you remain within your own horizon. You do not deliberate about how I will meet my tax bill on April 15th. That's my business. Good. But the theoretical questions in Aristotelians do not have such, in this sense, a horizon.
But then that would be radically different from Socrates.
Why?
Well, I mean, you make them yourself.
No, the difference is this, that Socrates or Plato, in contradistinction to Aristotle, asserts, Socrates and Plato call philosophy itself phronesis, practical wisdom, prudence. So it seems to be that for Socrates, Plato, the whole, all knowledge is, if it is not merely technical, belong to the arts, and the arts are always depending on a higher tribunal, because who makes the distinction between the shoemaker and the beautician, telling us that the shoemaker is truly an artisan, whereas the beautician is a flatterer? That's again done by practical wisdom. So everything is under the control of practical wisdom. But why is that? Because when we come to such things, to the universals in practice, like murder and so on mentioned by Aristotle before, or any other universals he has mentioned or will mention, then Socrates says, well, for example, courage is good, justice is good, taken for granted here. And Socrates in the Republic, for example, discussing at great length the question whether courage, whether justice is truly good. So for Socrates, Plato, the practical questions shift insensibly into what Aristotle would call, and perhaps Plato too, let us leave that open, theoretic. Whereas Aristotle says, no, the practical sphere has a limit or a horizon of its own,
And the difficulty to which I referred on an earlier occasion, that it is necessary, in fact, at all times, to defend sound practice against wrong theories, as this does not constitute a dependence of practice on theory, but is extraneous to practice, although very important for practice. So a man refuting Marxist doctrines, for example, does a theoretical job. There's no doubt about it. And it has to be because a Marxist doctrine is a theoretical doctrine, although that's a bit complicated there. But it is nevertheless, to some extent, a theoretical doctrine. But by this, he does not give guidance to action, only negatively. He takes away a delusion. The guidance to action must come from the principles of action themselves. Pardon? What did you say?
I said I was thinking more of defending sound practice from right theory.
Yeah, but in Aristotle there is no right theory. You find more of theory in this sense in the politics, perhaps, than the ethics. That would require a very complicated work of interpretation, which to my knowledge has never been done, to lay bare the theoretical premises of the ethics. I mean, not those which are simply taken over from the psychology and so, but those which are the theoretical principles of ethics for ethics. Now let's go on. We have now the difference between choice and the other things has been made, and now he will show the difference between choice and opinion in B30.
For this reason, too, choice cannot be opinion, for opinion is thought to relate to all kinds of things, no less to eternal things and impossible things than to things in our own power. And
yeah, that is clear. So opinion is by its own nature universal. We opine or can opine about everything. We cannot make choices in every respect, but only in things within our reach and so on. Yes?
And opinion is distinguished by its falsity or truth, not by its badness or goodness, while choice is distinguished rather by these. Now with opinion in general, perhaps no one even says it is identical.
So in other words, this is not the issue, whether choice and opinion can be identified. But the question is whether choice is not an opinion on certain subjects. And that's the question which Aristotle discusses in the sequel.
But it is not identical even with any kind of opinion. For by choosing what is good and bad, we are men of a certain character, which we are not by holding certain opinions. And we choose to get or avoid something good or bad, but we have opinions about what a thing is, or whom it is good for, or how it is good for him. We can hardly be said to opine, to get or avoid anything. And choice is praised for being related to the right object rather than for being rightly related to it. Opinion for being truly related to its object. And we choose what we best know to be good, but we opine what we do not quite know. And it is not the same people that are thought to make the best choices and to have the best opinions, but some are thought to have fairly good opinions, but by reason of vice to choose what they should not.
And let us stop here for a moment. We are called good and bad not because of our opinions on good and bad, but because of our choices. Now this seems to be too sweeping, because sometimes we say a man is a bad man because of the things he says. Think of the case of Machiavelli. People usually do not refer to his actions, but to his opinions when they call him a bad man. Now, let us therefore say we are called good or bad less because of our opinions than because of our choices. For example, someone might derive pleasure from bothering people with shocking opinions and all the time are decent. But no one would call him a bad man, but one would say he's perhaps an ill-mannered man, or not even that. Never forget that expressing one's opinion, i.e. speaking, is an action. And Aristotle doesn't speak here of speaking, but of opining.
Now, a choice goes toward taking or leaving. Opinion is opinion, even on good or bad things, does not culminate in taking or leaving. What Aristotle has here in mind is not the present-day distinction between facts and values or factor and value judgments. Both fact judgments and value judgments are opinions, of course, in Aristotle's sense. For instance, this is a beautiful painting. This is a desirable apple. These are all opinions, because they in themselves do not mean that you give yourself, as it were, the command, grab it. Only when you do that is it a choice. Now, choice goes toward what is correct. Opinion goes toward what is true. He had already spoken of that before. And there is another point which I repeat. And we choose what we know most certain, to the highest degree, that it is good. But we opine also about things of which we know nothing. So, for Hyraces, choice is essentially certain. Opinion is not essentially certain. Most of our opinions are quite uncertain. This subject will be taken up by Aristotle later on. I refer you now to 1139, b. 15 to 18. Choice is the core of action, and if a good choice is certain in spite of the many uncertainties regarding the event. That has nothing to do with it. I mean, if I make a choice, then this a good choice, a proper choice, then I have the full certainty regarding the goodness of the action, not regarding the event. The event may be terrible, that no one can foresee. I mean, unless the event can be foreseen at the time, then I'm of course responsible for it. Now, the fact that this moral choice should be so certain seems to be incompatible with the instability of all human things, of which Aristotle had spoken so powerfully before. The answer, I think, the solution to this difficulty is this. The moral truth resides in the individual case. Yes, I think that is all I have to say on this point. Let us read the end of this section.
If opinion precedes choice or accompanies it, that makes no difference. For it is not this that we are considering, but whether it is identical with some kind of opinion. What then, and what kind of thing is it? Since it is none of the things we have mentioned, it seems to be spontaneous, but not all that is spontaneous to be an object of choice. Is it then what has been decided on by previous deliberation? At any rate, choice involves a rational principle and thought. Even the name seems to suggest that it is what is chosen before other things.
In Greek, pro-hyresis, and pro means before. And that is an etymology of Aristotle on which his doctrine does not in any way depend. But the main point he makes, the object of choice is that spontaneous thing which has been deliberated upon before. And therefore the next subject is, if you want to understand choice, is deliberation. Because we can choose only such things as are properly subjects of deliberation. And therefore since deliberation is prior to the choice being the final act of deliberation, we have now to investigate deliberation. Now, as to what Aristotle says here at the beginning of the passage now read in line 11, whether opinion precedes choice or accompanies it, Thomas Aquinas makes this distinction. As such, opinion precedes election, meaning you cannot possibly choose, if you don't have some opinion about the goodness or the badness of the things you choose. But accidentally, the opposite might be true. For example, when a man changes his opinion as a consequence of his affections, say he falls in love with a girl, if it is a boy, he falls in love with her, This is not something deliberately induced by him, and it changes his opinions about that girl. You should know this from a long and famous literature on this subject. Now let us then turn to the analysis of deliberation, which comes now. Again, I remind you of the fact that Aristotle speaks here, of course, about choice and deliberation in order to make us understand morality. But the phenomena of choice and deliberation go beyond the sphere of morality, namely, and they extend into the arts, for instance, into medicine, and not hardly to the shoemaker's art. Aristotle will speak about that in very soon. Now, go on, Mr. Fairbanks.
Do we deliberate about everything? And is everything a possible subject of deliberation? Or is deliberation impossible about something? We ought presumably to call not what a fool or madman would deliberate about, but what a sensible man would deliberate about.
In other words, that is a commonsensical exclusion, because there may be certain kinds of madmen who deliberate. But this is not the interesting, the normal case of deliberation, and therefore we made it easy. Surely that is, and I think if you have read the books by the English humorist, the author of Jeeves and the other works, I forgot his name at the moment, Woodhouse. The humor is precisely that here fools are deliberating about preposterous things. You know, Jeeves is regarded as a very prudent man by this young nobleman, what's his name? Bertie Wooster. Thank you very much. It's really deplorable. And Bertie Wooster deliberates about all kinds of things. But Aristotle rightly relegates these things into the background. Now go on.
Now, about eternal things, no one deliberates. For example, about the material universe or the incommensurability.
Yeah, the material is a terrible word. Well, I wouldn't translate about eternal things, but about sempiternal things. No one deliberates. As about the cosmos. What shall I do with the cosmos? Yes?
Or the incommensurability of the diagonal and the side of the square.
So how can I change that?
But no more do we deliberate about the things that involve movement, but always happen in the same way, whether of necessity or by nature or from any other cause. For example, the solstices and the rising of the stars.
Nor about things that happen now
in one way, now in another. For example, droughts and rain. Nor about chance events, like the finding of treasure. For we do not deliberate even about all human affairs.
Yeah, about human should be emphasized. These things were all, not strictly speaking, human. Yeah?
For instance, no Spartan deliberates about the best constitution for the Scythians, for none of these things can be brought about by our own efforts.
Yeah, that is expected for the moment. So we deliberate only about human things. Human things, incidentally, means something very different from human nature, because human nature, we don't deliberate about human nature either, but about things subject to human action. We may say, in order to explain ourselves a bit better, deliberating presupposes caring. If you don't care, you do not, not sometimes you don't care very, very deeply, but if you do not, to some degree, care, you do not deliberate. And therefore the Greek comic poets coined a term called merinosophistai, the wise men who worry, many who worry about whether the universe has come into being out of atoms or out of something else. Warriors about things about which men should, sensible men would not worry. And, well, that's of course not, it's a comical expression. Aristotle would say, but worry is in place within a certain sphere, and in this sphere we deliberate. Yes?
We deliberate about things that are in our power and can be done, and these are in fact what is left. For nature, necessity, and chance are thought to be causes, and also reason and everything that depends on man. Now every class of men deliberates about the things that can be done by their own efforts.
So what is subject to human deliberation as such is different, of course, from what is subject to deliberation by this particular man. is the difference to which he appeals here. Now, when he speaks here of nature and necessity, he may mean form, by nature form, and by necessity matter. But at any rate, this is not terribly important for our present purpose. Now go on.
And in the case of exact and self-contained sciences, there is no deliberation. For example, about the letters of the alphabet. For we have no doubt about how they should be written. But the things that are brought about by our own efforts, but not always in the same way, are the things about which we deliberate. For example, questions of medical treatment or of money-making. And we do so more in the case of the art of navigation than in that of gymnastics, inasmuch as it has been less exactly worked out, and again about other things in the same ratio, and more also in the case of the art than in that of the sciences, for we have more doubt about the former.
So there is then deliberation in those arts which are not exact. Now, exact not in the sense of mathematics, but in the sense of giving room, and frequently room, for doubt. For example, in reading and writing, we do not deliberate. Either we know how to write and to read, or we don't. And even the children, while learning it, do not strictly speaking deliberate about it. Should this be an O, an I, or Y? But they wonder about it. That's not a deliberation. Now, he mentions here the example of the physician, which is quite obvious up to the present time. As one speaks of the physician's consilium, which is a Latin word for deliberation. When they go into a huddle, to use a somewhat more popular expression. He mentions here the art of money-making. Surely there great uncertainties exist. You read it in the daily papers, and therefore need for deliberation. Aristotle does not mention the economic or political art here, as you see, and one may well wonder why not, because deliberation is there, surely. It's the center, according to the political doctrine of Aristotle, the central function of the ruling body is to deliberate. Of course, to deliberate so as to decide eventually. This is, by the way, of some interest, that what Aristotle calls the deliberative function would today be called decision-making. Now, Aristotle means, of course, that the deliberation should lead to a decision. But on the other hand, the people who speak of decision do not necessarily think of the deliberation preceding the decision. I never found out who made the term decision so popular in present days political science. It may be Lasser, but I do not know. Someone should look into that if he has the time. Now, let us go on where we left off.
Deliberation is concerned with things that happen in a certain way for the most part, but in which the event is obscure, and with things in which it is indeterminate.
Yeah, what does it mean? Thomas gives this example. One does not deliberate as to whether a stone bridge, which one has to cross, will not collapse, because then it becomes infinite. But of course, if the thing which has to cross the bridge is a tank, then you have to deliberate, not to draw in experts. But one deliberates about a marriage. There are certain general rules about marriage, what kind of a woman is preferable to what kind of man, but uncertainty as to the outcome, because some people prove to be different after marriage than before the marriage, and therefore deliberation, at least in former times. Good. Now let us go on.
We call in others to aid us in deliberation on important questions, distrusting ourselves as not being equal to deciding.
The implication is objects of deliberation must be of a certain magnitude. Therefore, a sign of it is that we drag in others. For example, we would not deliberate whether we should buy this or that tie. We might hesitate for a moment, but this is not the proper subject of deliberation. Yes?
We deliberate not about ends, but about means. For a doctor does not deliberate whether he shall heal, nor an orator whether he shall persuade, nor a statesman whether he shall produce law and order, nor does anyone else deliberate about his end. They assume the end and consider how and by what means it is to be attained. And if it seems to be produced by several means, they consider by which it is most easily and best produced. While if it is achieved by one be achieved by this, and by what means this will be achieved, until they come to the first cause, which in the order of discovery is last.
Yeah, now let it stop here. So you see again that deliberation occurs of course also in the arts, and not only in action proper. Now, so what we do is this: the act of deliberation is therefore analyzed by Aristotle. But I mention here only one point. He says we try to find out through which instrumentality can come into being most easily and most beautifully. Most easily doesn't need explanation. Most beautifully meaning without any detraction from the desired thing, without any. And there is a passage in Plato where this, to which one cannot help thinking, this connection that is in Republic 541a, when he says how the best city will come into being. If after the philosophers have taken power, they expel everyone older than 10 from the city, so that they are not encumbered by the power of tradition. And so they would make the city and regime best in the quickest as well as easiest way. And he could have said also in the finest way, if for some other reason an official do that. And there is another, also in the earlier discussions in the Republic in Book 2, for example in 370a and b, when he speaks of the introduction of the arts in the simple city, the city of pigs, similar terms occur, whether how things are done to be done more beautifully and more easily. And the answer is by the radical division of labor, the same consideration. Generally speaking, I believe it is important in trying to understand the Republic to see that we have here at least up to book 5, 6 or so, a deliberation in the Aristotelians and the Socrates, Glaucon, and so deliberate on how to build up in speech the perfect city. Yes, and now he explains here, let's read the immediate sequence.
For the person who deliberates seems to investigate and analyze in the way described as though he were analyzing a geometrical construction. Not all investigation appears to be deliberation, for instance, mathematical investigation, but all deliberation is investigation.
So in other words, deliberation is one species of investigation. Yes, and what is its peculiarity in the sequence?
And what is last in the order of analysis seems to be first in the order of coming. And if we come on an impossibility, we give up the search. For example, if we need money, and this cannot be got. But if a thing appears possible, we try to do it. By possible things, I mean things that might be brought about by our own efforts. And these, in a sense, include things that can be brought about by the efforts of our friends, since the moving principle is in ourselves. The subject of investigation is sometimes the instrument,
sometimes the use of them, and similarly in the other cases, sometimes the means, sometimes the mode of using it, or the means of bringing it about. It seems then, as has been said, that man is a moving principle of action.
Let us stop here. Now, our wish is to spend a few weeks in a Caribbean island, and then we deliberate about it. And one factor will be, at least in our time, whether we have the money. And if we find out we don't have the money, then it is impossible. But there is a way out. We may have friends who have money, and they might be willing to finance this trip. Then it is feasible. Other deliberations are more complicated and deal with graver matters. For example, the deliberation made by a captain of a ship, whom to save or not to save when the ship is lost. Now, in order to appreciate properly the sanity of Aristotle's analysis, you should have a look at Hobbes' Leviathan, chapter 6, which deals with deliberation in the following way. When in the mind of man, appetites and aversions, hopes and fears, concerning one and the same thing arise alternately, and the worst good and evil consequences of the doing or omitting the thing propounded come successively into our thoughts, so that sometimes we have an appetite to it, sometimes an aversion from it, sometimes hope to be able to do it, sometimes despair or fear to attempt it. The whole sum of desires, aversions, hopes and fears continue till the thing be either done or thought impossible, is that we call deliberation. So you see, in other words, it is just purely subhuman process. Thinking plays no role, although he used the word thought impossible, but he might say the rat in certain more recent experiments also has thoughts, as quite a few contemporaries believe. And then he gives them examples which are Aristotelian. Therefore, of things past, there is no deliberation, because manifestly impossible to be changed, nor of things known to be impossible, as Aristotle said before, or thought so, because men know or think such deliberation vain. But of things impossible which we think possible, we may deliberate, not knowing it is in vain. And it is called deliberation, because it is a putting an end to the liberty, deliberation, the act of doing or omitting according to our own appetite or aversion. This alternate succession of appetites, aversions, hopes and fears is no less in other living creatures than in man, and therefore beasts also deliberate. That's hopes. And not only hopes, that goes on up to the present day. In deliberation, the last appetite or aversion, immediately adhering to the action or to the omission thereof, is what we call the will. And beasts that have deliberation must necessarily also have will. So the definition of the will given commonly by the schools, that it is a rational appetite, is not good. For if it were, then there could be no voluntary act against reason. You see, this is one of the characteristic misunderstandings of Aristotle. Rational appetite doesn't mean, of course, that it's a good appetite, but it means an appetite of a being which cannot help using or misusing reason. These very simple things are here absolutely. So, in other words, it is just a series of desires and aversions, and that which happens to come at the end, the last feather breaks the horse's neck, as he says occasionally, that is the will. And that this is a rational process in itself, deliberation, is not admitted. And this has had a great effect, and perhaps at no time a greater effect than in our age. Good. I think we have to stop here, and we will go on next time, and we won't be able, I believe, to finish the section of Book 3 which I would like to read with you. But on the other hand, we have no one with a wit behind us who tells us how much of the ethics to read or not. I suggest to some of you to think of writing a paper on the analysis of magnanimity in Book 4. And this you don't have to have ready next Monday, but familiarize yourself with the idea. Or if you prefer one of the other virtues, discussed in Book 3 and 4, after having cleared it with me, you are free to write on that subject. I let you paper in the meantime. There are a few points which I would like to discuss. The activities of plants and animals are determined by necessity, by nature, mechanistically. That is, the latter expression is not correct, because when you mechanistically is understood in contradistinction to teleologically, and it is of course in Aristotle teleologically, not mechanistically. In other words, there is a term of the growth which beckons, as it were. It is not pushed from behind, but that would be mechanistic. Good. 7. The virtuous man only deliberates as to how he will be virtuous. Is this the way in which a virtuous human being deliberates? I mean, is it clear now? It would be clear to say as to what is a virtuous action in the circumstances.
Yeah. In contrast to why we should be virtuous.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yes.
That is correct. But now the deliberative process analyzes the end into means and then attempts to actualize them. Well, it is somewhat loose. I mean, but for example, you deliberate about whether to buy a house. Do you analyze the house into your finances as one factor or location or whatever might be relevant?
Well, I was thinking more in terms of the ends are whether general or universal. For example, the idea of courage as being a virtue. But it must be analyzed into the particular situation.
Yeah, but we do not always start from the virtue angle. We deliberate, for example, about a house, about money, about where to study, and so on. And the consideration of virtue comes in as a limiting factor, that certain means and ways are excluded a priori because of their impropriety. This is more evident. We have to speak of this on another day. There's one more point. The greatest thing is to undergo death for virtues and noble ends, in defense of one's country, for example. Now, does Aristotle speak of defense of one's country?
I don't believe so in here.
The country is, in Greek, the word patris, fatherland, occurs once or twice later, but it doesn't occur in the discussion of courage. The only end of which he speaks is that the end is the noble. But he does not speak of the country or the polis, which is quite remarkable and connected with a very great difficulty. This is Mrs. Brown's. Mr. Peters, well, no. And then Mr. West, whom I is my name. Yeah. One must expect from a science that degree of exactness which is appropriate to that science. This is not the best expression one could find, which is appropriate to the subject matter of that science. Yeah? Good. He concludes by comparing himself implicitly to the rhetorician. This goes a bit too far. There is a certain similarity, if one could say. Well, comparing, of course, can cover that, I grant you that. In his explicit confrontation with such men, as for example Corrective, Aristotle speaks not in his own name. Rather, he quotes the venerable poet Hesiod in his favor. Is this quite true? If you remember the discussion in Book 1 of whether honor is the highest good, and where he shows that honor is dependent on virtue, and so on, and therefore cannot be the highest good. This is an argument which would probably not make any impression on Callicles because of his obsession, but which would make an impression on listeners who are not obsessed.
Yeah, well, there are also a certain class of men who aren't interested in honor.
Pardon?
There's also a class of men who, not being interested in honor, may only be interested in simple.
Yeah, but even there he argues that they are after the pleasures of sadhana power. And this is also, this can be stated in the form of an explicit argument, that they know only the pleasures of beasts, and a human being is not a beast. Can you pass it on? Mr. Peters? Not? All right. And we must forget about it. Yes, Mr. Silman.
I was wondering whether I could ask for a clarification of a statement you made last time. It's connection with a point raised by Mr. Wedderburn, I believe, about the difference between Aristotle and Plato on the question of the distinction between practical and theoretical virtues. And you said at that time, when you raised the question, as to what are the theoretical principles of ethics at ethics. That is, the theoretical principles of ethics distinguishing those from the theoretical principles taken from, say, psychology or metaphysics. I don't quite understand what that means.
Now we must, of course, distinguish, that is implied in your question, between ethics, what Aristotle does, and what the perfect gentleman does. The perfect gentleman does not have at his disposal such an articulation of what virtue itself is and what the various virtues are, as Aristotle, that goes without saying. This we presuppose. And now, in the case of Plato, Plato likes to call our use of the understanding, our good use of the understanding, phronesis, practical wisdom. Although this becomes very theoretical. For example, the question, what is courage, as distinguished from the question, what is a courageous action here and now, leads then to, it's already a theoretical question. And this goes higher and higher. And still, Plato calls it practical wisdom. Why? Because he denies that the distinction between practice and practical understanding and theoretical understanding is ultimately valid because one shifts insensibly into the other. For Aristotle, there is a clear distinction between theoretical understanding and practical understanding. That's what the good man or statesman thinks is practical wisdom. That's what the mathematician or physicist or metaphysician thinks is theoretical wisdom. And now the question is, how are the two related? There is one medieval tradition, represented for instance by Dante, according to which the ultimate principles of which ethics makes use are supplied by theoretical reason, namely the knowledge of the end of man. This is as theoretical as the knowledge of the end of the horse or of a tree or whatever else you take. And now the transformation of this theoretical proposition, this and this is the end of man, into a practical proposition, this is what we should strive for. That is a great question. And that is one of the most difficult questions of Aristotle's ethics. The question of the cognitive status of the practical principles. And since Aristotle knew what he was doing, I suppose that a solution can be reached by, if one digs deep enough and takes every relevant thing into consideration. We will read the most important book from this point of view is Book 6, which I think we should read after we have completed. We should also read Book 5. At this, I think one must always raise this question, and this is easy to not to raise it, because many things which Aristotle say are so convincing and obvious that one doesn't think about them. In what perspective is this particular thing said? Is this a theoretical statement or is this a practical statement? I advisedly always say the case at the beginning of this course that there is no attempt on Aristotle's part to refute Callicles in the way in which Plato makes such efforts. It's a bit more complicated.
I've been wanting to ask this for a bit. The difference between the dichotomy, it seems as if Aristotle might appear to draw in the ethics. In fact, while it exists on a practical level, that is within conventional political society, as you might say, the gentlemen would see it, nonetheless is in a sense is subsumed into the knowledge, the theoretical knowledge of the philosopher. And if in fact the moral virtue can point the way to theoretical knowledge, then it would seem that in the final analysis at any rate, that the moral virtue becomes subsumed into theoretical knowledge, and that in fact the division which at a lower level existed on a higher level doesn't exist, that theoretical knowledge in fact becomes practical knowledge.
That was a very complicated and long statement, and I do not know where to begin. But if, for example, if you prove a mathematical theorem, that there are certain moral qualities required in order to do that. I mean, you must be awake, you should not be intoxicated, and so on and so forth. Goes without saying. But that is not a moral virtue proper, because the whole, your sobriety and whatever, is entirely in the service of knowledge, is not its own end, as it would be in moral action proper. And this fundamental distinction is never abandoned by us. I mean, that if you have to do a good job in theoretical science or for that matter in any art or ever law, you must fulfill certain moral conditions. But this is not morality proper. This is only a requirement of some practice, and it is not chosen for its own sake. On a former occasion, I gave you the example of the very first-rate carpenter who is drunk most of the time, but when he works, when he is sober, he is superior to any other carpenter. Now, the motive for his doing his excellent work is not the work itself, but in order to get money so that he can buy more whiskey, and that is perfectly, it does not derogate from his quality as a carpenter. But in morality proper, the action has to be done, the right action has to be done for its own sake, and not in order to get something for it. And the same applies then, what is true of the arts applies also to the sciences.
Well, the only reason that I brought this up was, all right, you have a gentleman, for example, who is practicing the moral virtues for the sake of the moral virtues. I'm kind of regurgitating the article a little bit. Then, in effect, the gentleman might ask himself, well, why moral virtue? Why is it good that I be moral virtue?
But for this, you have one answer which is, I think, good enough for all practical purposes. And that is a man who wants to have a reason for being decent has by this very fact ceased to be decent. That is, I think, that's Aristotle's view of the matter. That one has to consider the fact that there are false theories around which deny the importance of morality, and which theories must be met by theoretical arguments. This is true, and therefore the question is, did Aristotle sufficiently consider this fact that the moral sphere is only de jure and not de facto self-sufficient?
It would seem that it's not only false theories that threaten this practice, but in a way, true theories too, because the whole questioning of decency puts one outside the realm of being decent oneself. That would seem to be a prerequisite of any sort of theory.
All right, then let us discuss this example, which was given up in connection with Mrs. Brown's paper. Why does a brave man face the dangers to his life? The answer given by Aristotle, because of the nobility of the action. And Aristotle says first that the place of courage is the field of battle. Of course, one can be courageous toward, in other respects, toward pain, toward disease, toward hunger, and so on and so on. But courage par excellence is the courage on the field of battle. And the courageous man is the one who exposes his life because it is noble to do so. He doesn't go so far as Horace, who said, dulce decorum patria mori. It is sweet and decorous to die for the fatherland, but only decorous. Now, if you raise the question, but why this limitation of courage to courage on the battlefield or in war? Why that? Aristotle doesn't give you an answer. And I think he did not do this out of laxity, but by considered reason. Everyone can see the reason, which Aristotle doesn't give, namely that this is the defense of the country. is of the utmost importance. It is a dedication to the common good, which as such is more noble than dedication to one's own good, and that is it. But Aristotle remarkably does not say that, and so he knew it very well. So in other words, Aristotle does not trace the virtues to the ends which ultimately legitimate the virtues from a theoretical point of view. And so, of course, he is aware of that. Is this sufficient as an answer?
Is that to be understood, the fact that Aristotle doesn't trace the virtues to their ultimate?
Generally speaking,
the statement or the tacit statement of the fact that any type of theory about, any type of theoretical reasoning about these virtues is in some sense suspect outside the realm of virtue.
Well, actually, indecent, that would seem to be the minute you think about the reasons for decency, you become indecent. That's kind of a repugnant thing to say.
Yeah, well, it is difficult. I mean, yes, it's difficulties, but on the other hand, it also is not. It makes some sense. It is necessary to determine when you have a certain custom, and people transgress it and say that it is merely conventional or fashion. It has no intrinsic necessity. Then the question arises: is this true? Does it or does it not have intrinsic necessity? And then one has to go much deeper. That is all. Mr. Willigan?
Then what you say, I think, is that the Aristotelian distinction between practical and theoretical wisdom, in fact, leads to Platonic blurring of that distinction, because ultimately, at least expressed theory, that is written down or spoken, theoretical arguments have to be only, if I understand you correctly, used to effect sound practice. That is, for the sake of practice.
Well, then let us consider what speaks in favor of Aristotle. An example which I believe I mentioned on an earlier occasion. Plato's Laches. A fellow comes to Athens who has discovered a new kind of fighting technique, and he exhibits it. Two generals look at it, and as it happens, one says it's a very good idea, and the other says it's a ridiculous thing. And then Socrates is dragged in, because since the experts disagree, one has to go beyond the sphere of the experts and drags in a layman. And Socrates says, well, let us first find out the purpose of all such techniques. And Socrates says, well, it's a bit forced perhaps, that these things are in the service of courage, of producing the virtue of courage. Now, if we want to judge of a technique which serves this purpose, we must first know what courage is. So they begin a discussion of courage, and the discussion does not lead to an end, at least at that conversation. It probably would have gone on for quite some time. Now, what shall we do then? Shall we keep all practical questions in abeyance until all theoretical questions are resolved? That wouldn't work. And therefore, from this point of view, Aristotle presents a sound proposal that there is a kind of ceiling beyond which the practical man and the practical thinker as such does not have to go. That is roughly the case for Aristotle, and which Plato also recognized in his way, of course. Otherwise he could not have made written the laws in particular.
But, he seems to set that ceiling rather high. For instance, he could have set it at the level of simple sense perception or something like that.
The sense perception would not be sufficient under any circumstances.
No, I know.
Because
it seems like you either have to set it there, or else, I'm stating an extreme view, but
why could there not be something like an unwritten law? I say advisedly, unwritten law, not natural, which not control his desire. So that means, according to Aristotle, he has not been properly trained, or not properly trained himself, so that he does not even desire the things which are bad. So the good will, if we use this non-Greek, non-Aristotelian expression, the good will has two ingredients that Aristotle will make clear in Book 6. One is virtues, the habit, the right habit, and the other is practical wisdom. The two things must come together. So what you call judgment is an ingredient of good action. How can you act properly if you don't judge properly? But that your desire is in agreement with your judgment, that is not the consequence of your judgment. That's a consequence of the training by others or yourself of your desire. And if these two things converge, then you have the good human being. That he chooses, that he sees the right thing, and naturally desires it because it is the right thing. That is the good man according to Aristotle. Now here, the point which Aristotle makes here is this, at the end of the passage just read. Desire and desire or striving for is perhaps a better translation, or exists, goes towards an end. This striving for an end precedes the deliberation. Otherwise the deliberation would never start. The choice follows the deliberation. Is this clear? First you strive for something. Then you deliberate. And then you make a choice after the deliberation has come to its end. But it must be understood that the striving for persists during this process. Otherwise the deliberation would stop, because there is no longer any felt need. And that object of striving, which has been deliberated upon, this is the object of choice. Aristotle makes it clear at the end again that this analysis, this definition of choice is given only in outline. And we can easily see why this is so, for we have seen that deliberation is common to action and to some of the arts. And it has not been made sufficiently clear what is the difference between moral and technical deliberation, which have obviously a very different character. There is a deliberation of physicians about whether they should make an operation, and the deliberation, say, of parents whether they should send their children, if they still have such rights left, to this college or to another college. Now let us continue that, because we are not yet. I wish we could complete this today, this section, but we cannot. Let us see how far we can come. Unless someone wants to raise a point or another.
Wish, on the contrary, as was said above, is for ends. But while some hold that what is wished for is the good, others think it is what appears to be good. Those, however, who say that what is wished for is the truly good are faced by the conclusion that what a man who chooses to stand wrongly wishes for is not really wished for at all. Since, if it is to be wished for, it must, on their showing, be good, whereas in the case assumed, it may so happen that the man wishes for something bad. And those, on the other hand, who say that what appears good is wished for, are forced to admit that there is no such thing as that which is by nature wished for, but that what each man thinks to be good is wished for in his case. Yet different, and it may be opposite things, appear good to different people.
Let us stop here. Now Aristotle raises the question, what is the object of wish, i.e. of that which precedes every deliberation? One can say the truly good, but then we would have to say that bad ends are never wished, contrary to experience. Hence we should say the object of wish is a seeming good, because whoever wishes anything wishes it as good for himself. And if the latter is true, then there is nothing by nature wished or worthy to be wished at all, because whatever strikes the fancy of anyone at any time is then as good as anything else. Differently stated, all men strive for happiness, but there is no determinate meaning of happiness. A gangster finds his happiness in other things than a non-gangster, and the various kinds of non-gangsters. Solve it. That is really the secret.
If, therefore, neither of these views is satisfactory, perhaps we should say that what is wished for in the true and unqualified sense is the good, but that what appears good to each person is wished for by him, and accordingly that the good man wishes for what is truly wished for, the bad man for anything as it may happen. Just as in the case of our bodies, a man of sound constitution finds truly healthy food best for his health, but some other diet may be healthy for one who is delicate, and so with things bitter and sweet, hot and heavy, and so forth. For the good man judges everything correctly. What things truly are, that they seem to him to be.
There is trouble. Aristotle solves the difficulty. What is by nature to be wished for is actually willed or wished only by the good man, while the bad one wills or wishes so that is something which merely seems to be good. And here is an infinite variety of things which seem to be good. And Aristotle exemplifies this by the example of the things healthy, contributing to health, and of the truly healthy things, and the things which are healthy only relatively. Now, what is truly healthy is what is good for the healthy man. The relatively healthy things are those which are healthy, restorative of health, I would say, for sick people. They are good. They are healthy in a secondary sense. Similarly, of course, this is only an example. Otherwise, one would have to say the bad things chosen by the various bad people are also good in a secondary sense, which Aristotle is not prepared to say. Yes, now let us go on here. 31.
What things truly are, that they seem to him to be in each thing. For special things are noble and pleasant, corresponding to each type of character. And perhaps what chiefly distinguishes the good man is that he sees the truth in each kind, being himself, as it were, the standard and measure of the noble and pleasant. It appears to be pleasure that misleads the mass of men, for it seems to them to be a good, though it is not. So they choose what is pleasant as good and shun pain as evil.
Yeah. So there is a certain relativity, not only of the pleasant things, but even of the noble to the excess, to the habits. If, therefore, the good man is here called the rule and measure, only to him will the good appear to be good, which is truly good. The other, it will not appear. There is an intermediate case of which we have spoken, that someone sees the good, but follows the worst course because of lack of self-control. Yes.
Could you please clarify for me the difference of Aristotle here with Plato? I was thinking of the Gorgias, where they talk. They say that one desires things. One can desire wrong, but one can't will wrong or something like that. If you desire bad things, it's not really will or something.
That is ignorance.
Yeah. What is exactly? I mean, I assume. I mean, this is in a part of criticism of that viewpoint.
Yes, that is correct. And also some agreement. The agreement is that in both cases the good does not come to sight, according to both Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. But for Aristotle, the simplistic Socratic thesis that virtue is knowledge is wrong, and therefore the twofold is the analysis of the good actions into the two, in a way, independent ingredients. Sensibility, sense or reasonableness, and habit. The habit is acquired by habituation, and the sensibility, being sensible, is gained by life experience. These are two different factors, and Socrates did not make that distinction. Now, what the view that virtue is knowledge of this assertion of Socrates, what that means is a very long question. Whether he meant it as literally as it seems and as Aristotle frequently takes it. But surely this other ingredient does not come out. And Plato does make a distinction between vulgar virtue and genuine virtue. The genuine virtue would be knowledge, and vulgar virtue would be based on habituation and opinion. That toward the end of the Republic, about 612, there is this remark that the non-philosophic people chose their way of life prior to this life, and they did it, and these are people whose virtue is acquired only by habit. For Aristotle, there is no moral virtue which is not due to habituation. This is a very crude statement. If you read, for example, the first book of Plato's Laws, you will see that Plato was aware of the importance of habituation for becoming virtuous. But somehow Plato preferred to discuss, especially in these so-called earlier dialogues, the question as if virtue could be reduced to knowledge, which cannot be, which, if taken literally, is surely a wrong assertion.
But does Aristotle make provision for a type of virtue superior to that of habituation in any way?
This is not genuine virtue. And he discusses it there are a few discussions of this in Aristotle's Ethics. One is when he speaks of courage, of the first of the virtues, he distinguishes 5 pseudo-forms of courage. That would be vulgar courage, in contradistinction to true courage. And then the discussion of continence in Book 7 is in a way also the discussion of a lower kind of virtue. Continence being lower than temperance. The temperate man not having bad desires, and the continent man having bad desires and controlling them.
Does that indicate then that in a certain sense the Spadias is actually not the, let's say, the highest type of man if we talk about the types of character as Aristotle does in a certain sense?
How can you draw this conclusion from what I said?
Well, insofar as mere habituation doesn't suffice.
Yeah, this mere is brought in by you.
Yeah, well, but I'm reading into what you're saying, and perhaps it seems that if there can be types of habituation, some types which are vulgar and other types which aren't vulgar, the habituation itself can't be the same.
Yeah, but the question is whether these pseudo-forms are all due to habituation. For example, there can be something like a natural boldness and a daredevil posture, which is not due to habituation, but the fellow is born with it. But you are, of course, right, nevertheless, because, as I have deplored before, we had to think of the fact of the end of the ethics, where the wise man, the contemplative man appears, and in the light of him, merely moral virtue looks as it becomes debunked in a way. To that extent, you are right, but this subject has not yet come up in the Aristotelian text. Mr. Wedderburn.
Talking about last time you said that what's good for me is a purely practical question for Aristotle.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have certain presuppositions of a theoretical character.
But I was thinking, for instance, if in the light of what you just said about the end which comes to light, it appears, for instance, if someone would ask themselves, say, what kind of a soul I have, well, Aristotle also says that things that are good in themselves, and we pray that they're good for us.
Yeah, these are other things. These are external goods. For example, most men like to have all kinds of conveniences, like houses without cockroaches and other things of this kind. These are the things by nature good. And Aristotle says they are good only for the good, because if others will only be corrupted by them. No, that is you are too quick. You forget certain intermediate stages. It's not, Aristotle remains more loyal to the phenomena. He knows, but you must always think of this question, there must be principles accessible to the large majority of men if there is to be a decent civil life. And therefore, these principles cannot be in need, must not be in need of a complicated theoretical deduction. I thought the philosopher may be interested in this question of what their theoretical foundations are.
But when, for instance, one thinks of Locke's regime or of our regime, and it's not, at least it's not transparently clear that there has to be these grand principles of ethics accessible to everyone.
Well, according to Locke, in the passage which I read to this class, the legislator has nothing whatever to do with virtue and vice. That is the price you pay for that. You are very pragmatic. You lay your foundation very low but solid. That seems to be very practical. And yet, then there is no place for taking care of the moral level of the community. And that is the effect of Locke's doctrine.
Well, maybe, but I was just thinking that on the other hand, we've got some pretty good things out of our low level. I say we have some pretty good stuff coming out of this low basement level.
Yeah, sure. No, but the question is it due to the theory or is it due to a heritage antedating the theory? Yeah, but one would have to investigate that. But, I mean, as a thesis, to say virtue and vice are utterly irrelevant to the political society, and the only thing is to protect property and freedom. But freedom is this outward thing, that it is freedom for evil as well as for good. And virtue means exactly to have lost that freedom through a habit, namely the habit of acting well habitually. Yes.
If what you say is true, from Aristotle's point of view, there must be, to have a decent regime, one must have principles which are open to a large majority, and therefore not need detailed theoretical elaboration. Then it would seem that a man like Plato, for example, or then it would seem that say, this book, and perhaps the politics also, could in a way appear as an apology for philosophy, or for particularly the philosophy of Plato. And in an apologetic form, of course. But in other words, if a man like Plato was to write a treatise, he would write this treatise.
In a way, yes. The word apology is not good, as you admitted. But one can say that what the Platonic discussions presuppose has been elaborated in Aristotle's Ethics, by which I mean this. When you have a discussion of courage, for example, in Plato's Lies, you learn something about courage without any question. But you do not get a full picture of the phenomenon of courage as ordinarily understood. That you get only in Aristotle. Because Plato is much too eager to transcend that ordinary understanding in the direction of the highest possible understanding. And for example, the fact that, for Aristotle, the fact that courage is located or resides in the battlefield is accepted as belongs to the definition of courage. But that courage on an operation that's prior to the invention of medical helps in this respect, or toward any other dangers, is not fundamentally different from the courage shown in the battlefield. Say the courage of an ex. And then he finds one or two more steps, then he comes to the point where courage is identical with virtue. And the specific difference of courage is lost. Now, I think one can see both the advantages and disadvantages of the two philosophers. On the one hand, we really should know what we primarily understand by courage, and primarily meaning in a political context. And why this is so, this we should make clear to ourselves. And one can perhaps say what Aristotle does is less acceptable to what is now called the intellectuals than what Plato does. I mean, the truly political bias of Aristotle is not the same as the bias of the intellectual. The intellectual would be more willing to go with Plato. But on the other hand, the intellectual got a point that the perspective of the practical man is more limited, and some people, at any rate, must transcend it.
In speaking of the differences between Plato and Aristotle, you used the term advantages of the various two. I wonder, is that a way that we're supposed to, or is that a proper or a valuable way of attempting to understand them in terms of their advantages towards things?
Well, same virtues and vices.
No, but advantages for what, perhaps?
For different, the theory, there are advantages for theory, for understanding. And there are advantages for practical purposes, such as the formation of the character of a citizen body. They are not simple. There is no a priori certainty.
No, but
that these two things are identical.
What is I guess what I'm asking is, what is the function of advantages for, in what sense is it proper to speak of a philosophy in terms of its advantages, instead of its correct understanding of things?
Yeah, but is not philosophy also frequently thought to be, and not only now, but at all times, to be of help to men?
But yes, perhaps, but does one judge it primarily in terms of its advantages to men, or in terms of its correct understanding of things?
Yeah, but why should one rush such a decision? It is perfectly sufficient for our present purposes if we see that these are two different considerations. I think it is very important to see that there are different considerations, that it is not a foregone conclusion that the quest for truth, for its own sake, is simply in harmony with the needs of man as a social political being.
No, that wasn't.
No, but this is a question which one must raise, and therefore one must balance two considerations, and therefore one may speak of advantages and disadvantages from these two different points of view. So this is at least what I had in mind. Now, let us go on here.
If then, whereas we wish for our end, the means to our end are matters of deliberation and choice, it follows that actions dealing... But if it is in our power to do and to refrain from doing right and wrong, and if, as we saw, being good or bad is doing right or wrong, it consequently depends on us whether we are virtuous or vicious.
Yeah. So here he draws a conclusion from the fact that deliberation and choice has to do with the means to the end. The end is natural, does not depend on us, is imposed on us by nature. But the means to the end have to be discovered by us and must be in our power. Otherwise, we could not achieve the end. Hence, since virtue and vice are at home in the sphere of what leads to the end, they are in our power, and we are responsible for being either virtuous or vicious, or something in between, if that exists. The object of wish, the wished, does not depend on us. That is because it is imposed on us by nature, as we have seen before, in what we read earlier. Yes, Mr. Smith?
We wish for both happiness and, say, I think wishing is applied to the best regime. The best regime is that regime we would wish for. But yet we have examples of happy men, for example, but we have no examples.
Yeah, but the question, yes, there is a question, thank you very much. There is a question, as we have seen, Priam or Job, they are responsible for their being good men. They are not responsible for their being unhappy or miserable men, because that does not depend on them. But because virtue has this peculiar character, which it has according to Aristotle, even in their misery, they are never contemptible, because their virtue will show in their misery and towards their misery. Yes.
To say that none are willingly wicked nor unwillingly blessed seems to be half false, though half true. It is true that no one is unwilling to be blessed, but not true that wickedness is unspontaneous.
Yes, this reminds somewhat of the Socratic saying, but it is a saying of a poet, and one doesn't know which poet. No one is voluntarily bad, nor involuntarily happy. And Aristotle says, surely the latter part is true. But the first, all men desire by nature to be happy. But the first half is wrong. Men are responsible for their wickedness. Hence, their wickedness is voluntary. Yes?
or else we must contradict what we just now asserted and say that man is not the originator and begetter of his actions as he is of his children. But if it is manifest that a man is the author of his own actions, and if we are unable to trace our conduct back to any other origins than those within ourselves, then actions of which the origins are within us themselves depend upon us and are spontaneous. This conclusion seems to be attested both by men's behavior in private life and by the practice of lawgivers, for they punish and exact redress from those who do evil, except when it is done under compulsion or through ignorance for which the agent himself is not responsible, and honor those who do noble deeds in order to encourage the one sort and to repress the other. But nobody tries to encourage us to do things that do not depend upon ourselves and are not voluntary, since it is no good our being persuaded not to feel heat or pain or hunger or the like, because we shall feel them all the same.
Yeah. So here Aristotle gives a proof of a kind for his assertion that we are responsible for our goodness or badness, namely what is presupposed in all legislation, in punishment and also in reward. This is the most obvious argument. Whether it is sufficiently good is another matter. It was questioned in antiquity already, but in modern times perhaps more with greater influence by Hobbes. I read to you a few passages from Hobbes' Of Liberty and Necessity. Bishop Bramhall attacked Hobbes for his view on freedom, and he speaks of the inconvenience of the view that man's actions are predetermined. The first inconvenience, he says, is this, that the laws which prohibit any action will be unjust, especially since the prohibition is followed by punishment, and the man is not responsible. This argument I don't have to labor because it is underlying quite a bit of present-day practice, as you know. Now, Hobbes says this. Hobbes denies that. Hobbes is in favor of punishment and against freedom of will. Okay. Suppose the law on pain of death prohibits stealing, and there be a man who by the strength of the temptation is necessitated to steal, and is thereupon put to death. Does not this punishment deter others from theft? Is it not a cause that others steal not? Does it not frame and make their wills to justice? So, in other words, Hobbes' contention, the practice of punishment is perfectly compatible with the practice of the laws. Men are justly killed, not for that their actions are not necessitated, but because they are noxious, and they are spared and preserved whose actions are not noxious. In other words, one does not need the doctrine of freedom of will in order to justify the practice of punishment. The practice of punishment being itself a chain in the cause and nexus. By punishment or by honoring, men are made good. And so even it would go so far that Hobbes' own doctrine would be regarded by him as a part of the cause and nexus. Given this state of discussion, and given the fact that Hobbes had this kind of training and this kind of nature, he couldn't help writing and developing his doctrine and eventually writing the Leviathan. And then the Leviathan could influence British government, and Hobbes had at least the hope that it would become the textbook in Oxford and Cambridge, and then the gentlemen who would later be justices of the peace would be trained Hobbians and would, in this capacity, mete out a punishment which is, in Hobbes' view, perfectly just, although it denies the kind of responsibility which, according to Aristotle, man has. Now, let us read a little bit later. Let's go further on. P30 there.
Indeed, the fact that an offense was committed in ignorance is itself made a ground for punishment in cases where the offender is held to be responsible for his ignorance. For example, the penalty is doubled if the offender was drunk, because the origin of the offense was in the man himself, as he might have avoided getting drunk, which was the cause of his not knowing what he was doing. Also, men are punished for offenses committed through ignorance of some provision of the law which they ought to have known, and might have known without difficulty. And so in other cases, where ignorance is held to be due to negligence, on the ground that the offender need not have been ignorant, as he could have taken the trouble to ascertain the facts. It may be objected that perhaps he is not the sort of man to take the trouble. Well, but men are themselves responsible for having become careless through living carelessly. as they are for being unjust or profligate if they do wrong or pass their time in drinking and dissipation. They acquire a particular quality by constantly acting in a particular way. This is shown by the way in which men train themselves for some contest or pursuit. They practice continually. Therefore, only an utterly senseless person can fail to know that our characters are the result of our conduct.
So, in other words, men are responsible for acts committed while they are drunk, for they are responsible for their being drunk. They are also responsible for their ignorance, if this ignorance could be avoided. Surely the ignorance of the law is not an excuse. The ignorance of facts may be an excuse if, in the circumstances, the ignorance was, for all practical purposes, inevitable. Aristotle does not here even allude to the possibility that there might be men who are by nature incapable of taking these efforts. And the question who is not sensitive to these things, can he not be by nature such a man? This is not taken up. Thomas Aquinas explains the last sentence which we have read in the following manner. If someone wishes to take a walk in the summer's heat, knowing that he would perspire, then he wished to perspire, i.e. knowing that is a necessary consequence, accepting it, he wished to perspire. Although the two wishes have a somewhat different character. The wish to take the walk and the wish to perspire, but the voluntariness is common to both. And therefore, this is a non-criminal and not a harmless action, but it helps a bit to understand how far they extend a human responsibility. I think, is there any point you would like to raise? We have a few more minutes. Yes.
It's a minor one. I can't see how a desire to take a walk can be translated into a desire to perspire. It may be that one wants to take a walk in spite of the fact that one knows one will perspire. But that's a far different cry from I want to take a walk because I want to perspire, or I want to perspire.
But you foresaw it, and you foresaw that you would perspire, and you said, I'm going to put up with it. But voluntary. That doesn't mean that you desired it. Look at the action of the men who throw their merchandise or their luggage into the ocean, because it's the only way to save themselves. Aristotle also said they do it voluntarily in the circumstances. Because they are confronted with the choice, should they perish together with their luggage, or should they survive while their luggage only perishes? And they made a choice, a wise choice in the circumstances. Whether this was a wise choice, it depends on how good the perspiration would do to him, which Thomas doesn't explain. Well, it's all right. There is only one little point. You say no one deliberates about eternal things, such as the material universe. Why did you add material?
I thought that was the example that
Aristotle speaks of the cosmos, and that you translate by the universe or the world, but there is no need for adding material, because that would imply there is also a spiritual universe. But the cosmos, as Aristotle understands it, includes everything. That's all. You just pass it on. Good. And then I have a question from Mr. Fawcett. Oh, here you are. Yeah. Well, you can read your handwriting better than I can. It is a very legible handwriting. So read it to the class, and we will discuss it.
Well, if this business is going for a walk and sweating again, I didn't know whether it was...
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, but you proposed a different interpretation than Aristotle did.
Well, no, it's just that Aristotle's... Well, actually, your interpretation of what I thought Aristotle said was a little different than what I thought my interpretation was. Clearly, if a man takes a walk on a summer day, he will perspire, and he is aware that he will perspire. He accepts the fact of his perspiring as a result of his taking a walk. But accepting is not a synonym for wishing. Likewise, the intelligent man who is lazy and by consequence of his laziness doesn't realize his intellectual potential is not a man who wishes not to realize his intellectual potential, but is a man who doesn't wish sufficiently to realize that potential, and so accepts consequences which he doesn't particularly like, but doesn't dislike sufficiently to take remedial action. Perhaps my question amounts to nothing more than a semantic quibble, but would you please clarify between wishing and accepting, understanding that responsibility for acting is present in either case?
Yeah, that's the point. When you make this distinction, you seem to blur the fact that he is responsible. And when you say he accepts it only, he doesn't wish it, his responsibility does not come out as clearly as it does when it is interpreted along Aristotle's and Thomas Aquinas' lines. Of course, he does not wish to perspire. I mean, this is not his he does not wish that primarily and per se, but he nevertheless wish for that is included in what he actually and primarily wishes, therefore. And the same applies also to the case you proposed, the man who from laziness does not actualize his potentialities. It's not a merely semantic quibble, but it is a difference of opinion, and I think one has to see whether you are right or Aristotle, by which I do not mean that you should set up yourself as an authority against Aristotle, but you may be right nevertheless, in spite of the fact that Aristotle is right in so many other things. But now let us then turn to our very summary reading of sections from Book 4. I remind you again of the whole context. Aristotle suggests by his own writing that one cannot understand political things as political things if one is not able to evaluate them properly. That if you know everything about socialized medicine, except whether it's good or bad, you know nothing about socialized medicine. And the same is also true of other subjects. Now, in order to evaluate them properly, one must have a standard, a non-arbitrary standard, and that means in Aristotle's language, a natural standard. And the natural standard is determined by the purpose of political society. The purpose of political society, as he says, not here, but in the politics, is the good life, not mere life, or satisfaction, or adjustment, or law and order. The good life is a life of human excellence, of virtue. And therefore, in order to judge intelligently on political matters, we should have a full articulation of this standard. What is virtue? And what are the particular virtues? If we have this goal before us with the greatest possible clarity, we are better judges of political things than without it. Now, this order of this presentation of all the virtues is given by Aristotle in books 3 to 5. This presentation does not go without saying. As if we consider the various virtues praised or blamed, say in Aristotle's time, or for that matter in any later time, we see that Aristotle makes a selection. And this is still more emphasized by the fact that there is an order, an arrangement, according to which some of the virtues are lower in rank than others. And if one considers that both the selection and the arrangement,
one can discern what one may call the spirit of Aristotle by simply saying which virtues does he consider and what place does he assign to each of the virtues he mentions. Now we have seen that he begins his discussion with courage, and then he speaks of moderation. Both virtues have to do with affections which we share with the brutes. That means they are lower in this respect. Then he turns to liberality, one virtue regarding expense, i.e. money, something which is by this very fact human, because brutes don't have money. I mean, although it is possible to make a will in favor of one's favorite cat, yet this doesn't work out as if you had left it to a human being. Now, I think we should consider a few more passages regarding, we turn perhaps to 1121a8.
The prodigal, on the other hand, errs in his feelings with regard to money as well as in his actions. He feels neither pleasure nor pain on the right occasions nor in the right manner. This will become clearer as we proceed. We have said then that prodigality and meanness are modes of excess and of deficiency, and this in two things, giving and getting. Giving being taken to include spending. Prodigality exceeds in giving, without getting, and is deficient in getting. Meanness falls short in giving and goes to excess in getting, only not on the great scale. Now, the two forms of prodigality are very seldom found united in the same person, because it is not easy to give to everyone without receiving from anyone. The giver's means are soon exhausted if he is a private citizen, and only such persons are considered prodigal. In fact, a man who is prodigal in both ways may be thought considerably superior to the mean man, for he is easily cured by age or by poverty, and is able to be brought to the due mean because he possesses the essentials of the liberal character. He gives, and he refrains from taking, though he does neither in the proper way or rightly. Correct this by training or otherwise reform him, and he will be liberal, for he will now give his money to the right objects, while he will not get it from the wrong sources. This is why he is felt to be not really bad in character. For to exceed in giving without getting is foolish rather than evil or ignoble. The prodigal of this type, therefore, seems to be much superior to the mean man, both for the reasons stated, and because the former benefits many people, but the latter benefits nobody, not even himself.
No, let us stop here. So the prodigal is to be preferred to the stingy one. I think we can still understand it despite the fact that we are subject to the Puritan ethics, as it has been called, and as a soul of the capitalist society. Prodigality is not base, strictly speaking, but rather foolish. The prodigals are thought to belong, to help many others. At least it's the impression. And sometimes he may really give something to a man who deserves being helped, although it is a bit accidental in his case. But the stingy ones do not help anyone or even themselves. This is an important point here, which Aristotle makes. A bit later, in 1121b12 to 16, which we might read, stinginess or illiberality is incurable.
Oh, yes.
No, a bit later.
Yeah, meanness, on the contrary, is incurable, for we see that it can be caused by old age or any form of weakness. Also, it is more ingrained in man's nature than prodigality. The mass of men are avaricious rather than open-handed.
Yeah, let us stop here. So, in other words, stinginess and greediness is in a way more liberal than liberality or prodigality. Thomas Aquinas, in his commentary on the passage, speaks here of a natural inclination to this respect. Aristotle had made an earlier remark in 1119, 820 to 33 about cowardice, that cowardice is somehow more natural than overboldness. There is a kind of the fear of death is an important ingredient of our makeup. Similarly, to stick to what is its own and to protect it is which we have a natural inclination, and this has to be considered in the overall judgment. And somewhat later on, in B31 following, he speaks of tyrants, a subject which we discussed briefly last time in this connection. In 31, do we have that?
The other sort of people are those who exceed in respect of getting, taking from every source and all they can. Such are those who follow degrading trades, brothel keepers and all people of that sort, and petty usurers who lend money in small sums at a high rate of interest. All these take from wrong sources and more than their due. The common characteristic of all these seems to be sordid greed, since they all endure reproach for gain, and for a small gain. Those who make improper gains from improper sources on a great scale, for instance, princes who sack cities and rob temples.
But he says tyrants, yes. In other words, he follows Machiavelli, who avoids the word tyrant when he speaks to tyrants, because that would not be flattered. They want to be called princes, yes. We should not imitate Machiavelli in this or in other respects.
Tyrants who sack cities and rob temples are not termed mean, but rather wicked or impious or unjust.
Yes, we can live with that thing. In other words, there are distinctions, very important distinctions, even within hell. And the tyrant is, to be mean is something very low. But the tyrant is much meaner than that. So because what he does, the ordinary mean man would not do, things mentioned here. So meanness is then not the worst thing, the worst vice which a man can have. The extreme of injustice goes much further. Now here, another point which we might mention here is this, what was already stated before, that expense must correspond to the greatness of the beings with the view to which the expenses are made. And he gives two examples of such beings. First, gods and heroes, and second, the polis. So the expense for temples and for the adornment of the city, they are the proper object of liberality. And this implies, as Aristotle makes clear, that a poor or an obscure man cannot be liberal in the full sense of the word, because there is a certain lack of propriety. Even an obscure man makes himself the benefactor of the city by such means, by the building of temples or any other thing of this kind. So this Aristotle takes all in his stride, that there are certain virtues which, at least in their highest form, are inaccessible to poor people. That is so, it cannot be helped. And the Aristotle's comfort would be that there is something much higher than moral virtue, namely intellectual perfection, which is accessible even to poor people. See Socrates. Now, let us read at 123a, 28.
The paltry man, on the other hand, will err on the side of deficiency in everything. Even when he is spending a great deal, he will spoil the effect for a trifle, and by hesitating at every stage and considering how he can spend the least, and even so grudging what he spends and always thinking he is doing things on a greater scale than is necessary. These dispositions then are vices, but they do not bring serious discredit, since they are not injurious to others, nor are they excessively unseemly.
Yeah, this is an important. You see, we have raised the question before as to the end which the virtues serve. Now that the virtuous actions are an end in themselves, we know, but nevertheless they have ends. And here we see, for example, if a certain vice does damage to one's neighbor, this is a more serious vice than if it does not do such damage. So this, the consideration of the ends of virtue, you must never forget. Aristotle does not speak of it thematically, but he has always it in mind, as can be seen. The two overall ends which Aristotle considers, we can say on the basis of this passage, is whether this habit is useful to others, and the others means in the highest case the city, the community, and whether it is becoming to the doer. Something may be unbecoming to the doer and yet not harm others, and vice versa. Now we come to one of the most important sections of the ethics, the discussion of magnanimity. The context is this. Aristotle has spoken first of courage and moderation, and then he has gone over to the two virtues connected with wealth, which deals with a higher liberality and megalopropria, how to translate that? Magnificence. Munificence, yeah. So munificence has to do with great expenses, and liberality has to do with relatively small expenses. And now he turns to the virtues which have to do with honor and honors. And there is one regarding high honors and one regarding not high honors. The virtue regarding high honors is magnanimity. And this is one of the central passages of the ethics, as you will see from a few passages which we may read. Now, let us read the beginning first.
You only translate this magnanimity or greatness of...
Both are equally good. I mean, one is Latin, the other is Saxon. But magnanimity, magnitudo animi and greatness of soul. That depends on, I think, on accident or on arbitrary decisions. Yeah. Greatness of soul sounds better than magnanimity, hasn't it? Yes.
Greatness of soul, as the word itself implies, seems to be related to great objects. Let us first ascertain what sort of objects these are. It will make no difference whether we examine the habit itself or the person that displays the habit.
The habit itself meaning magnanimity. And the one who acts according to the habit, that is a magnanimous man. Does it make sense? That this does not make such a difference? Yes.
Now, a person is thought to be great-souled if he claims much and deserves much. He who claims much without deserving it is foolish, but no one of moral nobility is foolish or senseless. The great-souled man is then as we have described. He who deserves little and claims little is modest, but not great-souled, since to be great-souled involves greatness, just as beauty involves size. Small people may be neat and well-made, but not beautiful. He that claims much, but does not deserve much, is vain, though not everybody who claims more than he deserves is vain. He that claims less than he deserves is small-souled, whether his deserts be great or only moderate, or even though he deserves little, if he claims still less. The most small-souled of all would seem to be the man who claims less than he deserves when his deserts are great, for what would he have done had he not deserved so much? Though, therefore, in regard to the greatness of his claim, the great-souled man is an extreme. By reason of its correctness, he stands at the mean point, for he claims what he deserves.
Yes, that is the point which we have to emphasize this. There is a man who is not worthy of high honors, and he knows it, and he acts accordingly. This is not a vicious man. In Greek it is sophron, which we usually translate by moderate, but modest makes good sense here. That is, modesty is a virtue. But it is a lower virtue than magnanimity itself, than a man who deserves great honor, judges rightly about his subject, and acts accordingly by claiming these high honors. Do you see any other point we should take up in this connection? So there are virtues to which even most ordinary the virtuous men have no access. That's important.
Where he says that those who claim a lot not being worth it are vain, but that there are some who claim more than they, but that not everybody is vain who claims more than he's worth. In other words, there'd be some people who would claim more, but still would not be considered vain. And I was wondering whether that they would be, so to speak, almost great souls. And so a great soul man might even put a greater claim on it.
Yeah, an example would be helpful. Does one occur to you?
types of things. For instance, considering Alexander explains that to be a god, desire to be a god. Now that might be considered from one point of view, in an obvious case, putting in a greater claim than worth, because it's obviously not. But on the other hand, this wouldn't be, might not necessarily.
Yeah, and also considering his youth and his early death, and so it would, one wouldn't call him vain. Aristotle would not call him vain. Yes, that makes sense. It is another complication which arises because we are here near a peak of the whole ethics, and therefore a certain ambiguity cannot be avoided. We might perhaps, yes?
Aristotle would or would not call him vain?
Would not call him vain, yeah. And where we left off, Mr. Pangel. Yeah, if he regards himself as worthy of great things while being worthy, yes.
If then the great-souled man claims and is worthy of great things, and most of all the greatest things, greatness of soul must be concerned with some one object especially. Worthy is a term of relation. It denotes having a claim to goods external to oneself. Now the greatest external good we should assume to be the thing which we offer as a tribute to the gods, and which is most coveted by men of high station, and is the prize awarded for the noblest deeds. And such a thing is honor. For honor is clearly the greatest of external goods. Therefore the great-souled man is he who has the right disposition in relation to honors and disgraces. And even without argument, it is evident that honor is the object with which the great-souled men are concerned, since it is honor, above all else, which great men claim and deserve.
So we can say, whereas the munificent man is the only one who honors the gods properly, because the gifts which he makes, the temples which he builds, are appropriate to the gods. The magnanimous man behaves like the gods. To that extent, the example given by Mr. Schulzky was very adequate. Yes. Now, a little bit later in 33. Yeah, and if we look at in the phenomenon in every respect, it would appear that the magnanimous man would be altogether ridiculous if he were not good, virtuous. Yes?
Moreover, if he were bad, he would not be worthy of honor, since honor is the prize of virtue, and the tribute that we pay to the good. Greatness of soul seems therefore to be, as it were, a crowning ornament of the virtues. It enhances their greatness, and it cannot exist without them.
Yes, now this is a unique statement. Aristotle does not say this of any of the other virtues, only of magnanimity. Magnanimity is the peak of the virtues. It presupposes all other virtues and gives them a splendor which without it they would not have. And as it says in the secret, his virtue is altogether perfect. Yes. Now, I would like to mention this already. Now, there is another peak in the ethics, apart from the section on magnanimity, and that is a section on justice at the beginning of the 5th book. And one can say that the Aristotelian moral universe has two peaks, one magnanimity and the other justice. And magnanimity is a peak of morality, goodness, from the point of view of the individual himself, the highest stature, whereas justice is the peak from the point of view of a man's relation to other human beings. And Aristotle leaves it at this distinction, at this tension, without trying to make this more simple, less questionable. Such is life, that there are these two points of view from which we can and must look at human beings, these two poles. There is no conflict between them, but there is a different orientation in both cases. Now let us look at a few examples. 1124b9.
He is fond of conferring benefits, but ashamed to receive them, because the former is a mark of superiority and the latter of inferiority. He returns a service done to him with interest, since this will put the original benefactor into his debt in turn, and make him the party benefited. The great-souled are thought to have a good memory for any benefit they have conferred, but a bad memory for those which they have received, since the recipient of a benefit is the inferior of his benefactor, whereas they desire to be superior. And they are said to enjoy being reminded of the former, but to dislike being reminded of the latter. This is why the poet makes Thetis not specify her services to Zeus. Nor did the Spartans, treating with the Athenians, recall the occasions when Sparta had aided Athens, but those on which Athens had aided Sparta.
It's very different from our feelings today, but yeah, go on.
It is also characteristic of the great-souled man never to ask help from others, or only with reluctance, but to render aid willingly, and to be haughty towards men of position and fortune, but courteous toward those of moderate station, because it is difficult and distinguished to be superior to the great, but easy to outdo the lowly, and to adopt a high manner with the former is not ill-bred, but it is vulgar to lord it over humble people. It is like putting forth one's strength against the weak. He will not compete for the common objects of ambition, or go where other people take the first place. And he will be idle and slow to act, except when pursuing some high honor or achievement. And he will not engage in many undertakings, but only in such as are important and distinguished. He must be open both in love and in hate, since concealment shows timidity, and care more for the truth than for what people will think, and speak and act openly, since, as he despises other men, he is outspoken and frank, except when speaking with ironical self-depreciation, as he does to the many. He will be incapable of living at the will of another, except a friend, since to do so is slavish, and hence flatterers are always servile, and humble people flatterers.
Yes. No, I think that is intelligible, and it doesn't require much of a comment except to emphasize that this runs counter to our feelings in certain points, our feelings having been molded by the biblical tradition. And it is quite interesting to see how Thomas Aquinas discusses these matters and tries to bring them into harmony with biblical morality. In the present time, you find sometimes interpreters who say that Aristotle is not simply an admirer of the magnanimous man, but there is quite a bit of irony in that. I think that is not true. And Aristotle, in a way, the whole ethics, one can say, is ironical because it does not look at the moral phenomena from the highest point of view. It's the bulk of the ethics, at least. One has to take that it is. Now, the passage irony, this word which you all have heard so often, which is today so common, occurs rarely in Aristotle, but here there is one of the references, the first reference to it. The magnanimous man is a frank man because of his great opinion of himself, and he is not in no sense a coward, and not a moral coward in particular. But there are certain relations in which he is ironical. Ironical means dissembling. He dissembles his superiority. That is the meaning of irony. He dissembles his superiority when talking to inferior people, the many, as I says. That is because it would be too cheap a triumph to be recognized as superior to people who are manifestly his inferiors. Yes, and a little bit further on, in 25a, 5 to 9. Yeah, he doesn't talk about human beings. Yes?
I can understand one of your earlier comments to make sense that, for example, it would seem that the great soul man is a peak, and because he does not really include all of the virtues except for modesty. He does not include virtue. He does not have the virtue of modesty.
Yeah, sure, because it is a lesser virtue.
But what about the problem of irony later being treated as a vice?
Yes, but that is another sign of the complexity. Irony as such, that is a lack of veracity, and that is a vice. But in certain circumstances, it is not a vice. Well, one can make the transition as follows, Mr. Zimmerman. Even in this passage, when he speaks of the irony later on thematically, he makes it clear that while it is a vice, it is a graceful vice, more graceful at any rate than its opposite. The boaster, that is the other faulty extreme. The truthful man who doesn't say more about himself than is the case, and then there is a boaster, and on the other pole there is an ironic man. Now the boaster is very obnoxious, and compared with him, the ironical man is a graceful man, although it is not the perfectly right thing, because he understates his worth. Well, if he understates his worth in order to flatter the powerful people, then he is despicable. But if he does it in order not to hurt other people's feelings, that would be a different case. A man who is walking around and trying to impress and oppress his fellows by showing off his abilities is an obnoxious man. And therefore the man who conceals his superiorities in order not to hurt other people's feelings, that's in the worst case a graceful vice. But the transition from a graceful vice to an ingredient of virtue is relatively easy. Think of a man of very high superiority, as a magnanimous man doubtless is, confronted with people who are manifestly his inferiors, and then this would be proper in these circumstances. One must always consider the circumstances, Mr. Zinman, as you have learned from other teachers at Edmund Burke, and Aristotle was perhaps the first to state this lesson so powerfully, and we should also give him the benefit of the doubt. Now, he will not be a gossip, all right? In Greek, the word is anthropologos, a man who talks about human beings. Yes.
He is no gossip, for he will not talk either about himself or about another, as he neither wants to receive compliments nor to hear other people run down, nor is he lavish of praise either. And so he is not given to speaking evil himself, even of his enemies, except when he deliberately intends to give offense.
Yeah, except out of hubris, out of insolent pride. This is one of the passages which Thomas Aquinas also tries to explain away, because the virtuous man doesn't have insolent pride under any condition. And that is not quite Aristotle's view. For example, Thomas Aquinas explains this passage as follows: he will not speak ill of enemies except in order to repel an injury which they have done to him. In other words, as part of the warlike action of defense. I think that mitigates it unnecessarily. Aristotle means that they are men of insolent, that they use insolent pride under certain conditions. For example, Achilles regarding Agamemnon. That is a case of hubris of a magnanimous man. Or in our age, when Churchill in a speech in 1940 called Hitler a guttersnipe, then this was of course also such an act of hubris. After all, Hitler was infinitely more powerful at that time than Churchill was, and made whatsoever not an unworthy action, but because it stated in advance the truth, the final judgment on this opponent on this occasion. Good. Now let us see in 29, 11, 25, 18. I'm sorry.
Such then being the great-souled man, the corresponding character on the side of deficiency is the small-souled man, and on that of excess, the vain man. These also are not thought to be actually vicious, since they do no harm, but rather mistaken. The small-souled man...
So in other words, Aristotle, if he called utilitarian an ethics which deals only with harming and helping, and Aristotle would say that is much too narrow. There are qualities which are in themselves neither harmful nor helping, and yet are ugly, distortions, and ugly to look at, like these. For example, the vain man, they are mostly harmless people. Well, except if their vanity is hurt, then the situation becomes different. But then it's no longer the vain man, but the vengeful. But, yes, now read on.
The small-souled man deprives himself of the good things that he deserves, and his failure to claim good things makes it seem that he has something bad about it, and also that he does not know himself. For, people say, if he deserved any good, he would try to obtain it. Not that such persons are considered foolish, but rather too retiring. Yet this estimate of them is thought to make them still worse, for men's ambitions show what they are worth, and if they hold aloof from noble enterprises and pursuits, and forego the good things of life, presumably they think they're not worthy of them.
You know, there is also, even shyness is a vice, yeah? But not a terrible vice, but it is vice because it may prevent a man from doing his very best. And that can be, and especially if you think of a statesman, a man who would be a first-rate statesman and would be shy to run for office, would be the thing.
Yes. The vain, on the other hand, are foolish persons who are deficient in self-knowledge and expose their defects. They undertake honorable responsibilities of which they are not worthy, and then are found out. They are ostentatious in dress, manner, and so on. They want people to know how well off they are and talk about it, imagining that this will make them respected. Smallness of soul is more opposed than vanity to greatness of soul, being both more prevalent and worse.
Worse for the reason given, because it may prevent a man from actualizing his highest potentialities. And the vain man is only a ridiculous individual, but not a harmful individual.
Why did you say it's more prevalent, the smallness of soul and vanity?
Well, that was the way in which he saw things, tried to... where did he stand in order to see that? Most men, Aristotle asserts, are given rather to underestimating themselves, to be kind of crawling beings, than most would be. Is this not intelligible? I mean, if we make it, it is not even true today that most people do not raise a high claim. I mean, if you are literate and do not merely think of opinion leaders and such people, but speak of the general mass of men. Yeah, it's surely a remarkable statement. And two more passages I think we should consider. You know, then he speaks in the sequel of another kind of, another virtue which has to do with small honors. Say, not the great honors, but decorations and or titles. And so there is also a proper attitude, not totally to despise them, because that would be a contempt of the established political order, say in France especially, but in other countries too. On the other hand, to be too eager to display innumerable decorations, that is ridiculous. Also, the right thing is to have few distinguished decorations and to exhibit them on the proper occasions. Good. And now Aristotle goes then over to gentleness, which is the proper posture toward anger. And you want to say something?
Why does it proceed in this way? I'm particularly concerned about the transition from great souled man to virtue with respect to small one.
There is a clear sense of
magnanimity. And versus the process to, especially with respect to virtues of wealth. And in that case, he speaks of virtues with respect to wealth in general first, and then
Munificence. Yeah, but then having spoken of the bright posture towards great expenses, he goes over towards the bright posture toward great honors, and then goes down to small honor. I mean, it's not schematic, but there is a kind of association here, which proceeds. Now, and gentleness has to do with anger. All previous virtues had to do with desires. Desire for desire offers that matter aversion, but not anger. This is the only virtue dealing with anger, is gentleness. And that is here at the end,
of these discussions here. We can perhaps read one passage, 1126a 29.
We consider the excess to be more opposed to gentleness than the defect, because it occurs more frequently, human nature being more prone to seek redress than to forgive, and because the harsh-tempered are worse to live with than the unduly placable.
So, and this being the case, with the greater frequency, again here, it follows that the men who are less given to anger than is proper are preferable to those who are more than properly given to anger. Because this is, in other words, people who do not get angry, who are altogether free from anger, are very rare. And in addition, for living together, they are very easy because they are never angry whatever you do to them. But thereafter, in the next chapter, he deals then with what one may call the social virtues in the narrow sense of the term, the virtues belonging to association of a non-business-like character, the social graces. He mentions that there is one point only which we must consider, 1128b 3 to 4, or begin 1128b1.
The buffoon is one who cannot resist a joke. He will not keep his tongue off himself or anyone else if he can raise a laugh, and will say things which a man of refinement would never say, and some of which he would not even allow to be said to him. The boor is of no use in playful conversation. He contributes nothing and takes offense at everything. Yet relaxation and amusement seem to be a necessary element in life.
Yeah, this is one of the other non-too-frequent references to the ends of the virtues, which would have to be considered coherently if one wants to see that Aristotle's list of virtues, as he presented, is, in his view, exhaustive. Now, and here we have, for example, there is desire and fear and anger. There is money. There are honors. And now then there are also the leisure and playfulness are a part of life. And therefore, there must be virtues in this respect too. So one would have to put all these considerations together in order to see whether Aristotle exhausts the list of virtues as he claims he does. This is then the end of the discussion of the virtues in general, followed only by a brief discussion of sense of shame and moral indignation, to which Aristotle denies the status of virtues. Sense of shame, in particular, is all right with young people who cannot yet have acquired the habit of virtue perfectly, and therefore will make mistakes, and then they should blush for them. It is even an adornment for them. But for a man, a mature man, to blush and to have to blush, that is deplorable. He should never make a mistake. And Aristotle apparently regards it as possible that a man can live throughout his life and never make a mistake after he has sown his wild oats. That is somehow implied in what he says here about the sense of shame as becoming young people. Yes. Now someone has raised his hand in the meantime. Oh, Mr. Verlaine.
You pointed out earlier, of course, that the sense of shame was the closest we came to piety. The other case was...
Yeah, well, eidos, the Greek word, is frequently used, does not have the narrow sense always, in which Aristotle uses it here, where it means only blushing because of a blunder one has committed. But it has, eidaisa means the posture of kind of holy shame, reverence, as is meaning very frequently. For example, in the Protagoras, when in the myth of the Protagoras, Zeus is supposed to have given to all men eidos, sense of shame, and dike, sense of right. You know, there it has this high and awe-inspiring meaning, not here in Aristotle. For Aristotle, a sense of shame is understood in the narrow sense and therefore regarded as something unbecoming a grown-up man.
The other place where it deals with that is in talking of the pseudo-courage.
Yeah.
The courage of the citizen soldier who doesn't run because he's afraid of commanding officer might do something to him. And so would that indicate also that, and that's a kind of virtue, it's not.
That is not genuine courage.
It's not genuine courage, but it's
oh, yes, sure. I mean, that Aristotle makes allowance for all kinds of intermediate cases, but this does not, however, make dubious the fundamental distinctions as he lays them down. A man who acts bravely on the field of battle from a sense of shame is not a brave man. He must out of sense of the nobility of the action and not from what people will say behind his back or even to his face. That is not.
Would that be the kind of thing that piety is then?
The piety does not occur as a virtue in Aristotle. As ethics at all.
You're suggesting there might be a pseudo-virtue, the same way that...
Yeah, but that he does in a well-known passage of the Metaphysics in Book 12, when he contrasts at the discussion of his, at the end of his theology, he contrasts his view of the God as he presented there with the traditional view, the ancestral view. And he says, well, fundamentally what the ancestral view aimed at was this notion of God as Aristotle presented it. But they added quite a few things in order to influence the many toward obedience to the laws. And here is where that would come in. But that is something which does not belong to the gentleman. That is view belongs to the many. Yeah, true.
With regard to irony, it seems that irony appears differently when it's viewed from say, what you call the peak of magnanimity than it does from the peak of justice. That is to say, you said that it was becoming to be somewhere between being a boaster and being ironic, but that's not, strictly speaking, a parallel. Irony isn't parallel to boasting, because a boaster, at least as I understand it, is someone who doesn't understand himself correctly and therefore demands too much. But an ironic man is someone who does understand himself correctly, but nevertheless demands too little.
And therefore, what is wrong with Aristotle's judgment?
Well, I mean, it would seem that the mean of speaking would be, regarding yourself incorrectly, and for that reason, demanding too little.
No, that is not a matter of demanding. That was discussed in the section on magnanimity. Here it is simply a matter of social meetings, say cocktail parties, where no business is transacted or involved, no public assembly or what have you. And how you behave properly or gracefully there. And then if a man would say, I have to take an example from our sphere here, I have not yet published anything, while he has published 4 articles, would be not right. I mean, there is some impropriety there, because he should not make himself smaller, if that is a sign of smallness, than he is. And or the other way around, I don't know, if a man has published, say, 500 articles, or 512 to be exact, and would say it in these words, I have published 512 articles, there would also be a slight impropriety there. If he would probably say, I don't know how many articles I have written. But that is the only consideration which comes in here. And the ironical man would say, I have not published anything, as though he has published 4 articles. And there is then something improper, because he makes himself, he doesn't show the proper frankness, and there is the proper politeness to the people with whom he is together by understating his worth. That in another society, say, if he is in the army as a private, where there is no one, there is no one in the whole regiment maybe, who ever claims to have written anything or wishes to have written anything, then it might be much better he would conceal the fact that he has ever practiced it. It depends on the circumstances. Good. Yes.
There appear to be four types. Naturally, I don't know about whether it appears in the language, but the question is, do these four types of shame appear in Aristotle? First of all, there appears to be shame before one's fellow man, or say lack of bravery or something like that.
No, he mentions it.
Then shame before, that's there. Shame before the law. Shame before the law of the city. Then there might appear to be possible shame before nature, before what is known to be right, naturally, and finally shame before the gods. Now, can we? The last two might have an element of piety within them, or could be called piety.
Yes, but Aristotle means the shame, that which makes you blush, and with reference, explicit or implicit, to other human beings.
Only.
That is, I think, what he has in mind.
There is nothing before the law?
No. Okay. Yeah. So that is surely not meant here. Now, this is then the end of the discussion of all virtues with the exception of a single one, and that is justice. And to justice, the whole book 5 is devoted. And this, the discussion of justice, that is the second peak of the two peaks of the discussion of moral virtues in the ethics. And we should read that. And perhaps we begin at the beginning. Do we have it?
In regard to justice and injustice, we have to inquire what sort of actions precisely they are concerned with. In what sense justice is the observance of a mean, and what are the extremes between which that which is just is a mean?
Now, this question regarding what kind of mean justice is the following reason. In all previous cases, Aristotle could find a virtue as a mean between two faulty extremes. But in the case of justice, that is not possible. What is the vice to which justice is opposed? Anyone can answer this. Injustice. Very good. And what is the unjust man? What is the unjust man who, in the most broadest term?
Well, he's an extremist.
Yes, you can put it this way, but it is too general, because the boast is also an extreme. But he wishes to be benefited more than he deserves, and he wishes not to pay less than he should. Yeah? Good. Now, what about the other 40? And here we have the just man who says, well, I will pay all my taxes and all my other duties to society, and I do not claim any privileges to which I'm not entitled. That's all right. But what about the man who does not stand up for his rights? Who takes less than he has a right to. Far from taking away from others, he gives more to the others than he is obliged to do. Is this not also a faulty extreme? The just man standing up for his rights, but only for his rights. The unjust man standing up for his claims, right or wrong. And then this other nameless man who does not even stand up for his rights. Yeah, that is the point. This is not by Aristotle regarded as a vice. And therefore, justice is not, in this sense, a mean between two extremes. If you demand less than is your due, that is not a vice. That's the difficulty. And yet, nevertheless, justice is in a way a mean, but not in that simple way in which the other virtues are means between two faulty extremes. That's the meaning of this somewhat seemingly cumbersome expression. Now, let us go on. But you wonder how this could be?
Well,
this he will explain. He will explain that later on. Yeah. Now, go on.
Our inquiry may follow the same procedure as our preceding investigation. Now, we observe that everybody means by justice the habit which renders men apt to do just things, and which causes them to act justly and to wish what is just. And similarly, by injustice, that habit which makes men act unjustly and wish what is unjust. Let us then assume these things to start with as broadly correct. The fact is that it is not the same with habits as with sciences and faculties. It seems that the same faculty or science deals with opposite things. But a habit which produces a certain result does not also produce the opposite result. For example, health does not give rise to unhealthy actions, but only to healthy ones.
And what does this distinction between habits and abilities or powers mean? Simple example. For example, a man who can write very quickly and yet legibly can also write very slowly and legibly, and he can also write, if he wants to, very illegibly. That is part of the dynamis, the power which he has. But a man who is decent, that's a habit, cannot act indecently. That is, a man who can act both decently and indecently, or can use virtue and vice as he sees fit, as Machiavelli would put it, is of course not a decent man. That is a simple explanation of the difference. The virtues are habits, and therefore the virtuous man cannot act viciously. But if you, in some Platonic dialogues, for example, the smaller Hippias, that is the fun of the dialogue, that the distinction between habit and power, ability, is disregarded. And therefore, for example, Achilles never lied, and therefore is regarded as a more decent man than Odysseus, who frequently lied. But then Socrates tries to refute Hippias and says, well, would we not regard a man who can do both good shoes and bad shoes a better shoemaker than a man who can do only bad shoes? Because a man who can make good shoes can also, if he's so vicious, make bad shoes. Yes, now let us go on. Oh no, here's someone.
Isn't in a way, though, this statement directed against Socrates?
Yeah, only here it's not explicit polemics here, but yes.
When to say that virtuosity runs into that.
Yes, and it is reasonable to assume that Aristotle always had in mind this Socratic pattern.
What was the Socrates' response to? Was he how responsive to?
Yeah, but that leads, we have taken up this subject on more than one occasion. It leads to this. It is connected with the whole notion of phronesis, practical wisdom. From Aristotle's point of view, practical wisdom has principles of its own, and therefore can be treated independently of wisdom, theoretical wisdom. Socrates and Plato seem to deny that, by deed as well as by speech. And therefore, this leads to the consequence that the whole of thinking life, of philosophy, is phronesis, is practical wisdom. This is the broader background to which this is. And by denying, as it were, the distinction between phronesis and Sophia, practical wisdom and wisdom proper, Socrates has led to all these other theses, which are only in the reverse side of his famous assertion that virtue is knowledge, which Aristotle accepts only in a very qualified sense, as we have partly already seen. Yes?
Hence, sometimes the nature of one of two opposite habits is inferred from the other. Sometimes habits are known from the things in which they are found. For example, if we know what good bodily condition is, we know from this what bad condition is as well. But we also know what good condition is from bodies in good condition, and know what bodies are in good condition from knowing what good condition is. Thus, supposing good condition is firmness of flesh, bad condition must be flabbiness of flesh, and a diet productive of good condition must be a diet producing firmness of flesh. Also, if one of two correlative groups of words is used in several senses, it follows as a rule that the other is used in several senses too. For example, if just has more than one meaning, so also has unjust and injustice. Now it appears...
This is all preparatory, and it becomes intelligible only from the conclusion, which is just about to draw.
Now it appears that the terms justice and injustice are used in several senses. But as their equivocal uses are closely connected, their equivocation is not detected. Whereas in the case of widely different things, called by a common name, the equivocation is comparatively obvious. For example, the difference being considerable when it is one of external form, the equivocal use of the word key to denote denote both the bone at the base of the neck and the instrument with which we lock our doors. Let us then ascertain in how many senses a man is said to be unjust. Now, the term unjust is held to apply both to the man who breaks the law and the man who takes more than his due, the unfair man. Hence, it is clear that the law-abiding man and the fair man will both be just.
So Aristotle is leading up to the thesis that there are two different virtues, both called justice. And we see that most easily, Aristotle suggests, if we look at their opposites. In the one case, the man who is not just is called unjust. In the other case, he is called, how does it translate Leonectes?
Unfair.
Unfair. Unfair. But that is the best English equivalent, I do not know, but in the Greek language this is sufficient. And now he will make more clear this difference and speaks first of one justice in one sense. For the just is...
The just, therefore, means that which is lawful, and that which is equal or fair. And the unjust means that which is illegal and that which is unequal or unfair. Again, as the unjust man is one who takes the larger share, he will be unjust in respect of good things. Not all good things, but those on which good and bad fortune depend. These, though always good in the absolute sense, are not always good for a particular person. Yet these are the goods men pray for and pursue, although they ought not to do so. They ought, while choosing the things that are good for them, to pray that what is good simply may also be good for them. The unjust man does not, however, always choose the larger share. Of things that, speaking simply, are bad, he chooses the smaller share. But nevertheless, he's thought to take more than his due, because the lesser of two evils seems, in a sense, to be a good, and taking more than one's due means taking more than one's due of good. Let us call him unfair, for that is a comprehensive term, and includes both taking too much of good things and too little of bad things.
In Greek, the word is unequal, but it translates by unfair. Yes?
Again, we saw that the lawbreaker is unjust, and the law-abiding man just. It is therefore clear that all lawful things are just, in one sense of the word.
Yeah, just in a sense, I would translate. Just in a sense. All lawful things are just in a sense. And what Aristotle will develop in the sequel is then that there is a kind of virtue. There is a virtue called justice, by which is meant the virtue embracing all other virtues from the point of view of our relations to other human beings, corresponding to magnanimity insofar as it presupposes all other virtues, but differing from magnanimity because magnanimity considers this all-embracing virtue from the point of view of the perfection of the individual by itself, where the relations to others do not as such enter the notion. Yes, now, all the legal things are in a manner just. That must be taken very seriously, because if Aristotle would omit this qualification, all legal things are just, then he would speak absurdly, would he not? That would mean there cannot be unjust laws. But why should there not be the possibility, at least, of unjust laws? Yet in a manner, all legal or lawful things are just, and that means that the most extreme injustice would not even limit itself by unjust laws. Unjust laws, very unjust laws, by the mere fact that there are laws, limit injustice. One could see an example of that in Germany, Nazi Germany, where some of the older type of judges tried to apply the Nuremberg laws to the Jews. And this was a boon for the Jews who came before this kind of judges, because there was some limit by the mere fact that there are laws. And what an arbitrary judge would do went much beyond that. So there is a virtue in law as law, but not virtue enough, because laws, as we said, as is obvious, may be unjust. Yes?
Is that always the case? I mean, one of the great problems now is that there are a lot of people in this country who feel that there are laws who, rather than even by the fact of there being laws, even in spite of the fact that there being laws, do not even limit the injustice, but in fact promote it. And so their recourse is to go outside the law and to...
Yes, well, this raises very grave questions, not only of a practical, but also of a theoretical nature. I mean, it has to do with the great question, is there a sphere of privacy? Is this not necessarily implied in the notion of a just order? Now, if that is so, then it means that there is a sphere regarding which the law is rather powerless, and regarding which you cannot expect improvement by means of laws. Could this not be? And the abolition of the private sphere, that would mean what they now call totalitarianism, that there is no sphere totally exempt from the law. That, I think, this is precisely the issue. In other words, that the temptation that we would say that laws made for unjust purposes are nevertheless to be obeyed, that is not so great. But laws made for fair and just purposes may nevertheless contradict the nature of law, insofar as they destroy the refuge of privacy. That is exactly what Plato presents in the Republic, where there is no privacy whatever. What they claim, ironically, for Socrates, that Socrates had no private life. He was always in public. But of course one must ask oneself, did he not at least go home in the night for sleeping a few hours? Well, Plato shows us what happened when he was at home in bed at the beginning of the Protagoras, when Socrates was still asleep. So there was nothing fishy in any way about it. Now Plato in the Republic tries to establish an order in which injustice is altogether impossible. And the simple advice is this: there is no privacy. Injustice presupposes secrecy, because even the worst gangsters, of course, do not boast in public of their misdeeds. They live by virtue of the secrecy of what they are doing. Now, if you abolish secrecy, you abolish vice. That is what Plato proposes in the Republic. There is no room which cannot be entered by any man any time of the day or night. That is abolition. Not only are your rooms bugged, but they can even, our rooms bugged, but they can even be entered without a search warrant at any time of the day. Abolish secrecy, abolish privacy, abolish vice. And Plato experiments with this possibility in order to show its absurdity. This would, of course, not be sufficient, but you would have to make every man a policeman or a detective watching over every other man. Even this would not be quite sufficient, because there might be still some thoughts which a man would never express and would still contain the seeds of disloyalty or whatever.
Just a brief that it would be possible, though, to say in terms of what we just read, that there is such a thing as an unjust law?
A very simple example. If someone would propose a law that all people whose family name begins with an A have to pay taxes, and all people whose family names begins with B to Z do not have to pay taxes, this is not manifestly an unjust law?
Yes.
You would think it is not unjust.
I would think it's very unjust.
What's the principle?
It discriminates against all the A's.
Yeah, well, maybe some kinds of discrimination are all right. I mean, for example, you discriminate against people when you send them to jail, and that will always appear on their records that they have been in jail, and it's a kind of discrimination. So discrimination as such is not such a bad thing. But I would say there is no principle involved. Why should, if you would say those who can pay more should pay higher taxes, that makes some sense.
That's unreasonable. I guess that's the best thing.
But here there is no rhyme and reason. There is no connection with the beginning of your family name and higher taxation, or taxation altogether. So there are unjust laws that easily are possible. And we could easily also give other examples of a more practical nature, because no one, I believe, has recently proposed such a tax legislation. Yes, but next time we will pursue this theme a little bit further, because that is here not developed. in the ethics, but in the politics, because, as Aristotle makes clear in the politics, the laws depend on the regime. In a democracy, you have a different kind of laws than in an oligarchy, a monarchy, aristocracy, whatever it may be. The laws depend on the regime, and therefore the lawful, the legal, depends always on the regime. And this has very far-reaching consequences. Namely, a man who is a good citizen in one kind of regime is a bad citizen in another kind of regime. A man who is a good citizen of a communist state is likely to be a bad citizen in a liberal democracy. And therefore, the good man cannot be identical simply with a good citizen, because a good man, as good man, has no such relativity to the regime as good citizen has. And quite a few other considerations which lead to the consequence, as stated here, that legal or lawful things are, in a sense, the just things. As Plato would say, the law wishes to be just, but it does not achieve that always, nor even most of the time, perhaps. And therefore, we have to combine a practical obedience to the law in all cases except extreme cases with a theoretical skepticism as to the claim of the law to be simply just. We will take this up next time. Meaning either universal justice or particular justice. More precisely, the just may be the lawful or legal, and the unjust accordingly the illegal, the breach of the law, or the just may be fair or equal. In the latter case, there is no reference to law. In the first case, the reference to law is essential. In the latter case, the unjust man is a man who takes away from others what belongs to them, or, which is only another aspect of the same thing, he tries to impose on others heavier burdens than he is willing to accept for himself. Now, Aristotle speaks first of justice in the first sense, in the legal sense, of universal justice. And I think we should repeat a certain passage which we began to read last time, 11b11.
Since the lawbreaker is unjust and the law-abiding man just, it is therefore clear that all lawful things are in a sense just. For what is lawful is decided by legislation.
Yeah, by the legislative art, that is what I say. Yes.
And each of these decisions, we say, is just. Now, all the various pronouncements of the law aim either at the common good of all, or of the best, or of the rulers, determined either by virtue or in some other similar way.
So that in one sense, we say just things are things that produce and preserve the happiness and the parts of the happiness of the political community.
Let us stop here. Aristotle does not say that the legal things are just things. Rather, he says the legal things are, in a sense, the just things. Now, in which sense? Later on, he speaks in the passage which we have read of the legislative art. Things laid down not by a random legislator or a legislative body, but by the legislative art, could be said to be good laws. And therefore, these things laid down by the legislative art are just things. But the things laid down by a legislator or a legislative body are not necessarily just, because the possibility of mistake is considerable. One could also state it as follows. The laws wish to be, intend to be just, but they do not always achieve that. And therefore, a simple equation of the legal with the just is not reasonable.
And one can also state it as follows. The laws depend on, we can say, are the function of the regimes. So the laws fitting proper in a democracy would not be proper in oligarchy, and so on and so on. Now, all laws, according to Aristotle in politics, are relative to the regime and ought to be relative, because otherwise there will be a great complication between the principle informing the regime as a whole and the law. But now some regimes are defective and others are non-defective, and therefore the laws relative to defective regime are by their very principle not good laws. So a simple equation of the legal with the just is impossible. One can give another reason why this simple equation of the legal with the just is not possible. That is, look later on in Book 10, 1180a 21, where Aristotle says the law has a compulsory power, being a logos, a discourse, stemming from some practical wisdom and reason. From some, it is not simply said from practical wisdom. But let us pass over that. Law has a coercive comparing force, and this comparing force is here traced to its rational origin. But this is not the whole story of law. In another passage, in the Politics, in the second book, 1269a 20 to 21, Aristotle says, the law has no force toward being obeyed apart from custom or habituation, i.e., it has no force stemming from its rationality, but only from its being customary. Now, this is a clear contradiction, which doesn't mean that Aristotle was not in a position to resolve the contradiction, or did not in fact resolve it if we read him with sufficient clarity, but it indicates the problem as rational. If the law is a dictamen recte rationis, dictate of right reason, then it would by right be exercise a compelling force because of its rationality. But the law is not simply that, and in order to be a law, it cannot be merely rational. And therefore there is an addition of something else, of an X, which qualifies the rationality of the law, but makes it in this way more compelling for the mass of the citizens. And this means, however, again, to repeat that the law is not simply rational, the law is not simply just. Now, this is, of course, an somewhat embarrassing view, although one can say it's the only view in accordance with fact, because to say simply every law is worthy to be obeyed regardless cannot be maintained by any sensible man, except perhaps by someone who has adopted this particular position called legal positivism, that there is no higher standard for law except that it has been adopted by a community and that there is all there is to it. Because if we are, say, anti-communist, as I hope we all are, then we will say that people who are very law-abiding subjects of a communist state are in a deplorable position, to put it mildly. And the communists will, of course, return this compliment to us. And so whenever we find any adherence to principles, we find that admission, the recognition of a principle higher than the positive law. And this is, of course, not the questions concerning this higher principle are more complicated and more dark than the questions of positive law, however complicated, because the question of the positive law, you can always eventually refer to an oracle, namely to the view of the legislator.
and whose clear and explicit statement finishes all controversy. And we do not have this in the field of the higher law. But one could raise this question, but is it not a dangerous principle leading to all kinds of turmoil and civil disobedience and so on, to question the identity of the just and the legal? And more particularly, did not Socrates in a way die for the principle that the just is the legal, namely by giving his argument against escaping from prison in Plato's Crito, where he seems to say that one has to obey the laws of the city regardless. What would you say to this argument? Some of you have read the Crito, I take it. Does Socrates say there that one must obey every law regardless? Yes.
No. If one has accepted the protection of the laws of the city, if one has put himself under the law's protection, then one has to obey the law. But not every law. Every man must not obey every law, period. It's not as simple as all that.
Yeah, but is not even this argument the contractual argument that everyone has made a contract with the law, with the city or with the laws? Is even this unqualifiedly stated there? I mean, is the whole argument of the Crito based on the contractual view of legal obligation? Mr. Simpson, you shake your head, so you must have another opinion.
No, I think that it is not, but I think that perhaps the problem with Crito cannot be explained with reference to simply the question of the legal and the just in the sense of positive justice or the justice of the laws of action.
But is a distinction made there between the positive law? No, there's no way. But there is, as far as the contractual argument and its limitation, the relation of the citizen to the law is compared not only to that of a man who has made a contract with another man or body of men, but it is also compared with the relation of the children to the parents, which is really not a contractual relation. So that this is, but still do we have a broader consideration, showing the limited claim of the reasoning of the Crito.
I don't recall if this is in the Crito or not. Socrates refused to abide by the laws promoted by the 30.
Yeah, but one could, of course, say that tyrants were illegal rulers, could one not? And therefore this is not valid in itself. No, there is another point in the Apology, which is a parallel work. Socrates discusses this possibility. The citizens of Athens, or his judges, might propose the following compromise. Socrates stops now to do what he has been doing all the time to the annoyance of his fellow citizens, and he calls that philosophizing. So he stops philosophizing from now, and then they will leave him alone and will permit him to die in peace and not to be executed. And so what does Socrates say to this proposal, which he proposes, and therefore argument's sake, which no one else proposes? He would not consider it. Now, the proposal of the city would easily take the form of a law. Whoever philosophizes will be punished with death. And if this such a law were, or maybe with a fine or with exile, whatever it may be, Socrates refuses to obey such a prohibition. So although this is not stated in the Crito, but it is stated in the parallel dialogue, there is one crucial qualification. Socrates reserves the right to philosophers, and that is, he has no list of rights of man. The right on which the whole issue turns, in the case of Socrates' trial, is the right for men like Socrates to philosophize. So Socrates does not simply assert that the just is identical with the legal, or vice versa. To say nothing of other considerations which come in and which permit one to say that the argument speaking in favor of Socrates dying in prison is a prudential argument,
Why does Socrates mention the fact that he's an old man? Because it is relevant. No one can say what Socrates would have done if he had been 30 instead of 70. Or he also discusses the possibility of available places of refuge, and he finds there is none. Either he goes to a nearby place where he is known, and then will be known as a fugitive from justice. That's the most undignified position for a man like Socrates. Or he goes to a faraway place, like Thessaly in the north. Then they are very loose-living people and very lawless people, and it would not be nice to live there. So the question, of course, would be, if we are practical people, would say maybe there is a faraway place which is not lawless. And as a matter of fact, an allusion is made that such places did exist, namely the island of Crete, which had a reputation, well, a dubious reputation, but only one part of the reputation is considered here. The Greeks were known as great liars, and but the other point, but on the other side, this was Crete, being the mother of Sparta, as it were, was regarded as a very well-ordered community, and Crete is far away. So, but this line is not pursued. Be this as it may, the argument of the Plato is a prudential argument, and only in a circumstance like Socrates' case, would it be wise to obey the law, unqualifiedly. But still, one thing, of course, is quite true. The rule of thumb, the best rule of thumb, is obey the law without ifs and buts. But all rules of thumb permit exceptions. Otherwise, there would be strict rules. And the strict rule of law, strict rule of this effect would require that all laws are just, period. And this, to repeat, no sensible man can maintain. And that there is a certain unevenness and a certain lack of mathematical elegance there, if you have to add qualifications, that is quite true. But who told us that the life is to be as elegant as a beautiful mathematical proof? Only people who wish that, like Thomas Hobbes and so on, made this a principle of politics. Mr. Simon.
In one way, though, the example of the Plato and Socrates does seem to be beautifully simple, in the sense that
the problem of the philosopher seems to be the easy problem in this case, rather than the hard problem.
And that if the rule is that all men but philosophers must regard the legal as same as the just, that seems to be an insufficient rule for practical life and for any political question.
Yes, you can say that, but on the other hand, it is not quite so simple, because we must look for the principle on the ground of which one claims not to be bound by the law. Mere convenience is, of course, no ground whatever. Nor would they have regarded mere conscience, because it would be a question, what kind of a conscience is that which opposes this or that law? So, what is the principle on the basis of which one can resist the positive law? Must it not be something higher than the positive law? Must it not be something higher than political society? Now, what is there in the world, from the point of view of Socrates or Plato, that is higher than political society? Philosophy. Not poetry, because poetry is a matter which the police is competent to regulate. You know, the tragedies and comedies were an affair of the city. Now, if you say religion as such did not exist. But the only ground, that was called piety. But piety was regarded as an affair of the polis, and only to the extent to which it transcended the polis, and that meant insofar as it was based on true knowledge, would it be beyond the competence of the city. Mr. Strutsky?
Well, would Aristotle and Plato have recognized any claims of justice in this second sense, particular justice or fairness or equality of one sort or another, as a claim that could possibly be put against the city? Made what would seem to be a manifestly unjust law in the sense of an unfair law.
Yeah, but sure, but in this case one could, for example, the case we discussed last time, that all men whose names begin with an A pay twice as much taxes as the rest. Yes, surely, but then there would have been a very broad popular movement that would not be isolated. Or take another case when Socrates, in the case of the trial of the generals after the Battle of Sarginusa, when Socrates appealed to the law, to the positive law, that the 9 generals should not be condemned and tried and condemned on the same day, but I think each on one day. The people of Athens simply disregarded their own law out of political emotion stirred up by demagogues. Well, then it was perfectly clear that people of Athens acted illegally. The question of principle does not even arise. But this, surely there can be unjust laws. But then the question arises, can you simply disregard the law and disobey it because you are hurt by it? Or, which is a higher ground, because it is intrinsically unjust. Can you do that? You have to convey the price to be paid, you know? And the question is not really discussed. But it is discussed, for example, by Aristotle in the second book of the Politics, when he speaks of Hippodamus' proposal that laws should be changed with the progress of enlightenment. The laws should also progress. You remember that? How does Aristotle answer the question?
Well, that's in connection with that he says the laws tend to more automatic.
So Aristotle says one must be very cautious, and that means even if a law is old-fashioned and still linked up with earlier views no longer shared by all members of the community, you have to consider what you do. You lose in social discipline to that extent. And I think something of this kind would also take a Platonic. Yes. Mr. Benedict.
Saying that's Mr. Zimmerman's question that we have to go to some realm outside of the political realm. That Socrates' proposal, which you say he didn't really want, was that he be, not that he be simply denied to be allowed to philosophize, but that he be denied to be allowed to philosophize in public. And that seems, I wonder, isn't that a distinction which has to be made? Because he would have just simply lived quietly, he might have avoided the inconveniences.
Yeah, but this would never cause an issue, because even in Stalin's Russia, if someone had been, like Socrates living there, had been a staccanovitic worker, and had always shouted Heil Stalin or whatever formula they used there, and nothing would ever have happened to him. So the question is, if the issue arises only if someone is not a staccanovitic worker and does not shout Heil Stalin, you know? And that I found is what Socrates did. So in other words, if philosophizing means only thinking by himself and not being fooled by the propaganda in one's thought, that's easy. But if he makes use of that and speaks to others and communicates to others his observations, then and only then does it cause a political and legal issue. Surely this distinction is very important, but not in this way in which you mean it, by which you express it. Mr. Fawcett?
Well, just returning for a moment to the problem of the unjust law. It seems that Socrates had an awfully convenient, in a way, an awfully convenient out, his being 70, not having any place to go. But you brought up the point. Well, if he had been 30 instead of 70, the situation would have been much different. I just wondered if there was some place where we could turn to at least get some evidence that might have shown how Socrates might have acted had that been the case. Because that's a real confrontation. It's against the person of Socrates, and it's against the philosophizing which he's representative. And I can't think of any kind of a similar confrontation anywhere else.
You know, but of course this may be partly due to the fact that Socrates died for the course of philosophy. That the Athenians regretted it soon afterwards. You know, that is a tradition at least.
that they regretted it soon afterward, and it never happened in the same way again. And when Aristotle was later on forced to flee, this may be due to purely political reasons.
Well, that speaks to the Athenians, but that doesn't speak to us.
Well, why? How come that while there were quite a few persecutions of philosophers prior to Socrates in Athens, these persecutions stopped in Athens afterward, and the school established by Plato lived on until 529. So there something seems to have changed. There is a statement of Plutarch in his biography of Nicias as to what Plato has achieved, that he made philosophy acceptable to the polis. So Socrates and Plato are not the same person, but they obviously belong together. After all, Plato dedicated his whole written work to the memory of Socrates, to say the least. And Plato brought about a reconciliation between the polis and philosophy and bridged the gulf to the extent to which that gulf can be bridged. Now, the difficulties did not completely disappear. There were persecutions of philosophers in the Roman Empire and so on. And therefore, something like Socrates' action had to be taken from time to time again. But the principles of the solution, one can say, were established by Plato, but it is not an elegant solution. Because the elegant solution, as Plato himself makes clear himself, in the Republic is that the philosophers become kings. There is something improper in Plato's view, that the philosophers, being most concerned in the highest degree with wisdom, should obey less wise people. Yeah? This is important as legislators. And there is no, well, if you replace the democratic citizen body by the king and his courtiers, you do not fundamentally change the situation, because the king and his courtiers are not necessarily wiser than a democratic citizen body. So this difficulty will remain, and there is no universally valid solution, but compromises with different alignments, as it were, in different places and circumstances.
What problem arises on the highest level nor on the lowest level? For Aristotle, on the level of the virtuous man, in the sense that the virtuous man records action according to rational principles, and he is the possessor of that principle, not needing the highest wisdom. It seems like the problem could arise just merely on that level, and without
either higher or lower.
Yeah, but still, let us assume that for argument's sake, so the man of practical wisdom, the pronimos, has the principle of right action in himself, and he doesn't need either philosophy or the civil legislator, at least as far as the principles are concerned. Yeah, but how can you be sure that the legislator, the actual legislator, will respect the opinions of the pronimos, of the man of practical wisdom? How can you be sure of that?
But I don't.
And then he would be exactly in the same position in which the philosopher would be. So that is not sufficient.
No, that's what I'm saying. The problem could arise on a lower level.
Yeah, sure. There can be simply a decent man without any claims to philosophy and such highfalutin things, and come into the same kind of conflict with the polis with which Socrates can show. That is a problem. One can say the political problem, that we need the polis as human beings, and yet the polis is also a great danger. But the necessity is so overpoweringly more strong than the danger that we have to accept. And the polis is not quite the same thing as the modern state, but it has something to do with it. And of the state, Nietzsche said, and this is a favorite word of Charles de Gaulle, the cold monster. Well, the ancients wouldn't say they were not so full of feeling as Nietzsche was, so they wouldn't say cold and hold this against it, but something corresponding, the cold monster. And of course, de Gaulle, as I am inclined to believe, doesn't hold this against the state. It's rather a pet, which he pets. And there's your sweet little cold monster.
This
relates, I think, pretty directly to that. It has to do with the nature of the contract. Doesn't the entire symbol of the contract become much stronger when you realize, as in the ancient must have, that it wasn't, that the contracting party, the state, was not the law state, was not positive law, but was an organism which had grown and which could not be changed, by a change of regime. So that the affirmation, so that what it took for the contract was not a positive act on the part of the legal citizen, but rather a positive act that needed to break. Every day that a man lived under the law, he affirmed the natural relationship. Now, if the regime did something unnatural, did something improper, chances are, some of the purposes, chances are it would be something that was contrary to nature or something which had grown up over a long time. Doesn't a contract with, the question is, doesn't a contract with this sort of being, an organic being, represent something entirely different than a contract with possible law?
Well, your statement is in a way a model of a statement one should not make. One should not make. In the first place, the contract is not a symbol. The contract, as long as people spoke of social contract, they meant it as a fact and not as a symbol. Secondly, organic. The state is something organic and has nothing to do with the change of regimes. Who told you that? I believe Edmund Burke.
No.
But surely not Plato or Aristotle.
Well, Aristotle rejects the contention that ultimately rejects the contention that an internal always changes every time there's a change of regime.
Oh, he asserts it, that every time the regime changes, a new polis emerges.
He finally drops that.
He does not do that. That is the great difficulty for the modern reader. If a democracy is changed into an oligarchy or vice versa, the Democrats say in such a case the city has disappeared because there is no longer the city, the citizen body, but a clique, a junta, and that is no longer the polis. And the oligarchs would say the opposite. They would probably not say when the oligarchy is replaced by a democracy that a city has disappeared, but they would say it has gone to pieces, like the British conservatives with the Labour, when the Labour people came to power, is good. But that is meant to be literally true, not merely a metaphoric and exaggerated expression. Now, what Aristotle says is this. The Democrats exaggerate. Even the oligarchy is replaced by a democracy. It is not true that the polis has disappeared. There is no longer a polis. Of course there is a polis. But an other kind of polis. No longer a democracy, but an oligarchy. The unity of the polis depends on the unity of the regime. I don't not alone on that. But this is the point.
Not as form and matter. In other words...
Yeah, but what is form? It has very much to do with form and matter. The form is the regime, and the matter are the human beings, including what survives the unusual change of customs and habits and so on. That is the view which we have some difficulties to understand, or had some difficulties, until the extreme and violent revolutions we witnessed in our century. Before that time, it seemed to be a wholly senseless assertion to assert that, for especially, Aristotle knows of another view. The consequence of this view, that the unity of the polis consists in the unity of the regime, and not of the matter. I mean, that's the same people. Whereas we would today say, of course, who has any doubt that there is such a thing like a history of the British Constitution from the days of Alfred the Great, if not long before that, up to Harold Wilson. Now, Aristotle seems to say these were different Britons.
the Anglo-Saxon Britain, the Norman Britain, the, so to say, the Tudors Britain, and Oliver Cromwell's Britain, and the Britain of William of Orange, and so on. That is, we understand it again because we see that what has happened in Russia owing to the Bolshevik Revolution, and in Germany owing to the Nazi Revolution, or in Germany after the expulsion of the Nazis and the Adenauer regime, where more important these differences than what was not changed. Because the regime decides, if I may now use our jargon, on the reigning value system, than which nothing is more important. And the people still use their dialects and potteries and folk dances as before. That is ridiculously unimportant compared with what the whole community is dedicated to. And that depends on the regime. So Aristotle talks by no means nonsense, but it is nevertheless difficult because and that shows itself when he speaks of the question, who is a good citizen? And his official answer, given in the third book of the Politics, is what is a good citizen is relative to the regime, which today every child can understand. I mean, a good Nazi is not a good communist, and neither is a good liberal democrat. So this shows clearly that a good citizen is relative to the regime, whereas a good man would be the same, regardless of all changes of regime. And how the good citizens, the good men are related then becomes a great practical question. Now, but in his Constitution of Athens, Aristotle suggests another definition of the good citizen. Namely, a good citizen is a man who serves his country under all regimes. There was an Athenian on rather friendly terms with Socrates, as tradition has it, Cleomenes, and he was a leading statesman under the democracy, a leading statesman under the oligarchy, and a leading statesman under the 30 tyrants. And so the Athenians called him the Kothornos, the Kothon, or in English, how do you call a man who changes his position? Chameleon was not the word but anyway, turncoat. And Aristotle suggests in this more popular writing, this is a good citizen. Well, in the more severe politics, of course, not a word about this light-hearted, if popular view. That would be, you can be a collaborator and a christening, that doesn't do any harm, provided you take care of the interests of your country. It is, in a way, a more humane view, but it is, of course, also very dangerous. Yes.
No, I was just thinking that Balfour in France during the 20s and 30s was this type of a man. He was able to serve with the far right, the far left, and eventually with Vichy. Balfour.
Balfour is the British?
No. He was a Frenchman and he served in various positions.
Laval would be a good example. Wasn't it Laval his name? Who was there was another. Realized, yeah. But the French didn't have a change of regimes in the 20s and 30s.
But they were...
Yeah, that's different. And then you have to bring in the party system, which was wholly unknown to Aristotle. It's a new complication. Yes?
I'm under the impression that very simply, Greek law is very closely bound up with theology, and that even in matters of substance, a great deal of divine interpretation is used here. Now, isn't Aristotle ignoring some constitutional traditions here?
Give an example of what he ignored.
In the passage that was read before questions, where he speaks of the rational and cognitive principles of law, which to me would seem to ignore the divine aspects of Greek law.
In a way he does this, but not completely. After all, when he gives his enumeration of the parts and functions which the polities will fulfill, divine worship is mentioned as a matter of course.
Well, not worship. I mean that the priestly function and the legislative function were very closely merged.
You're not quite. After all, the legislative assembly was not an assembly of priests somehow. Was not. There were matters, for example, like the question of burial, the question of divine worship, which were, of course, decided by, as you can say, priestly tradition. But they did not, in any case, in Athens at least, cause political troubles.
I'm not suggesting this would be troublesome, but
or were politically relevant.
The Greeks did not have any concept of sitting down and, say, producing a criminal code. What they would do rather would be to look back to their religious principles.
You know, to the law as it has come originally an oral law, but then gradually codified, and long before Plato and Aristotle's time. Dracon and Solon and such things did that before. Good. Let us reread the last point which you made, 1129b17. So that in one sense we call just... Yes?
So that in one sense we say just things are things that produce and preserve the happiness and the parts of the happiness of the political community.
Yeah, that is a very important remark with a view to the question which we could not help raising all the time and to which we did not find hitherto a satisfactory answer. What is the end which the virtues serve? Now here we have an answer. The end which the virtues serve, the moral virtues serve, is the happiness of the political community. Let us say public happiness. That would seem to be a good answer. And an answer still immediately intelligible and having been raised to the status of the sole principle by utilitarianism, although there in a special interpretation, as we may see soon afterward. We have to see whether this is Aristotle's final view, whether we can make public happiness the end of which morality is supposed to serve. Now, let us go on, Mr. Panger.
And the law prescribes certain conduct. The conduct of a brave man, for example, not to desert one's post, not to run away, not to throw down one's arms. That of a moderate man, for example, not to commit adultery or outrage. That of a gentleman, for example, not to strike, not to speak evil. And so with actions exemplifying the rest of the virtues and vices, commanding these and forbidding those, rightly if the law has been rightly enacted, not rightly if it has been made at random.
So let us stop here. So Aristotle says here that the law commands the works of all virtues, and therefore the justice which consists in obeying the law is the universal virtue, because all virtues are in a way commanded by the law. That is the main point. But he makes here a qualification which was implied in what he said before. The law commands all actions of all the virtues, but it does this properly only if it is properly laid down. And it does it badly if it is made offhand, i.e. by apprentices or other inept people, which is of course possible. Therefore, since it could very well be done by inept apprentices, for this reason the just cannot be identical with the legal. Yes?
Justice, then, in this sense, is perfect virtue.
Yes, that is the way. It's perfect virtue because justice, i.e. obedience to the law in every respect, and the law commands all actions of all virtues. Therefore, obedience to the law, that's to say justice, is identical with being perfectly virtuous. But then Aristotle makes a qualification.
Though not simply, but with regard to others.
Yeah, now let us stop here. Here is the difference, and a crucial point. The universal justice is identical with perfect virtue, with complete virtue, only from a certain point of view, namely the point of view of other men, or more generally stated, the polis, because the polis are, of course, includes me too, but I am always also someone who can doubt whether the polis is right, who can oppose it, therefore. This means that virtue by itself does not have this reference to the polis, and that is a very strange implication. Let us first try to explain what this can mean. Virtue is concerned with the perfection of the individual as individual. Hence, virtue as virtue has no necessary reference to the city or the fatherland. We have seen this especially in the discussion of courage. Although courage proper has its place in war, as Aristotle emphasizes, in an activity that necessarily belongs to the city, yet no reference to the city or to the fatherland occurs in Aristotle's discussion of courage. Now, we must try to understand that. We must read a bit on before we can try
try to answer that.
This is why justice is often thought to be the chief of the virtues, and more marvelous than the evening or the morning star. And we have the proverb, in justice is all virtue found in some. And justice is perfect virtue because it is the practice of perfect virtue, and perfect in a special degree.
The more literal sense would be the use of perfect virtue. Yes?
Perfect in a special degree because its possessor can practice his virtue towards others and not merely by himself. For there are many who can practice virtue in their own private affairs, but cannot do so in their relations with another.
Here, I think we stop here for a moment. You remember, here he speaks of virtue, of justice, in this universal sense, in terms of unusually high praise. This justice is the greatest, most embracing of all the virtues. The praise reminds of the praise of magnanimity, which we have seen in Book 4. Aristotle seems to agree that this kind of justice, the universal justice, is superior to magnanimity. That would mean that public happiness is the end of all virtue. Virtue, something which was in no way suggested in the analysis of magnanimity, as we have seen. Aristotle could easily have linked up magnanimity with public happiness. I used at that time the example of Montgomery as a typical magnanimous man, well known in our age and therefore useful as an example. Civil society needs men who are born to command and who know that they are born to command. And Montgomery fulfills both requirements beautifully. Some might say the second perhaps more than the first, but this would be, I think, quite unfair. And therefore the link up with public happiness is obvious. Aristotle does not even try to do that. Why does he not do that? Why does he not do that? And this throws beside the flight, it seems to me, on the question of the end of the virtues, the end which the virtues serve. What is public happiness? If public happiness means more or less what Bentham and other utilitarians meant by it, namely proper care for food, housing, roads, and what have you, that is wrong view. But this is would not be the Aristotelian view. Aristotle would say, oh well, that belongs to the sphere of mere living. But the purpose of the polis is to live well, not merely to live. That's to say, the polis owes its dignity not to the satisfaction of elementary needs, but to the moral tone, to the moral level of the society. Of the moral tone of the society, that could mean of all of its members, or at any rate its preponderant part, because the preponderant part would give the character of the polis, even as today people speak of opinion leaders. You must have heard that expression. They are only a part of the populace, but they lead opinion, and therefore they give opinion their character, and all the more if it is not merely opinion, but the whole manner of living, which is decisive. Now, if this is so, if the polis cannot be understood in the light of mere living, but only in the light of living well, then virtue cannot be understood in terms of public happiness, since public happiness itself must be understood in terms of virtue. And therefore this statement, its implication, that universal justice is in the service of public happiness, does not yet make universal justice simply the highest virtue. And so it remains at the fact that we have in the ethics two peaks, magnanimity on the one hand and justice on the other. And even if we grant, which we may, that universal justice is somewhat higher a peak than magnanimity, yet magnanimity has a dignity of its own which cannot be absorbed completely by the dignity of universal justice. Now, let us continue here. We must come to, first lead this to conclusion.
This is why we approve the saying of Bias, rule will show a man. For in ruling, one is brought into relation with others and becomes a member of a community.
Does this saying of Bias and what Aristotle remarks on it remind you of a
Present day or modern issue, that rule, office, magistracy, will show a man?
Oh, yeah, very true.
What did he say?
Harry Truman. This is often said about him.
I see, but he didn't say that. I remember only, I was reminded of his saying that the difference between a statesman and a politician, you know that a statesman is a dead politician. And no, I wasn't thinking of that, but of Lord Acton's famous saying that power corrupts. Aristotle suggests the opposite, not that he didn't know that power corrupted sometime, but power does not necessarily corrupt. Power is also an opportunity to show a man's out a man's capacities, for which he wouldn't have an opportunity without power.
Acton was somewhat smarter than that. That statement was often quoted to show the actual statement is power tends
to corrupt.
Which is a better statement than the idea.
That's true, but Aristotle goes even beyond that. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Now, let us go on.
The same reason, namely that it involves relationship with someone else, accounts for the view that justice alone of the virtues is the good of others, because it does what is for the advantage of another, either a ruler or an associate.
Is this saying known to you? Is this saying known to you? Justice is the foreign good, the good of somebody else. Reciprocity, yeah. So in a way, Aristotle shows that in a way, reciprocity is right, and that has quite implications. Yes.
As then the worst man is he who practices vice towards his friends, as well as in regard to himself, so the best is not he who practices virtue in regard to himself, but he who practices it towards others. For that is the difficult task.
Justice, in this sense, then, is not a part of virtue, but the whole of virtue. And its opposite, injustice, is not a part of vice, but the whole of vice.
The distinction between virtue and justice, in this sense, being clear from what has been said.
Yeah, but in this sense belongs to justice. Yeah? So it would be better to translate how virtue and this kind of justice differ. It appears as manifest from what has been said. Yes.
They are the same, but their mode of being is different. What, as displayed in relation to others, is justice, as being simply a habit of a certain kind, is virtue.
Yes. Now, so here Aristotle makes it clear why he differs from Thrasymachus. This virtue toward others is more difficult than the virtue which has to do entirely with oneself, and where one is interested immediately, directly, in becoming virtuous. And therefore, this kind of justice is not inferior, but rather superior to justice, to virtue which does not have this reference to others. I come back to a question which I have prepared by a previous remark. The two peaks to repeat of Aristotle's ethics are universal justice, as discussed here, and magnanimity. Is this only an interesting document showing us the moral taste of Aristotle, the trait of his character, as it were, his private value system, or is it a problem which every philosopher worth his salt must face? Now, to simplify the matter, let us limit ourselves to a comparison with Plato. Is there a parallel in Plato to this distinction between magnanimity and justice, which we find in Aristotle? Well, not in these terms, in the terms of justice and magnanimity, but in the following manner, especially in the Republic, where, as you know, the subject is justice. But what does Plato in the Republic understand by justice? Surely not the same as what Aristotle understands here, universal justice, i.e. obeying the law which prescribes the actions of all virtues. Now, in the Republic, you will recall that they find out first what the three other virtues are: justice, courage, wisdom, and moderation. And they have some difficulties in finding out what justice is. But finally, Socrates guides them to the answer. And what is the answer given? What is justice, according to the teaching of the Republic? Minding its own business, which is a very loose definition that is indicated in the passage. This or something of this kind, it is said, is justice. I believe it means doing one's work well That is justice. Doing one's work is not necessarily doing one's work well. But doing one's work well, that would be. But this we may here discuss. More specifically, justice, according to the Republic, regulates the duties of the parts of the polis toward one another. So the part of the farmers and craftsmen to the soldiers, to the philosophers, and vice versa. The relation of these parts. This is justice. But what about the relation of the city toward other cities? After all, can there not be injustice in foreign affairs? And should Plato have been such a babe in the woods that he did not know that? If he had no experience of his own, a single reading of a page in Thucydides would have shown him the problem. Now, what does the Republic teach about justice of the city toward other cities?
A distinction made between conduct of war as to how you should treat other Greek cities and how you should treat barbarians?
Yes, that is indeed a crucial point. But what about the limitations on warfare? What are there in the case of the Greek cities? What limitations are there in the case of the Greek cities?
Well, they should not destroy, because they will be friends, and in order to have justice, they can't destroy the crops and the homes of the Greek cities.
Yeah,
Barbarians of this.
and no looting and so on. But in the case of the barbarians, but do you remember the precise context? Who proposes that? In the case, Glaucon. In other words, that is a kind of bone which Socrates throws to Glaucon, because otherwise the asceticism that one must behave in war would be too much for this young and healthy man, and therefore there must be some reconciliation. But then, if it's a war with the barbarians, all right, we close our eyes. We can this not understand so easily as, at least we pretend no longer be able to understand that, and that is so. Good. But, however this may be, that there is something said about the relation of the polis to other cities, but what about the justice of the individual, or of the soul of the individual? It consists also in ordering the parts of the soul properly. This definition does not include any reference to the relation to other individuals, which means to say, even according to the Republic, justice is rather the perfection of the individual than social virtue. This is a very long question. However this may be, the Republic by its whole structure forces us to make a distinction analogous to the distinction we are forced to make on the basis of Aristotle's ethics between the perfection of the individual as one consideration and the perfection and the social virtue on the other. Although there are all kinds of links between the two things, the points of view are different and very importantly different. And the reason why they are important is this. If it is so that the highest, by virtue of the highest in him, man transcends the city, then man cannot be fully understood in terms of the city and therefore in terms of social virtue. And that is, of course, what Aristotle and Plato believe. That there is the highest in man transcends the city and is therefore no longer a social virtue properly understood. And to this extent, one may say that there is a Platonic analogon to the duality of the peaks in Aristotle's ethics. Now, is there any point you would like to raise at this point? Yes.
Are you suggesting that the peak of magnanimity is in a sense transcends the
Yes, in a way, because it does not have this reference to the others and to the city. But this is, of course, not quite so simple, because being concerned with honors, and that means in the first place honors given by the city, the magnanimous man points, of course, to the city. But an indirect proof of what I say you could find in the fact that there have been some interpreters of this chapter on magnanimity who say Aristotle describes here the philosopher. Now this can, as a sweeping thesis, easily be refuted, but the man who made this remark smelled something. The magnanimous man is in between, say, a figure like Pericles and Socrates. And one could not say the same thing about the just man, in the sense
as is defined at the beginning of Book 5.
In the Republic, when Socrates is going to city, when he asked Glaucon, I think, well, now we have found that we have the three virtues. Isn't it true then that justice exists? I mean, if we have the first three, justice really won't be necessary.
Yeah, this is one way of putting it. I mean, in other words, if you have the three others, but that is not the way which is which they accept there, because they start from the distinction between these four virtues. That's the starting point, and therefore they must find justice. And they have great troubles. They think, and as others put it, it is lying somewhere in the ground before their feet, and that's the reason why they can't find it. But they find it in this somewhat dubious way that the definition is given of justice is given, which is not a definition, because it leaves undetermined the particular kind of minding one's own business, which is justice. After all, there can be a way of minding one's own business which is very vicious, and therefore the definition given is quite inadequate. So, well, then we will continue and turn to the next chapter.
What we are investigating, however, is the justice which is a part of virtue. Since we hold
whether we all will be able to listen to Justice class, I will dismiss this class at 3:45 next Monday. Then we have plenty of time, even those who are very weak could easily reach the place that whatever it is, where Justice class will speak. Which is that place? I see. This is how many minutes walk?
About 2.
Oh, I see. Then we might perhaps even wait until 3:55. Good. Let us see. Now, so I have taken care of these obligations. And then there are two papers. Mr. Weisinger, I saw it now. I was pleased with your paper on the whole. A few points. You speak on Aristotle's chapter on natural right in the fifth book. Aristotle contends that among humans all is subject to change. The differentiating characteristic of human nature is kinesis. Differentiating from what?
From in terms of that particular sentence between the natural for the God and for natural objects, their nature assumptions.
But it's not clear what you say. I mean, all human things are changeable. What is not changeable?
Well, in that he says that with the gods it might not be, and with natural objects it's not changeable.
But he doesn't say there. His point is that any right which has to do with the gods is or may be unchangeable, but no right connected with man can be unchangeable. And there was one more point. The Spudaios, let's say the decent man, may never live in the best politeia, best regime. He can in every regime do the naturally just, precisely because the natural right is that just act chosen by the Spudaios. Yeah, it is so simple. If what is by nature right is forbidden by the vicious regime, can he do the naturally right thing then? I mean, but he can do it at the peril of his life. But that means, of course, he cannot do it.
Well, it seems to me that was assumed precisely what I had understood that the naturally right or the naturally just thing is, namely that it would be something that is I can't forbid, but seems that whatever laws or whatever types of action a politeia would forbid, there would always be a naturally right way.
Yeah, sure. That is true. But it would not have sufficient force against the vicious regime.
No, that isn't what I said. I mean, for whatever law, whatever particular law there might not be, I wouldn't assume that law could make impossible naturally just action, because whatever the law might be,
that is the question whether he could act justly in a very vicious regime. Think of the case of Socrates under the 30. When Socrates was commanded by the 30 together with three other Athenians to arrest a perfectly innocent man, Leon of Salamis. Well, the three others, fearing the power of the regime, arrested Leon. Socrates did not go there. He couldn't prevent it. But as Xenophon, who reports this fact, says, if the regime had lasted somewhat longer, they would not have permitted Socrates to continue with this subversive practice.
No, that's possible. But I mean, the point is that you use the example that was used earlier in paper, namely that of Antigone, or it might cost her life, but she could act, but naturally, just like Socrates did, it might, even though it might cost her life.
But still, there is a certain ambiguity about the word may. If you may do something with a moral certainty that you will be killed for it, you can also say you may not do it. Yeah. Good, this is what I meant. Thank you. And now, Mr. Chantal Wong, if I can read it properly. I was very satisfied with your paper. There are 2 points which I would like to mention. How can we say that a man who dies in battle for a bad cause is a truly courageous man? How can we possibly say that dying for a bad cause is a noble action? I think that is what Aristotle means, although he does not say it in so many words. Whether the end of his fighting is truly good or not, meaning whether the cause in which he fights is a good or bad one, depends on his ruler. But this is, in a way, what Aristotle says, because the decision about the war will not be made by the individual soldier, but by what in modern language we would call the sovereign, be it a legislator, be it a democracy or an oligarchy or monarchy. And therefore Aristotle says somewhere in the Politics that promises practical wisdom on this high political level is a matter of the actual ruler. Those who do not actually rule can only have right opinion. Well, for example, in the case we have now regarding Vietnam, where Richard Nixon rightly said he cannot judge of the wisdom of the action because he doesn't have access to information available only to President Johnson. You know, that is a contemporary decision. I think you understood it quite well. Now, our Greek friend, whose complicated name I have forgotten, here, you had a question.
Aristotle's political philosophy is teleological.
Yes.
And Mark has an end to fulfill, so Aristotle starts with duties of man.
Yes, one can say that.
Holmes' political philosophy is not teleological.
Yes.
So Holmes starts talking about rights. What is his main argument for supporting his position? His argument for disagreeing with Aristotle and supporting his position. What is his starting point?
Well, if you start from the teleology, Aristotle was compelled or enabled by Aristotle to assert every natural motion is teleologic. Therefore, the fall of a heavy body tends toward the natural place of the heavy body, i.e. the earth. So in Aristotle, everything is teleologic. And now this became incredible for a variety of reasons. And today, no one entertains the notion that there could be teleological physics or chemistry. The living bodies, this is still not so easy, and in the case of man, it is very hard to abstract from else. But if we limit ourselves to the argument as it can be traced within the confines of political philosophy, then we have to go back to Machiavelli. Yes, the issue of teleology and non-teleology is not explicitly discussed, but it comes out in this form. If we accept the Aristotelian or maybe the Platonic view, then if we regard as the starting point of all political and moral considerations the end of man, the full duties of man, then we make very high demands on men individually and collectively, and therefore our politics becomes, quote, unrealistic. And Hobbes therefore says we must begin in a different way, not with man's complete duties, but rather with man's fundamental right, with that right which cannot possibly be denied without destroying civil society, any civil society. And that is, according to Hobbes, the right of self-preservation. And this has this advantage, according to this school, if you have a doctrine in agreement with the fundamental and massive right which every child as well understands, this then the chances of the actualization of a civil order built up according to that are very great. Whereas if you make very high demands, the chance of actualization are very small. This is the intra-political argument of Hobbes and his right against Aristotle. But your question went, as you stated to me in my office, went a bit farther than that. By the way, there is one point which you must not forget. You have in classical antiquity people who were in no way teleologically oriented. I mean, the people loosely called the sophists, and yet did they have any doctrine of rights of man? Say men like Protagoras, Gorgias, Hippias, and so on. Do we find any doctrines of the rights of man, the rights of man being prior to the duties of man, as we have it in Hobbes, explicitly? No. So, because in classical antiquity the line was very simply drawn. Either you accept that there is something by nature right, then this by nature right does not have the character of rights in contradistinction to duties. Then you say all right is conventional. This was a very common view among the intellectuals of classical antiquity. But what you find in modern times, in this epoch, especially 17th, 18th century, with effects up to the present day, is opposition to conventionalism. There is a natural right, but the natural right does not have the character of duties, but rather of rights, therefore of something where men can be depended upon to be interested in. Men are not so interested, that is the notion, in fulfilling their duties, but they are greatly interested in getting their rights. And therefore, if you appeal to the rights, you seem to be much more realistic than the other way around. And I think even if when you look at today at the political scene, even when you hear too many people using moral language, you will see that the appeal is to a considerable extent to the rights of the people concerned rather than to doing their duties. Although that is in practice a bit more complicated, as you all are aware. But you raised, you had a somewhat broader question.
No,
this was what you meant. Now, the section which we are discussing now in the ethics, and which we read last time, deals with the difference between universal and particular justice. This was apparently, for the Greeks, somewhat difficult, and to see that justice means, on the one hand, universal justice, and on the other hand, particular justice, i.e. that there was only a single word available for two very different things. And Aristotle had to go out of his way to make clear that this single word means two radically different, although kindred, phenomena. Now, we do not, in the English or the modern languages, we do not have this difficulty. Is this then a purely Greek idiosyncrasy to have this complication regarding justice? Or are we not also faced with the same kind of problem, although maybe we believe it has been solved? Yes.
try to separate the notion of justice altogether. In that way, we seem to bring the two things together.
By reducing universal justice to particular justice. And what becomes of the rest of universal justice?
Well, it can sort of, I mean, to a certain extent, I think for practical purposes, it would get lost. It can be sometimes called morality as opposed to...
Opposed to what?
Well,
you are very hot. I mean, but you haven't used the precise word here. What has happened? What has become in modern times of the distinction between universal and particular justice? Where universal justice, as Aristotle says, is virtue as a whole, complete virtue. If from a peculiar point of view, from the point of view of the other man, of what we owe to the other. So, universal justice, in other words, is, for all practical purposes, the same as morality. And particular justice seems rather to be the sphere of what? Because if there must be some distinction there.
legal justice.
Yeah, but legal justice, where do we find? I mean, what is the basis of legal justice? Merely positive law. We are now a bit closer. I think the distinction with which Aristotle is concerned is surviving, if in a hardly recognizable manner, in the distinction with which we all are familiar between law and morality. We believe somehow that there is a sphere, even if all law is positive. We have a notion that there are not all subjects are fit to be regulated by law. And these other subjects are given over to another province called morality. Whereas from Aristotle's point of view, there is nothing moral which is not a fit subject for legislation. So, and this we can say with minor modification was the traditional view. People, in particular also the Thomistic view. People knew at all times that there are things which are morally wrong, which the legislator does not forbid and punish, because it would be too complicated to bring it home, or because too many people would transgress that law and it would not be feasible. Fornication is Thomas's example, simple fornication, which means of an unmarried with an unmarried, of an unmarried man and unmarried woman. And this is morally wrong, according to the Thomistic doctrine, but the legislator doesn't forbid it because it happens so often and so on and so on. Generally speaking, stated in full generality, there is in practice not all morally wrong things will be forbidden. But how to draw, there is no principle which tells us how to draw the line between that part of morality which can be sanctioned by positive law and that part of morality which cannot. That depends on the circumstances. But what happened in modern times was this, that people tried to find a principle which would tell us which part of morality can be sanctioned by law and which part of morality cannot. And in this respect, Hobbes is, of course, of very great importance with his doctrine that the natural law is exclusively or at least primarily concerned with the establishment and preservation of peace, that men do not harm or provoke one another to violence or to fraud. And then everything else becomes maybe still morally praised or claimed, but it's not a fit subject for legislation. Well, we have it in our days in the well-known question of sexual freedom. Rape, of course, would be a crime, but the sexual acts committed with the agreement of both parties, regardless of whether they belong to the same or different sex, that's their private affairs. That is, no harm, no violence is done to anyone. You know this from the daily discussions, and this has become a part of modern life, this view. Whether that is as simple, whether things can be as simply maintained as they are asserted, that is, of course, not a question. But for older thoughts, this distinction which we have today between law here and morality there is wholly absent from Aristotle. It is, of course, also not maintained in present-day thought. Even the people who would fully agree with the liberal people, as they are called, who would fully agree with this view regarding sexuality and sexual deviations are very much concerned with making morality legally enforced in other fields. For example, the fight against the war in Vietnam as an immoral war, the fight against the relics of racial discrimination. Here morality has to take care that the morally correct is to be established by law. And this is, of course, in this, although the content is different, the principle is the same. Whatever is moral is in principle fit to be made the subject of legislation. This problem is somehow concealed in the Aristotelian discussion which we have had. Mr. Peregrine?
As I understand it, the distinction between private and public in Aristotle is simply a preventive duty. But I think that, at least according to common sense, is that of really a solid. It seems that the most obvious thing in the world is that there are some personal things.
I don't understand you. What do you have in mind here?
Well, I was thinking, I mean, when you say that the difference, that no subject, nothing which has to do with morality is unfit for legislation, except given certain particular circumstances.
You're sure, and on purely expediential grounds, like it's too complicated to bring it home and so on. You know, everything morally relevant can be legally enforced. Yes, and what I see what cannot be legally. You identify the distinction between the moral and legal, with that between the private and the public. That is surely not also. Not quite. After all, there are many private things subject to legislation and public things as well. This, I believe, is not helpful. Or can you support your assertion by some example?
Well, I mean, what I was is if you said the distinction between the legal and the moral, which is not simply a modern distinction between the public and the private.
That I did not say.
I think that says it is, to some extent, although as you point out, it's a hard thing to maintain. That's what the honors say.
I see. In other words, purely private things. Yeah, but there are, of course, this is not unqualifiedly true. For example, what is going on between two human beings of the same or different sex is not universally left to the discretion of people according to present or coming law. There is still an age limit, I suppose, you know. In other words, I would like you to make it clearer than you did here. There would be no difficulty in principle of having them.
No, but I mean, there were some things, but what about, say, laws which force people to eat certain foods or something like that? You know, I mean, this would seem to be
Forcing what kind of food? To partake in cannibalistic meals or what?
That might be required for someone to be better, or have someone with them who is eating, or these kinds of things which are, to me, I mean, I can imagine nothing more
then it is,
than eating.
yeah, but still it can, I think, with a little bit legal experience and dialectical skill, one can easily build up a case for a dietary law from the point of view of health, for example, making certain assumptions regarding what is healthy or not, which may not be agreed upon by physicians, but some physicians might agree with them. For example, you can make a case for vegetarianism, which is really, if you have a law establishing vegetarianism, like you had a law regarding prohibition, then you have a dietary law. That's not so difficult. Yes?
I think I understood that you said that everything morally, all moral matters could be legislated on.
In principle, yeah.
Well, it seems that would be only true
way regulated by the
police.
By the police. Yeah. But if religion in the form that of Christianity is present, that doesn't seem to be simply true. That all moral matters can be legislated on.
No, and doubtless Christianity played a certain role in bringing about the distinctions which are the custom. But yet in earlier times, at least, what does this in practice mean? Not that every Christian can simply disobey the law, except in clear cases like idolatry or emperor worship and this kind of thing. But it led to the fact that there were another legal body superimposed on the civil law, called either the divine law and other aspects, the canon law, and so on. I mean, that it does not necessarily mean that you have to make a distinction between morality and law in the present-day sense. And a clear proof is the fact that Thomas Aquinas does not make this distinction.
No, but he doesn't make this distinction precisely because of the basic arrangement or the post or whatever has been relegated to an inferior position in terms of making law.
That is true, yes.
Is the ancient recognize the distinction between public and private?
Sure. The distinction between private and public law, for example, comes directly to us from Roman law, but it goes back to Greek law too. And the distinction between public and private is quite clear. There is a passage in Plato's Laws, I think it's the 5th book, when he briefly restates the main thesis of the Republic. Then he says everything must be public, common, private, koinon. But koinon has also this meaning of public, except what is by nature private. Now, what is by nature private is explained that is, strictly speaking, only the body. And this can empirically be proved very simply. You may love another man or woman as much as you like. Your toothache is your toothache, and his or her toothache is hers. You can enter sympathetically, but you do not feel that you are toothache. So, in other words, this is the limit to all collectivization, to all publication, making public the body. That was the Platonic Aristotelian view.
That is very strong statement, though.
Oh, it is not, it's not a very, let me say, but it is of some significance. Now, the question, of course, is, granting that other things are no longer so private as the body is, can these other things not be, is it not wise to extend the sphere of privacy beyond? Now, Plato made this formulation because he had experimented with the notion of the maximum communism feasible in the Republic, in order to make clear indirectly what the limitations of such an experiment are. Yes?
In the first statement, in politics, that the public realm is by far the most important because that's the place where a man thinks fulfills proper.
Yeah, sure. No, let me very crudely but not misleadingly state. The sphere of the political, the common, public, and the sphere of the moral, de jure the same, not de facto, because of the imperfection of mind. That is it. But still Aristotle, the same Aristotle says at the beginning of the Politics, a man who is not political, doesn't belong to civil society, is unable to participate in civil society, is either a brute or a god. So this means that the whole moral political sphere is not the highest sphere for Aristotle. Yeah, and well, we have seen this from a variety of points of view in discourse here, but there is the concern with the truth, the quest for the truth, is the most important thing for Aristotle, and that is, in one sense, strictly private. Surely in Aristotle does not believe that the philosophers can or should become kings. But the same most private thing is, from another point of view, the most public thing. Because every polis, every city is a very large house, you can say, within which people live. And from that point of view, everything that happens within the polis is private. Private to this particular society. There are other cities outside of it. And the only thing common is the whole of nature, the subject of philosophy. Mr. Lava?
That's the question about particular
yeah.
Aristotle says that all injustice are associated with other forms of wickedness. And what distinguishes the injustice is an inappropriate desire for gain that makes instead of being cowardice or intemperate.
Yeah.
And does that mean that justice or injustice has to do more with the end of the action than with the action itself? Or if we could take this again as an indication that Aristotle demands the virtuous actions be done for their own sake.
There is no, there is a connection, I believe, a more visible connection in Aristotle between justice, both universal and particular, and the end which they serve. But I would not infer this from the fact to which you referred. I mean that in the case of the unjust man in the particular sense, the motive is love of gain, whereas in the case of the coward, the motive is fear. I would not, and I don't see how it would come from that.
For example, this might be a bad example, but the mercenary that does the stealing with brave acts, but he does it for the sake of gain.
Yeah, but still, if you think of such a poor devil, can you call this gain if he earns money in the only way, or at least the most convenient way, ostensibly to him, namely by becoming a mercenary with a foreign potentate? I think I would be a bit harsh to call such men lovers of gain. Do you see that point? I mean, they would use a little bit of pay which they get for having something to drink and other things now and then, and surely not to put it on a bank or in a piggy bank.
That's the only thing I was struck by. Just acts and unjust acts are always associated with other actions, not actually by themselves. It seems that they have more to do with the way in which those justice is.
Yeah, but the coward has also an end. Preserve dear life by hook and by crook. The intemperate man has an end. To satisfy all desire, or sensual desire. The main piece which you make, I think, is correct. That justice in both its forms is more visibly connected with the ends that it serves than the other virtues, according to Aristotle. That's all I can say. And this can be proven. Good. Is there any other point you would raise before we continue? If not, Mr. Tanker will read 1130b6.
Thus, it is clear that there are more kinds of justice than one, and that the term has another meaning besides virtue as a whole. We have then to ascertain the nature and attributes of justice in this special sense. Now we have distinguished two meanings of the unjust, namely the unlawful and the unfair, and two meanings of the just, namely the lawful and the fair. Injustice, then, in the sense previously mentioned, corresponds to the meaning unlawful. But since the unfair is not the same as the unlawful, but different from it, and related to it as a part to whole, for not everything unlawful is unfair, though everything unfair is unlawful, so also the unjust and injustice in the particular sense are not the same as the unjust and injustice in the universal sense, but different from them, and related to them as part to whole. For injustice in this sense is a part of universal injustice, and similarly the justice we are now considering is a part of universal justice. We have therefore to discuss justice and injustice, and the just and unjust in the particular sense. We may then set aside that justice which is coextensive with virtue in general, being the practice of virtue in general towards someone else, and that injustice which is the practice of vice in general towards someone else. It is also clear how we should define what is just and unjust in the corresponding senses. For the actions that spring from virtue in general are in the main identical with the actions that are according to law, since the law enjoins conduct displaying the various particular virtues and forbids conduct displaying the various particular vices. Also, the law is laid down for the education that fits a man for social life are the rules productive of virtue in general. As the education...
So, wait a second here at this point. Now, the main thesis is clear. Particular justice is related to universal justice as a part to the whole. It goes without saying that what is true of particular justice is true also of the other virtues, like courage, temperance, and so on. They are related to universal justice as parts to the whole. And you see only from the seemingly needless and repetitiousness of Aristotle how difficult it was to see this point concealed from the ordinary eye by the ambiguity then existing of the word justice. But there is one point toward the end of what you read, for about the most of the legal things are prescribed by, are the same as the things ordered by the whole of virtue. Why does he make this qualification? How was it in the English sentence?
For the actions that spring from virtue in general are in the main identical with the actions that are according to law. Since the law enjoins...
Yeah, well, that is, yeah. In the main, they are not simply identical. Why not? Then the law, yes.
Could the law be said in these?
Yeah, well, this is, surely, that is a great point which Aristotle has in mind, but he doesn't think of that here, I believe. But there are many laws of a purely technical nature. For example, left or right driving is not demanded by any moral principle, and infinitely many other things. But so the morally interesting laws, they are, of them he speaks here. Yes. And now read again the last sentence. The things which are productive of the whole virtue.
For the actions that spring from virtue in general are in the main identical with the actions that are according to law, since the law enjoins conduct displaying the various particular virtues and forbids conduct displaying the various particular vices. Also, the laws laid down for the education that fits a man for social life are the rules productive of virtue in general. As the education of the individual as such that makes a man simply a good man, the question whether this is the business of political science or of some other science must be determined later. For probably, to be a good man is not in every case the same thing as to be a good citizen.
Now, what does he mean by this? So, all virtue which has to do with the other, and therefore with the common, with the public, belong to the sphere of universal justice. But this is a subject of legislation. Can legislation, however good, take care of the whole of virtue? That is the question. And here Aristotle intimates a principle which he does not make clear at all. We can state this principle as follows. On the one hand, it is the duty of the legislator to make men good citizens and doers of noble deeds, as we have heard. But on the other hand, it is the education of the individual and not of platoons or battalions or regiments through which a man becomes a simply good man. So that the most important kind of education may be regulated by the state, but it cannot be achieved by the state if we use modern language. But here Aristotle leaves this open and he says, is this highest form of education by which the individual is taken out of the herd, to use a Platonic expression, and brought up as an individual, is this also a subject, truly a subject of politics, of political art in the highest and most comprehensive sense? Aristotle says we won't settle that here, and only say perhaps it is not the same thing to be a good man and to be
citizen in general. The good man is not simply identical with the good citizen. Some of you have read the Politics, in which Aristotle discusses this at great length. Can you remind us of what you learned on that occasion?
I think to be a good citizen, one must follow the laws of Polis. That to be a good man, and the things that citizenship requires, but to be a good man, one must be virtuous enough, full of them. And therefore, to be a good man is more difficult than simply being a good citizen.
Yes, what you say reminds of it, but it's not precise enough.
That's the regime. The citizens depend upon the regime.
Sure. It's relative to the regime. A good citizen in a democracy is for this very reason a bad citizen in an oligarchy, and so on and so on. But the good man has no relativity to the regime. And on the contrary, the regimes and their goodness and badness are determined with a view to the qualities of the good man. You raise the point, yes.
So, at this case, then, when you say virtue remains as being a good person,
no, that would not, because of this relativity, it won't do.
Or the reception comes from courage.
Where did he say, did he speak of the citizen, where did he speak of the citizen's courage in the section on courage?
I think the word of courage is simply that of dying for courage.
Yeah, but can you not answer my question? Where did he speak of the citizen's courage in the section on courage?
I cannot see the answer to the question.
Does anyone else know it?
That was the first of the forms of pseudo-courage.
Exactly. That is not true courage. And we get now a reason for that. Because a citizen is relative to the regime. And therefore, if you don't know to which regime you belongs, then it is not true virtue. True courage.
Then virtue again would require to know what is correct to do.
Then, I didn't hear.
Then not virtue required true knowledge to know what is the correct regime.
Ultimately, yes. In other words, while we will always start in such discussions from the generally accepted opinions which we all, in a way, understand at once, we cannot leave it at them, and we must transcend them. That is what Aristotle does all the time. And if this is so, if the good man is not identical with the good citizen as such, what follows from that? That the good man has no relation to the political order, to the regime at all? Is this the Aristotelian conclusion? A private gentleman sitting on his farm, minding his own business? Is this what Aristotle means? Surely not immediately. What he immediately means in the context of the politics is this, that the good man is a good citizen in a particular regime, in the best regime, number one. And secondly, he must be the ruler, or belong to the ruling body in the best regime. Because if he is not actively engaged in political activity, in ruling, many of his qualities will lie dormant, and that will detract from his goodness. So the good man is a good citizen in the best regime as long as he fulfills a ruling function. But this is only intimated here and not developed. It is, however, an indication of the fact that the simple equation of morality and politics is not feasible because of the complication which arises on the political level. It is very easy to speak of the laws as being in perfect harmony with morality, as Aristotle has here done a few times, and especially Socrates does in the Crito, as you will remember, in that eulogy of the laws. But this does not work out because, to take it first, Socrates' Crito argument, Socrates is absolutely silent about the democratic laws of Athens, election by lot, of which he surely disapproved, and nevertheless he says one must obey the laws. And one must obey the laws because, and one reason given because the laws ask him, did you disapprove of our laws regarding marriage, by virtue of which your father took your mother for a wife and generated you and then educated you? So he says, no, I didn't.
But the laws wisely do not ask him, did you approve of all opinion laws? Because then Socrates would have to make a qualification. That is one of the intricacies of this particular dialogue. So, now let us go on.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, by all means.
Regarding your interpretation of 1130b21, the clause, and we got it from this translation.
Can you repeat the passage 11? What did you say?
It's 1130b21. Well, practically the majority of the acts commanded by the law are those which are described from the point of view of virtue taken as a whole. Now, you made a distinction there between the purely technical laws, or did I misunderstand?
Yes.
The purely technical and
Yeah.
non-technical. Now, is there a law passed by a legislature which is purely technical? Or does he mean here by law all laws, including laws of physics?
No. There are no laws of physics in us.
Well, in the example you used, I believe you said something about a triangle, and I'm afraid I missed it.
Triangle?
A right or a left.
Driving. Because other things... Yeah. In other words, things not subject to deliberation are not subject to legislation.
But right and the decision between right and left cannot be legislated in or out. But driving right and driving left can be legislated.
Well, the distinction between the law is called non and say and non-prohibited. And then you can say that at least the non-prohibited or a law driving a traffic law does have an end, which is a moral end.
Yeah, but in a remoter way. And that is true. But Aristotle must have had a reason for making this qualifying remark, that not all laws are legislated from the point of view of virtue. Yeah. Mr. Zimmer?
In politics, decide the issue of the relationship between intellectual and moral virtues. By that I mean, if the good man is the best citizen of the good regime, and in the best regime, and in Aristotle's best regime, the rulers are not philosophers, it would seem that...
Not
philosophers. Yeah. And it would seem that intellectual virtue and moral virtue can be separated in a decisive sense. For Aristotle.
You mean a man can have intellectual virtue of the highest level without moral virtue? That is a complicated question. Aristotle, people sometimes say Aristotle says so, but there is no passage in Aristotle in which he says so. But one must assume that Aristotle had a little bit common sense. So that even if he doesn't say a certain thing which is manifest, he must have had in mind. Now, if we look at a very clever man as we find from time to time, I remember, for example, a case of a man who, a very well-known man, of course, I would never mention his name, and neither in private nor in public, but who said quite frankly, I cannot philosophize except in luxury. In luxury. With many secretaries around and telephones buzzing all that. And then one can safely say this man has not, Aristotle would not agree with him. In other words, if someone is interested in the most important subject, he cannot be so interested in luxury. And also one can say if a man is in a state of fear all the time, hearing every fly or every mouse, then he's incapable to think coherently, because there are always possible objects of apprehension. So some of the moral virtues, and a man who is irascible and gets all the time into scrapes with fellow men, he will be, has to be deducted from his intellectual activity. Now, we may go through the whole list of virtues and find that in most cases at least, the moral virtues are indispensable conditions of intellectual virtues.
Really the most important question is whether the decisive virtues are indispensable, and the decisive virtues seem to be magnanimity and justice.
The magnanimity is not so simple, because a man of theoretical wisdom would be aware of his worth, and this would somehow show in his bearing. When Aristophanes describes how Aristotle goes through the streets of Athens in comic exaggeration, but one thing is clear, he went a man who had a great consciousness of his work, which is something akin to magnanimity.
But, I don't want to say most by the case of justice, but it would seem that it really is justice, in the sense that if it would seem that the question reduces itself to the question of whether the philosopher is a perfect gentleman or not.
Yeah, well, if you put it this way, in the ordinary sense, he is not. Because from the highest point of view, the perfect gentleman as ordinarily understood can very well look like a stuffed shirt, I may say so, you know. And therefore there are some, this is an object of great hilarity also in the Platonic dialogues and also in other ancient writers. This is not identical, although they would always fight for the perfect gentleman as the best you can have in the political arena, you know. But to speak in terms of what is provable and demonstrable or not, my attention was first drawn to this difficulty by a statement of Thomas Aquinas in his Theological Summa, where I was also brought up, as everybody else, in the view that the moral virtues are simply and unqualifiedly the conditions of the intellectual perfection. And then I read in Strauss that the theoretical virtues, the speculative virtues, do not presuppose the moral virtue, with the exception of practical wisdom, prudence. And this is clearly what Aristotle teaches in the ethics, that you cannot become a man of prudence, of practical wisdom, without becoming at the same time a morally good man. You know, otherwise you are only clever. Like Alcibiades, for example, was very clever, but he was not a phronimos, because a sensible man would not do this kind of things which he did, you know. When he liked to ridicule the mysteries or whatever went to his head, he felt he could afford it and did it. That is not a sensible man. But to come back to Thomas, as for theoretical wisdom, it does not presuppose moral virtue. Then I began to study Aristotle somewhat more carefully and saw that this is what Aristotle means. The principle is this: what we call morality, what Aristotle calls the fine or noble and the just, kanonika dikaon, it has two ends which it serves. The one end is the society or the polis. And very much of the virtues we understand by raising the question, which purpose of society is served by that? In the case of magnanimity, I gave you the answer. You need generals who have a great confidence in their judgment. And rightly so. That's the magnanimous man. And the same would also be true by non-generals, men in high office. If they don't have great confidence in their judgment, even if they pretend that they run for office only because they have been drafted, this belongs to the necessary and sometimes charming hypocrisy, but still if they don't have self-confidence, they would be of no great use. So we can find the social function of the various virtues without too great difficulties. But this is only one end. The virtues are also required for another end, for the other end. And that end is theoretical wisdom. Now, what the two ends require, society on the one hand and theoretical perfection on the other, is not identical, but agrees to a considerable extent. So that the two ends of men demand morality, but not in the same way and in the same respect. And in this sense, one must understand Thomas's assertion that the intellectual virtues do not require morality, morality in the ordinarily understood sense. So the man who is dedicated to the theoretical life will practice, will lead a rather ascetic life, one can say, but not on the grounds of, not on moral grounds, but as Nietzsche once put it in his somewhat cynical language, like a jockey who, in order to win a race, abstains from alcohol and so on for a certain period of time, not because he thinks this as praiseworthy in itself, but practically indispensable if he wants to achieve the result he's aiming at. This point of Nietzsche you find in his essay, What is the Significance of Ascetic Ideals, the third part of the Genealogy of Morals,
which gives a brief sketch of the theoretical ideal of the classical philosophers, which, in my opinion, is unsurpassed in modern times. All the more so since Nietzsche did not identify himself with the ancients, but he understood the main point in these matters very well. Yes?
Would the moral man then be required in a regime which is less than the best to oppose that regime?
Again, nothing like, to quote Aristotle, Socrates, nothing like having another look at it, in this case at the text. What does Aristotle say on this subject? Now, opposing a regime means, in the sharpest and clearest case, conspiring against it, trying to depose it. What does Aristotle say about that? Now, in the politics, he speaks about that occasionally, and he says, the men who have the best reason for rebelling against the regime, a bad regime, are not the rich, not the noble-born, nor the many, nor any other kind, but the good men. And they are the least to think of rebelling. So this, I think, we can take. In other words, they would be entitled to do it, but they wouldn't begin to do it because, well, we can easily imagine, because they would have to enter all kinds of alliances because there are too few. Politics make strange bedfellows, and these allies might give the revolution its color, so that the new regime would perhaps be in some respects preferable to the deposed one, but in others it might be inferior. Or as it is put in the Republic, what the philosopher would do if he lives in a bad regime, then he would behave like someone, as we all do in a way, if there is a very severe rain and we don't have an umbrella or anything else with us, we just stay under a door, in a doorway or in another place where we are protected against the rain. This does not appeal to the feelings of many of us, and I don't say without qualification that it will sound to you, because given the changeability of human things, all kinds of course of action may be good. Philosophers have sometimes been engaged in conspiracies against tyrants. You know, it all depends. There are limits to what a man can bear, or what he thinks his fellow citizens would bear. That goes there. But in principle, this was the answer they gave. So let us now turn to 1130b30. What language is that? Modern. Dutch? Dutch name? Finnish. Mr. Euler? Good. Now first I have the paper of Mrs. Prossal. She isn't here? Uh-huh. Well, what shall we do? I will postpone it till the next time. Now, this was a long interruption, and we must find our way back. Now we are now studying the section on justice, Book 5. Justice, we may say, is the most political of the virtues. It's surely the most immediately political of the virtues. Justice is related to equality, as Aristotle has stated more than once. As we see this today, then the question of reapportionment is up. One man, one vote, equality. But there is also another side, even to our conception, or the now prevailing conception of justice, the welfare state. We can say its principle is to everyone according to his needs, i.e. to different people, different things, not inequality. Aristotle makes a similar but not identical distinction. There is a sphere of equality, pure and simple. But there is also a sphere of inequality. Only it is not related to needs. To everyone according to his merits, according to the contribution
which he makes to society. Aristotle implies, in contradistinction to the now prevailing view, that society is not responsible for any injustices committed by nature or by the past, but society must make the best possible use of the available inequalities or differences. So there is a certain kinship as well as profound antagonism between the view of justice now prevailing and the Aristotelian view. Now, for a better understanding of Aristotle's teaching on justice and its political implications, we must consider at first the passage in Plato's Laws and 756e following. Aristotle speaks about the elections to office taking place in the best regime of the laws. The selection of officials that is thus made will form a mean between a monarchy and a democracy. And midway between these, our regime should always stand. For slaves will never be friends with masters, nor bad men with good, even when they occupy equal positions. For when equality is given to unequal things, the resultant will be unequal, unless due measure is applied. And it is because of these two conditions that political organizations are filled with feuds. There is an old and true saying that equality produces amity, which is right well and fitly spoken. But what the equality is, which is capable of doing this, is a very troublesome question, since it is very far from being clear. For there are two kinds of equality, which though identical in name, are often almost opposites in their practical results. The one of these, any state or lawgiver is competent to apply in the assignment of honors, namely the equality determined by measure, weight, and number, by simply employing the lot to give even results in the distributions. But the truest and best form of equality is not an easy thing for everyone to discern. It is the judgment of Zeus, and men it never assists save in small measure. But insofar as it does assist either cities or individuals, it produces all things good. For it dispenses more to the greater and less to the smaller, giving due measure to each according to nature, agreeing with natural inequalities. And with regard to honors also, by granting the greater to those that are greater in virtue, and the less to those of the opposite character in respect of goodness and education, it assigns in proportion what is fitting to each. Indeed, it is precisely this, the second kind of equality, which constitutes for us political justice, which is the object we must strive for. This equality is that we must aim at now that we are settling the city that is being planted. And whoever finds a city elsewhere at any time must make the same object the aim of his legislation, not the advantage of a few tyrants or of one, or of some form of democracy, but justice always. And this consists in what we have just stated, namely the natural equality given on each occasion to things unequal. The natural equality is to things unequal is of course unequal. Nonetheless, it is necessary for every city at times to employ even this equality in a modified degree if it is to avoid involving itself in intestine discord in one section or another. For the reasonable and considerate, wherever employed, is an infringement of the perfect and exact as being contrary to strict justice. Strict justice is the one which gives unequal things to unequal people. But this must be diluted for reasons of peace, internal peace. For the same reason, it is necessary to make use also of the equality of the lot on account of the discontent of the many. And in doing so to pray, calling upon the God and good luck to guide for them the lot aright toward the highest justice. In other words, as though it is wholly a matter of the lot of whim who will be elected, but the lot might or happen to be favorable to the best men. And that can, of course, only be achieved by divine intercession, and therefore on the human side by prayer. Thus it is that necessity compels us to employ both forms of equality. But that form which needs good luck, we should employ as seldom as possible. This is fundamentally the position of Aristotle as well, although Aristotle's analysis of justice is much more detailed. Plato is speaking only of the political functions of the two kinds of equality, and Aristotle dealing also with the sub-political functions, as we have partly seen and partly will see. Now, I would like to read to you another statement from a famous man, a famous book, Hobbes' Leviathan, chapter 15. This is a critique of Aristotle, as you will see immediately. Justice of actions is by writers divided into commutative and distributive. And the former, they say, consisteth in proportion arithmetical, the latter in proportion geometrical. Commutative, therefore, they place in the equality of value of the things contracted for, and distributive in the distribution of equal benefit to men of equal merit. And now comes Hobbes' criticism. As if it were injustice to sell dearer than we buy, or to give more to a man than he merits. The value of all things contracted for is measured by the appetite of the contractors, and therefore the just value is that which they be contented to give. In other words, there is no just price, no intrinsically just price, but what they happen to agree upon. In times of buyer's market, it will be different than in times of seller's market. And merit, besides that which is by covenant, where the performance on one part merits the performance of the other part and falls under justice commutative, not distributive, is not due by justice, but is rewarded of grace only. And therefore this distinction, in the sense wherein it used to be expounded, is not right. To speak properly, commutative justice is the justice of a contractor. That is a performance of covenant in buying and selling, hiring and letting to hire, lending and borrowing, exchanging, bartering, and other acts of contract, and so on. So this is one milestone in the change in the notion of justice, which eventually led to the view now prevailing. Now, there is one more classic text which one would have to consider in this connection, and that is at the end of Rousseau's discourse on the origin of inequality. In the last note, Rousseau attacks the notion of distributive justice. Distributive justice, i.e., the justice which gives unequal things to unequal people. And that is, of course, connected with the fundamentally democratic view. The what happened then to the need for unequal men, which democracy has as much as any order, is then less clear. There was a time when Henry Wallace was one of the luminaries of the American political scene, and his key word, as the older ones of you may remember, was a common man. But his biographer entitled his book, Henry Wallace, an Uncommon Man. So, however much you might be in favor of the common man, uncommon men are needed. And therefore there is also a need for different treatment of the uncommon man on the one hand and the common on the other. In the old language, distributive justice. Good. This may suffice as a reminder. Now, we have first, here we cannot repeat this anymore, Aristotle's distinction between universal and particular justice, and we limit ourselves from now on entirely to particular justice. Particular justice is distributive or commutative, and distributive justice leads to proportional equality, and commutative justice to simple or arithmetical equality. Aristotle speaks of geometric proportion and arithmetic proportion. What he means is this: in an arithmetic proportion, say 6 is the mean between 8 and 4, but 8 to 6 is not equal to 6 to 4. In other words, there are different proportions in the two cases. Properly proportional is a geometric proportion, where the proportions of the two parts are the same. The quantities are not the same. For example, 6 is a geometrical mean between 9 and 4. For 9 to 6 equal to 6 to 4, but the parts are obviously unequal. We came more or less to this point last time, and we should continue in 1131b, 324.
The remaining kind is corrective justice, which appears in private transactions, both voluntary and involuntary. This justice is of a different sort from the preceding. For justice in distributing common property always conforms with the proportion we have described, since when a distribution is made from the common stock, it will follow the same ratio as that between the amounts which the several persons have contributed to the common stock.
In other words, this would also apply to distribution, say, of the dividends of a shareholding group, because different contributors, people who contributed different amounts, different percentages, would get different dividends, and not identical. But the chief sphere of distributive justice is, of course, the distribution of honors, the community. Yes?
And the injustice opposed to justice at this time is a violation of this proportion. But the just in private transactions, although it is the equal in a sense, and the unjust the unequal, is not the equal according to geometrical, but according to arithmetical proportions. For it makes no difference whether a good man has defrauded a bad man, or a bad one a good one, nor whether it is a good or a bad man that has committed adultery. The law looks only at the difference of the damage, treating the parties as equal, and merely asking whether one has done and the other suffered injustice, whether one inflicted and the other has sustained damage.
Let us stop here perhaps for a moment. Now, what do you say to this example which he gives here? It doesn't make any difference whether it was an honorable man who committed the crimes here mentioned, or a dishonorable one. Yes?
Well, it's great that we should even talk about his honorable.
Yes, sure. After what we have heard that he never would make a mistake, even against conventional rights, how could he do such horrid things? This is indeed quite extraordinary. And to make it quite clear, let us turn to 1128b21. It is not a matter of an honorable man. Shame is not a matter of an...
For indeed, the virtuous man does not feel shame, if shame is the feeling caused by base actions. Since one ought not to do base actions, the distinction between acts really shameful and those reputed to be so is immaterial, since one ought not to do either. And so one never ought to feel shame.
The clear implication is that the virtuous man never will commit any impropriety, even merely conventional impropriety, let alone improprieties of this magnitude. Now, in a commentator, and I suppose he is not the only one who said this, the following explanation is given. Aristotle follows here, the passage just read, Attic law. In other words, but what do you say to this explanation, to this commentary? I mean, can a man like Aristotle follow Attic law? He speaks of justice as justice, and not of any local views, which may be very unjust and unreasonable. So then Aristotle, at the least, in order to make this commentary, one would first have to show that there is a difference between, say, the moral and the legal approach, and once this difference is granted, one could conceivably accept a distinction made by one particular positive law. But there is no place for that distinction in Aristotle, as we have seen. I mean, it's a crude, practical distinction, yes, but not as a distinction of principle. The utmost one could say is this fact that in law, say in the case of a crime, the moral qualities of the criminal are not considered is a crude abstraction, useful for certain practical purposes, but showing at the same time how true it is, what Aristotle intimated at the beginning of the discussion of justice, that the just and the legal are not identical. The law follows certain conveniences, which may be sound and which may be unsound. But these conveniences are not the same thing as considerations of justice, strictly speaking. At any rate, the difference between the two kinds of particular justice, distributive and commutative, makes clear the crudity of the simple egalitarian kind. And this crudity is precisely shown in this example. It doesn't make any difference what kind of a man committed a crime. We would say perhaps the virtuous man should be punished more severely than the habitually vicious man, because it is a much more disquieting thing if a pillar of society misbehaves than if some bum. Or one could perhaps also say the pillar of society should be treated less severely, because the temptation in his case must have been much more than flesh and blood could bear, and therefore one should be understanding, as I say. At any rate, we would be compelled to raise the question, which Aristotle does not raise here: what is the purpose of punishment? We have seen that Aristotle in this work rarely raises the question of the purpose of the various virtues. For Plato, the question of the purpose of punishment is very important and frequently discussed, especially in the laws, but also in other works. Now, we might perhaps throw a glance at the Platonic doctrine, and this may help us toward a better understanding of Aristotle. According to the Platonic view, the only sane and rational purpose of punishment is betterment, not mere retribution, tit for tat, but betterment. Now, therefore, this is a view now, of course, very well known, although the term is probably rather rehabilitation than betterment, but I think fundamentally it means still betterment. Now, but this leads to difficulties to which Plato draws our attention in his way. It is understood that, for Plato takes it for granted, that there are people who cannot be bettered, which is denied more or less by the now prevailing view, and Plato has a very simple recipe. People who are incorrigible must be exiled or destroyed, because there is nothing which can be done in their case. But here we make, think of this, a man, a poor fellow and a stupid fellow, who commits petty theft. Of course, well, he will be examined by the authorities to see corrigible or is he not corrigible. One will perhaps wait and say, all right, he gets a year in jail, and afterwards, let's see how he will behave. Next day, after he's out of jail, he commits another act of petty theft. This time he will be punished more severely, I suppose. But after some years, say after 10 years, even the mildest judges will feel he cannot be better. Then he must be killed according to the sensible rule, betterment, or where betterment is impossible, destruction. But then we look at another case, a man who committed murder, and the close examination of the man by the best psychologists available, say Socrates or Plato, leads to the conclusion that this man would never again commit another murder. Think of Raskolnikov, who learned the lesson that it's absolutely impossible to commit a murder. Then would it not be sensible in his case to let him free after he has gone through this experience that murder is a humanly impossible action, whereas a habitual petty thief would have to be destroyed. Now we see then, by thinking this through, there is obviously another consideration involved, apart from betterment or non-betterment, and that has to do with the gravity of the crime. Murder is a graver crime than petty theft, and we must have a scale then of it is an entirely different consideration and has nothing to do with the moral question as taken in itself. These difficulties, which Aristotle does not discuss, make it intelligible why Aristotle falls back eventually on something like retribution as good for its own sake, without any regard to the betterment or any other purpose which punishment must serve. So in other words, Aristotle does answer eventually the question of the purpose of punishment, but he does not give the simplest, most plausible, and seemingly most humane answer, preferred apparently by Plato, that the purpose of punishment is better. So now let us go on. Unless someone would like to discuss this point. Yes?
There is really an inadequate reason for revising our, for introducing the notion of retribution, that in some cases we might be using more serious penalties or death than murder. Might we not simply rethink our ordinary assumptions?
Yeah, by all means. But the question is whether the question is whether retribution as such, i.e., a certain harmony between punishment and crime, is not indispensable. That is the question. You see, and not merely the state of mind or character of the criminal. What the starting point of Aristotle here, of course, is this, that in punitive justice, we abstract, we have the principle, at least in earlier times, we have the principle for the same crime, the same punishment, whether the criminal is rich or poor, noble or roturier, will, or whatever it may be.
By retribution for its own sake, you mean something like Plato points to in Gorgias, when he describes the woodman cutting into the log, and then the justice marking the soul of the criminal with the punishment. Is this what you mean by the concept? I remember the particular passage that was discussed about the woodman cutting into the log, and then about the justice, not the judge, cutting into the soul with justice and implanting justice just as the mark is implanted in the wood.
Yeah, but still, this is not helpful enough, because the question is, how does the punishment make the criminal better? This other, I mean, this is a similar, which is not sufficiently clear to be for our purpose for answering this question. Mr. Ullman?
There's not a difference between punishment as betterment or punishment as retribution derived in turn from how one conceives the punishment, whether it's personal or political. Is it for the betterment of the criminal or, in some sense, for the protection of the sick?
I believe this is true. That is also in itself a rational or a reasonable notion that one must protect society against criminals. But this is not exhaustive. The key difference is the one which I stated will appear later from the Aristotelian text. When he takes up the question of whether justice is retribution or not, or retaliation or not. Now, let's, yes?
To get clear on this, there really isn't any reason for it not to be retributed except that retribution in itself is good. And there isn't any more fundamental.
Well, we can perhaps say that in the last century or so, the simply retributive notion of punishment has lost almost all the power that it possessed in former times. So today, the only reasons which would be granted, would be admitted, would be betterment and protection, but not retribution proper. Is this not a fair statement of the present state of discussion? Yes. And but Aristotle seems to take the view that the core, as it were, of punishment is retribution. You will see later, he devotes only one line to it. We'll come to it later. Let us go on then.
Hence, the unjust being here the unequal, the judge endeavors to equalize it, inasmuch as when one man has received and the other has inflicted a blow, or one has killed and the other been killed, the line representing the suffering and doing of the deed is divided into unequal parts, but the judge endeavors to make them equal by the penalty or loss he imposes, taking away the gain. For the term gain is used here in a general way to apply to such cases, even though it is not strictly appropriate to some of them. For example, to a person who strikes another. Nor is loss appropriate to the victim in this case, but at all events the results are called loss and gain, respectively, when the amount of the damage sustained comes to be estimated. Thus, while the equal is a mean between more and less, gain and loss are at once both more and less in contrary ways, more good and less evil being gain, and more evil and less good loss. And as the equal, which we pronounce to be just, is, as we said, a mean between them, it follows that justice in reciprocation will be the mean between loss and gain.
Yeah, and what Aristotle is here driving at is to explain why he brings commutative justice in the narrow sense, the justice in exchange of goods and services, under the same head as punitive justice. And therefore he construes crime in the following sense. A man hits another. This he has a gain. This is the superiority of A, who hit B. And therefore the judge must equalize the situation by giving B recompensation for that harm it suffered. Just as in exchange, in buying and selling and so on, there should be equality of the merchandise and the price, or in exchange simply what is offered by A to what is offered by B. Here in both cases, in the case of exchange as well as pure punishment, simple equality is aimed at, whereas in distributive justice, proportional equality. We must never forget this whole context. Yes?
This is just a question referring to retribution again. I was wondering if perhaps the reason why retribution might play a more important role for Aristotle at this point in the essay wouldn't be because of the importance that he placed on honor among men who haven't simply haven't gotten to the part of the contemplated life. And it seems that in the dialogue there isn't, or at least in there isn't so much attention paid to honor. But if honor is so important, retribution becomes much more significant. And would that be a possible reason why there's...
Not yes and no, not the particular point, but the general point. Since Aristotle argues on a lower level than Plato does in the Reciprocity, both honor becomes more important, and the simple notion strikes retribution becomes more important. In this way, I would agree.
It seems that, for example, philosophers wouldn't mind so much
yes, sure.
offenses because they aren't concerned with the type of honor.
Yes, sure. Yeah, and he would have no desire to give tit for tat. Sure. Yes, in this sense it is correct. Yes. Now, yes. Shall we go on then?
This is why...
I think we can perhaps skip a section and turn to 1132 B11. Will you tell, please?
On page 279 is in the top of the globe.
These names?
The terms loss and gain in these cases are borrowed from the operations of voluntary exchange.
So, in other words, Aristotle knows that it is somewhat inappropriate to say if a man killed another man or hit him, he had a gain and the other suffered a loss, and the two must be equalized. Yes.
There, to have more than one zone is called gaining, and to have less than one had at the outset is called losing, as for instance in buying and selling, and in all other transactions sanctioned by law. While if the result of the transaction is neither an increase nor a decrease, but exactly what the parties had of themselves, they say that they have their own, and have neither lost nor gained. Hence, justice in involuntary transactions is a mean between gain and loss in a sense. It is to have, after the transaction, an amount equal to the amount one had before it.
Yes. This is his general analysis of justice. There is a starting point. And what this starting situation? This starting situation is disturbed by some action. Be it that I hand over some money to someone else, or that I hit him. And the starting situation is disturbed, and what is necessary is to restore it. In the case of the money, I get merchandise. So I am as rich as I was before. In the case of my hitting, I had a gain, I must suffer a loss when we go to jail or pay a fine, whatever the case may be. But then again, the starting situation is absurd. What Aristotle presupposes, of course, although that, of course, doesn't mean to exclude reflection, is that the starting situation was just. And therefore, the disturbance brings in an element of injustice and must be, therefore, be a restoration, is therefore necessary. And we can say all the criticisms of our society as a whole, especially the Marxist criticism, implies, and not only implies, that the starting situation is unjust. And therefore, these reflections of this kind are of no serious interest. You want to say something?
Well, how can, in a situation of murder, how can it be restored with justice the way some matters?
Well, I will be beheaded or strangled, whatever the procedure may be.
But that doesn't make it just a man who's already murdered.
It's still, there is, first we were both alive, and then I killed him. There's inequality. Now then, when I will be strangled, we are both dead. Equality.
This is probably only for those who are left alive. I mean,
Yeah. You mean it's still there? It's equal. Do you see the point? That there is equality restored. Or take another case, I stole $50, and I will be fined, and not only to restore the $50, but also for the trouble and hard burden I caused to the other man, and again equality. Yes.
I have a question concerning equity versus over justice. If equity is concerned with merely imposing a law to an individual case, then it wouldn't demand.
That's not the first principle in defense of risk, but it was intended to find justice in the absolute sense.
To the individual case, the law doesn't cover it, wouldn't it demand knowledge about wisdom?
Yeah, Aristotle has a chapter on equity later. And according to him, equity is a corrective of positive law. The positive law cannot always be, in all cases, be just. And equity is an attempt to correct the positive law in the direction of justice, but always on the basis of positive law. Therefore, the equitable judgment is not necessarily simply just. It is only the kind of justice you can get within this particular legal system. Yeah, to say nothing of this, surely, it's Aristotle. Yes?
When you spoke about starting situation and liberty, does Aristotle imply here that everything in the cosmos is just when it is in its proper place?
Yeah.
What type of things are capable of disobedience and why? In other words, are things in the natural world capable of injustice? If not, is it?
Yeah, well, no, Aristotle would regard this as metaphoric language and reject it. But some other thinkers, partly Plato and some pre-Socratic philosophers, did not hesitate to speak in such cases of injustice. Aristotle would not do that. But he would say, of course, the movements, the heavenly bodies and their motions, perfect regularity, unchangeable, whereas all terrestrial beings, all kinds of disorder are possible there. But there is a tendency in these things, in the terrestrial things, towards a state of order. The heavy things tend towards the center of the earth. The light things tend to rise. There is, but you see, Aristotle does not use this comparison. But there is a certain similarity in spirit between what he thinks about justice and what he thinks about the natural things. Sure.
What is it about men that exposes us particularly towards
is a very complicated being, I would say. I mean, and you only have to, his latitude is so much greater than that of a dog or any other animal. And therefore, dogs lead more or less similar lives. But of course, here the question of upbringing comes into the case of the dog. But on the whole, the latitude within which dogs move is much smaller than the human beings move. Man is meant to be, to live the life of contemplation, but on the basis of a very heavy mass, the body, and the desires, partly necessary, partly unnecessary, which originate in the body. And therefore, the success is limited to a few cases. Nature is enslaved in many ways, as Aristotle put it, to that extent. The disproportion between the highest in man and men in general is much greater than any disproportion you might find in any other species of animals. And that's expensive in his view. Yes. Now we come to the section on retaliation in the next section. Yeah, we can begin with it.
The view is also held by some that simple reciprocity is justice. This was the doctrine of the Pythagoreans, who defined the just simply as suffering reciprocally with one another.
Yeah, we can simply say tit for tat. It's a simple agreement between what a man did and what he suffered. Yes.
Reciprocity, however, does not coincide either with distributive or with corrective justice, although people mean to identify it with the latter when they quote the rule of Rhadamanthus. If a man suffer even that which he did, right justice will be done. For in many cases, reciprocity is at variance with justice. For example, if an officer strikes a man, it is wrong for the man to strike him back. And if a man strikes an officer, it is not enough for the officer to strike him, but he ought to be punished as well. Again, it makes a great difference whether the act was voluntary or involuntary.
Now let us stop here for a moment. So that this simplistic Pythagorean notion of tit for tat is inadequate. It's clear in the case of distributive justice, where there is proportionate equality and not simple equality. But what about corrective justice, punitive justice? Is there not a simple equality, as Aristotle put it, regardless of whether the man was honorable or base, he gets the same punishment. They get the same punishment. This is not simple equality. Say murder, execution. Theft, say 2 years of jail. In simple terms. But Aristotle denies it, and he proves it here why it is wrong. Because here we must make a distinction. When the magistrate strikes, of course, in his function as magistrate, then you can't hit him back, but not the other way around. Here you see inequalities are considered by corrective justice. So where then do we find tit for tat? That's it.
But in the interchange of services, justice in the form of reciprocity is the bond that maintains the association. Reciprocity, that is, on the basis of proportion, not on the basis of equality. The very existence of the state depends on proportionate reciprocity.
Yeah, let us consider that. So the property of retaliation, i.e. of simple equality, is the exchange of things. Commutative justice narrowly understood. Yes. Now, and this kind of tit for tat is a bond, in a way, the bond of the city. Namely, why? He gives the reason.
For men demand that they shall be able to requite evil with evil. If they cannot, they feel they are in the position of slaves, and to repay good with good.
So here let us stop for this one. So this is the reason. This is the reason for retribution. Men regard it as a state of slavery if they cannot inflict evil for evil. That is the only reference, the only statement Aristotle makes on the subject. This is taken as something undeniable and must be accepted as the basis of criminal law. One can perhaps state it as follows, what Aristotle means. The pain of the loss suffered must be requited by the pleasure of the loss inflicted on the other side. This view is stated quite clearly by Hugo Grotius in his great work on the right of war and peace. And I forgot to look it up, the exact reference, but you can easily find it. It's a very long chapter on punishment, and you would easily find this particular paragraph. This seems to be the Aristotelian view. Yes, and the same is true also of the other side. To inflict, if we can, to do good for good, has the same kind of necessity. The men desire that, and they feel miserable if they cannot do it. Yes?
And to repay good with good, failing which no exchange takes place, and it is exchange that binds them together. This is why we set up a shrine to the graces in a public place, to remind men to return a kindness. For that is a special characteristic of grace, since it is a duty not only to repay a service done once, but another time to take the initiative in doing a service oneself.
Even to begin with that. Yeah. Yes. Now go on.
Now, proportionate requital is affected by a diagonal conjunction. For example, let A be a builder, B a shoemaker, C a house, and D a shoe. It is required that the builder shall receive from the shoemaker a portion of the product of his labor, and give him a portion of the product of his own. Now, if proportionate equality between the products be first established, and then reciprocation takes place, the requirement indicated will have been achieved. But if this is not done, the bargain is not equal, and intercourse does not continue. For it may happen that the product of one of the parties is worth more than that of the other, and in that case, therefore, they have to be equalized.
Now let us stop here for a moment. What does Aristotle mean by that diagonal conjunction? It is very easy to show this as a blackboard. Oh, that is here the house builder. And he built the house. And here he has the shoemaker. He makes shoes. So the diagonal conjunction is this. The house builder gets the shoes, and the shoemaker gets the house. And so both parties are satisfied. The house builder can build a house for himself. He doesn't need anybody else for it. But he cannot make the shoes. He needs somebody else. And the same applies to the shoemaker, or for that matter, applies to the farmer. This is what he means by diagonal conjunction. Yes? Yeah, sure.
In the relationship between houses and shoes, so that so many shoes are worth so many houses.
Let us say one house. Let's be realistic.
Why a relationship between house builders and shoe builders are similar things. That is to say, is the fact that 100 pairs of shoes are worth one house, not simply because 100 pairs of shoes are worth one house, but because what the shoemaker would get for his house.
Yes, but only Aristotle doesn't start from the money angle. He starts the other way around. He brings in the money as a means to make incommensurable things commensurable. I mean, it's clear that a house is more valuable than a pair of shoes, other things being equal. Because think of it that a house is worth less than a certain pair of shoes. But I said other things being equal. And now the question, but they are of entirely different things, and there is no natural commensurability between them. How do we know how many pairs of shoes are equal to a house? And there is where money comes in. Aristotle explains this in the immediate secret. Yes?
This holds good with the other arts as well, for they wouldn't have passed out of existence if the active element did not produce and did not receive the equivalent in quantity and quality of what the passive element receives. For an association for interchange of services is not formed between two physicians, but between a physician and a farmer, and generally between persons who are different and who may be unequal, though in that case they have to be equalized.
No, I think one should not say merely may be unequal and are unequal. Yeah. And this is the problem. Here are people, there is no common denominator primarily. And therefore, how can there be justice if there cannot be, if there is no way to discovering equality here? This question will be answered by Aristotle's secret.
Hence, all commodities exchanged must be able to be compared in some way. It is to meet this requirement that men have introduced money. Money constitutes, in a manner, a middle term, for it is a measure of all things, and so of their superior or inferior value. That is to say, how many shoes are equivalent to a house or to a given quantity of food. As, therefore, a builder is to a shoemaker, so must such and such a number of shoes be to a house or to a given quantity of food.
This is the diagonal conjunction of which he spoke.
For without this reciprocal proportion, there can be no exchange and no association, and it cannot be secured unless the commodities in question be equal in a sense.
Now, here we have an amazingly explicit statement about the purpose of a virtue. Exchange, association, community are obviously needed, but they would not be forthcoming if there were no equality available there, say, as between the physician and the farmer, the services of the physician and the goods brought to town by the farmer. And therefore this is obviously rational. We have here an end. We have seen how rarely Aristotle speaks of the end, but in this case, the most massive case of commutative justice, perhaps the most simple case, he does speak of the purpose. Yes?
It is therefore necessary that all commodities should be measured by some one standard, as we said before. And this standard is, in truth, demand, which is what holds everything together, since if men cease to have wants, or if their wants alter, exchange will go on no longer, or will be on different lines.
So this is then the shoes and the house are entirely qualitatively different, are not exchangeable. They become exchangeable on the basis of a third, which is present in the two cases. That is want. And that brings it about equality. So go on.
But the man has come to be conventionally represented by money, and this is why money is called nomisma, customary currency, because it does not exist by nature, but by custom, nomos, and can be altered and rendered useless at will.
So the money is conventional. Obviously, dollars, pounds, and so on, you can do it this way or that way, doesn't make any difference. Money is essentially conventional. And the reason for that is there cannot be a natural currency. And the reason for that is there is no natural equality. The equality must be brought about by human fiat, this fact that equality must be brought about is rooted in human nature, in the human wants. But this does not yet make this action a natural, the product of the human action, namely the introduction of money, in itself a natural thing. What is natural here is unequal, as he had said in A18, in the passage which we just discussed before. Yes. Now let us go on.
There will therefore be reciprocal proportion when the products have been equated, so that as farmer is to shoemaker, so may the shoemaker's product be to the farmer's product. And when they exchange their products, they must reduce them to the form of proportion. Otherwise, one of the two extremes will have both the excesses, and whereas when they have their own, they then are equal, and can form an association together, because equality in this sense will be established in their case. Farmer A, food C, shoemaker B, shoemaker's product equalize D. Whereas, if it were impossible for reciprocal proportion to be effected in this way, there could be no association between them. That it is demand which, by serving as a single standard, holds such an association together, is shown by the fact that when there is no demand for mutual service on the part of both, or at least of one of the parties, no exchange takes place between them. As when someone needs something that one has oneself, for instance, the state offering a license to export corn in exchange for wine.
This is a somewhat dubious passage. Now, only as long as the demand is active are these men potential partners, and is there therefore equality? If the demand does not exist, there's no possibility of exchange. Yes.
At the beginning of this passage, you said that there has to be a proportion so that as the farmer is to the shoemaker, the product includes the food. Does that imply that there is a consideration here of the men involved, and that the farmer is either higher or lower?
No, that Aristotle doesn't develop, but that was, for example, Thomas Aquinas explains it by consideration not of the men involved, but of the expense incurred and the labor. So that expense plus labor must be the same on both sides. That is not a labor theory of value, because the expense is a separate factor and not reduced in its turn to labor as it is in the market. Yes?
Isn't it somewhat curious that this discussion is taking place in political in that by the very nature of the discussion it seems to be eminently unpolitical, and the type of community with which it deals held together by the standards of justice that we talked about, held together by almost among states.
But they are low, you can say, but they are not despicable, are they?
But I mean, and say in terms of the politics, for example, I would expect this to be this part of it to be least understandable. And I mean, it would seem that it's a subject really not even worthy of politics.
Oh no, that is, I think, somewhat. Well, if I did not know you so well, I would say it's snobbish.
No, I'm saying that it seems from the understanding of the political community that we not in politics, that these things are somehow not really.
Yeah, but let us take the most aristocratic position. Do you expect the gentlemen to make their own shoes, or to have the shoes made at home by incompetent slaves rather than by very competent shoemakers in their workshops? If that is so, if there must be division of labor precisely in an aristocratic society, then there must also be ways of means must, in that society, as to make it worth the while of both sides to the exchange, to make the exchange. Meaning, there must be so that the gentleman, say the gentleman farmer, has sold his oil or goods or whatever he produced, and with that produce he will pay, or with the price of his oxen, he will, or whatever, that doesn't make any difference, he will pay the shoemakers, the carpenters, and so on and so on.
Well, I guess the reason that I'm asking the question is that it seems that the parts of this chapter on, or this book on justice, which are, I would think, are most relevant to the political community, for example, the chapters on equity and natural justice, and on that type of justice which deal with the exchange of honors, is actually are those parts that seem to be treated in the most particular manner.
But perhaps there was a greatest confusion about this lower kind of justice. Do you know what I mean? Exactly because the gentleman one of the that Aristotle had to dirty his hands and go into them. It has happened before. Aristotle has happened after.
Well, then, but if that's true, why would he, is it, I mean, it was, perhaps, that the area where the most confusion is precisely in the area where he writes off in one sentence, for example, the part about just natural justice and political justice.
But let me state it in somewhat differently. Precisely because Aristotle regards the strictly egalitarian form of justice as the lower, he must bring out its character, its sphere, its limits, and that he does here.
But, well, again, I mean, for example, let's go back to the politics again. Obviously, there's an important realm in which, an important consideration for a statesman would be to the proper relationship between the economic realm or the household and the polis. And yet, justice is very, very strict.
Yeah, well, he speaks about the household in the first book of the Politics.
Very strict.
Yeah, what is to say? Because the main point, each householder of normal intelligence knows well enough by himself that he must at least preserve his paternal estate or property so that it can be available also financially for public service. I don't have the impression that he devotes an inordinately large space to this kind of justice. That is about, how much is it? 1.5 pages in my edition. This doesn't seem to be unfair. After compared with the space he devoted to magnanimity or munificence and liberality and so on, I think that is, even if it is a low virtue, ordinary honesty in business dealings is of some importance and should be devoted 2 pages. That's all.
But it seems like it would seem that this would be a very meaningful division of space for modern times, where economic relationships have become so important.
Yes, well, in modern times, economics means something very different from what it meant for Aristotle. In modern times, it has something to do with the market. And in Aristotle, economics means primarily the management of one's household. And therefore, it is strictly an affair of the individual householder. I mean, the economic man in the classical sense is a man who minds his own business. And the modern economic man is naturally a public man. Yeah? Because the market is something public. I mean, and not only in a metaphorical sense. Yes?
Aristotle here does have in mind the possibility of at least some sort of a political economy. He says the proper thing is for all commodities to have their prices fixed.
Yes, I mean, if you call this political economy, yes. And Aristotle had nothing to do with Adam Smith. Do you mean that? Nor with Hobbes, which is only another name you can say Adam Smith or Hobbes can use the two names more or less interchangeably. And although it may sound strange, but I think it is only a mild exaggeration. Sure, that is clear. There is no absolute sacred right of property. And therefore there can be, for example, an upper limit to what a man may own. Both Plato and Aristotle take that for granted. And quite a few things, quite a few other limitations on property rights. Or it may be that there is a family farm as a backbone of the property, and this family farm may not be divided, provision of Plato's law. And so if there is more than one son, the other son or sons must marry inheritance. You know? If there are some wrong, let's hope. If not, a colony must be sent out in order to prevent overpopulation. But these things do not work out in practice so smoothly, and the consequence is that the best laid plan, best laid regime will come into troubles which could not have been prevented by any human foresight. One reason being that there is not always, people do not generate just one son and one daughter, but some more, some less, and this creates some disorder, which is as orderly people might deplore, but against which not much can be done. Or you must have very severe laws, but even that would not quite work out. We don't have to go into that, but you can easily figure that out for yourself. Yeah.
How can we speak at all of political economy? That's different than originally, but Aristotle seems to make the distinction between politics and economics so clearly.
Yes, but there is something. What do you mean by political economy?
Certainly not at all what Aristotle.
Yes, sure. But what would you say is political economy?
Well,
is there no? But is there no economy on the part of the polis?
Speaking, it has to be part of the polis. But
no. I mean, for example, is the polis not the owner of property? Is the polis not in need of money, income, taxes, and all this kind of thing? Well, how do you think one could call this public or political economy?
Of course, public, but it would seem that the political man is concerned only with things political.
How can he do that? You think of Pericles, how much he had to worry about the income of the Athenian polis in order to be able to build ships and to send out armies. This is somewhat, as Thucydides makes clear in his critique of Homer, that the Trojan War lasted so long because the Greeks had no money. They had nothing there was no money economy. Or as Cervantes puts it in a slightly different context, but not fundamentally different, that in his stories of knight errantry, nothing is said whether the knights had clean shirts with them to change them from time to time. And these low things disregarded in epic poetry were, however, known at all times to people who had hides in their head. And Aristotle, of course, knew that. You only have to read the chapter in the Rhetoric on what the statesman, the political man has to know. And public finance is one of them. There's no doubt. But the question is interesting that it was not called political or public economy in ancient times. The word economy was enlarged. For example, people spoke of the economy of the universe, meaning of the gods managing the universe as their household. People spoke of the economy of the truth, which means to dole it out in the proper doses, which is also an economic action, action of thrift. But they didn't speak of political economy. And even in modern times, come to think of it, the original name was not political economy. Do you remember what it was? Political arithmetic. Sir William Petty, Hobbes' younger friend. You see, there are real family relations in this matter. He wrote a book, Political Arithmetic, and he called it arithmetic because statistics, as we say today, counting heads, counting the property of a community, counting the number of the various sects, say in Holland, these considerations were regarded as very important for political purposes, I think they are. But for Aristotle, this goes without saying, that it is purely instrumental, and therefore it is not his primary subject. But he knew it, and this chapter, I think it is Rhetoric Book 1, Chapter 5, or thereabouts, what the political man has to know. And then these things are mentioned. Yes?
You said that in Aristotle, according to Aquinas, value is not traced to labor only, but to certain expenses which can't be reduced.
Yeah. Well, what does this mean? For example, say a man wants to have a golden bed. Now, there is a certain amount of labor. This may not be more than for an iron bed, for all I know, but probably more. But at any rate, the gold, why is gold so much more expensive than iron? Because it's rarer. That would have been the old answer. Whereas, say, Marx's answer is that the extraction of gold is so much more expensive than the extraction of iron. And therefore you can reduce the difference in value between gold and iron to the difference regarding labor. So that any valuable thing if the value of any valuable thing can ultimately be expressed in money alone. And not only in money's worth, this Aristotle said here before, but it can be understood in terms ultimately of labor, that's the key point, not in terms of demand, as Aristotle. That demand is a third with a view to which the unequal things can be equalized. Here, in Marx, is the clearest case, the things can be equalized with a view to the labor involved. And here again one would have to go to the heroes of early modern time, in this case to Locke famous statement in chapter 5, if I remember well, of Property, where he says, nature supplies only the almost worthless materials. The value comes from labor. Only there are no things which are in themselves valuable, but they acquire value through human labor. This, of course, diametrically opposed to the Aristotelian view. Yes? There were societies in which the title to full membership, full citizenship, was limited to virtuous people, to the better people, as was still said in your parents' lifetime, the youth. Yeah? That the better people. This is regarded today as very unjust, but Aristotle finds this perfectly just. So Aristotle he saw injustices. For example, if the better men must flatter worse men, he would regard that as a shocking condition. But that the better men have more power in society than the worse men, he found perfectly in order. But generally stated, Aristotle found that in spite of all imperfections we see here and there and everywhere, the world is fundamentally in order and does not have to be brought into order by a revolution, be it political, social, or technological. This is undeniable. To that extent he was, I don't know how this is called, they use the term square. Aristotle was a square. if this is the proper term now used by a rebellious young generation. Aristotle found the world fundamentally in order, certain blemishes which can be corrected, no doubt. Others are not truly blemishes, and if one doesn't take a very narrow view, if one considers the whole and considers what can be reasonably expected, it was smooth.
So when Aristotle says that better politics is good of man, this really means to say that better politics is keep things together.
I can't understand your question.
When Aristotle says that the end of politics is the good of man,
yes,
he's really saying that the end of politics is to keep things as they are.
No, the good of man, but the possible good of man. The possible good of man. I mean, a fantastic good of man is no good of man. Possible, that you would say. And therefore, I mean, that these things strike as quite a few things as harsh is undeniable. For example, there are some ladies here, and I apologize to them, but Aristotle thought in a very old-fashioned way about the place of the ladies, surely not in politics. But if you think a bit, only one thing to make it more palatable, that our present-day arrangements and our hopes for the future are based on an economy of plenty, whereas Aristotle took it for granted that there will always be an economy of scarcity, you will see that it was not just his being a vicious reactionary, or however you might call that, which is responsible. The notion of a vicious reactionary in the case of Aristotle is, of course, based on the assumption that there could be progressives, or there have been progressive thinkers in classical antiquity. There was a classical scholar, or is still alive, I'm happy to report, I forgot his name, Havelock, now in jail. He wrote a book about the liberal temper in classical political philosophy. Some nasty people called it the liberal distemper. And this man asserted that there was a whole line of liberal thinkers like the French philosophes of the 18th century and their English equivalents. It's not, I think that this didn't exist. Didn't exist. We cannot believe that the party lines as they exist in Europe in England since the 17th century and in continental Europe since the 18th century, that anything of this kind existed in classical antiquity. To mention only one point, it was always understood until this modern 17th, 18th century that the common people, the demos, is on the side of the bigots and is bigoted. And only in the upper, better classes will you find people who are not bigoted. In other words, there was no popular enlightenment. There was no, which came out of the great changes that have taken place since the 17th century. One must never, one must take in the whole picture and not a statement dragged out of the context like Aristotle asserts slavery is just, and say, look, what a black man. Morally black man. Well, but you have to study it in the context, and it looks somewhat different. And the context means not only the context of the politics, it means the context of all the premises which Aristotle regarded as established and which he shared with all his contemporaries. And not only his contemporaries in Greece, but elsewhere as well, and in later times as well. The fundamental change came only in the 17th century. So, yes, we must stop here, unfortunately, and we will, yes. And next time we will begin the section on natural right, I hope. I advise you to read, if you can, the section in the rhetoric on natural right, and that would be what? I have a note, so 1 second, please. Yes, and there is a parallel to, yeah, you are right. And there is a parallel which we must also consider. Book 1, chapter 13, and Book 1, chapter 15, paragraphs 5 to 7 in the Loeb edition. These are the two chief passages which we should have to consider before turning to that single page devoted to natural right values.